There is a silent point within you where everything changes. It's not in the world outside, it's not in the body. It's not in the physical breath that comes and goes. It's in that internal place where the breath of the old identity ceases, where the movement of worries stops, and where you abandon, even for an instant, the agitation of the old self that insists on surviving. When your breath stops here, in the deepest center of your consciousness, something powerful happens. The state you had been unknowingly sustaining collapses, and a new state begins to breathe in its place. I tell you with authority, nothing changes as long as you breathe as someone who reacts. Reality only bends when you breathe as someone who assumes. It's as if the old self gasps, trying to stay alive, while the new self waits, firm, silent, inevitable, to take the throne. For this reason, I tell you, the most sacred moment of transformation doesn't happen when you do, but when you cease. When you interrupt internally the habit of being who you no longer want to be. Stop here, right here, in the symbolic center of your identity. And I'm not talking about the physical center of your neck, but the invisible region where your inner word is born. This point is the door. When your inner breath ceases there, when you interrupt the automatic flow of thoughts that sustain the old state, the external world loses permission to remain the same, because it only exists as a reflection of the posture you maintain within yourself. Most people breathe to survive life. I am teaching you to breathe to create, to breathe in the desired state, and not in the state the world pushes upon you. When you pause the inner breath of fear, the inner breath of doubt, the inner breath of need, you kill the old and give life to the new. This is not a metaphor, it is law. Reality does not change when you complain, nor when you ask, nor when you plead. It changes when you abandon within yourself the state that sustained what you no longer want to live. And I tell you something even more profound. The moment you stop reacting is the moment the world loses power over you. Because in that instant, you return to your place of origin and the place of the creator. A creator doesn't beg, they assume. They don't observe what is, they command what should be. And this command is not given with words, but with the state in which they choose to rest. So breathe, but not as the old you. Breathe as someone who already is. And when you notice the old breath wanting to return, stop here again. Because it is at this point, the point where the old identity stops breathing, that change finally begins. When you decide to assume a new state, the first battle takes place within the silence where no one sees. It is there that the mind tries to pull you back to the known, to the comfortable, to the repeated. But the first principle is precisely this. You must silence the inner breath of the old identity and firmly sustain the feeling of what you have chosen to be. Do not expect your body to agree, nor your circumstances to support you. In the beginning, everything within you will try to prove that nothing has changed. But it is precisely at that moment that you must persist. Because every time you insist on inhabiting the new state, even if there are no external signs, you are imposing a new order on the invisible. You don't change by trying to force the world outside. You change by changing the air of your mind, by stopping the breath of the old self, which is nourished by need, waiting, and fear. When you decide that you are now someone who already possesses, who already is, who already lives the desired outcome, something begins to reorganize within you. It's not empty imagination. It's a real transition, as concrete as the exchange of oxygen in your lungs. The state you choose to breathe defines the world you will see. This is why so many fail, because they want to see before they assume. They want proof before they believe, but I tell you, this is the path of the world's slaves, not of creators. You don't breathe because you see the air. You breathe because you know the air is there. In the same way, you assume because you know the state is real, even before you see it projected into matter. It is your responsibility to abandon, repeatedly, the instinct to return to the old self. And each time you do this, you close another door to the past. The first principle is discipline. Not rigid discipline, but conscious discipline. The discipline of returning, whenever you stray, to the state that corresponds to the desired outcome. It is a silent choice, a decision no one perceives, but one that the entire universe obeys. When you maintain this inner breath, the breath of the new self, your thoughts change, your attitudes align, and the world begins to move in a strangely coherent way with what you have assumed. Sustain the state. Do not negotiate with the old. Do not accept the suggestions of fear. Breathe as someone who already is, because the moment you insist on remaining in the new state, the old no longer has the breath to survive. This is how transformation begins. Before we move on to the next point, let me tell you something that can greatly accelerate your transformation. There is a powerful, direct, and to-the-point resource that has changed many people's lives. It shows, in a practical and structured way, how to use visualization and the law of attraction to shift from waiting mode to manifesting mode. You will learn to align your thoughts, emotions, and actions to attract exactly what you desire, be it greater financial freedom, healthy relationships, or a life with more purpose and ease. It's not loose theory or empty motivational talk. It's real application with real results. If you feel it's time to stop merely dreaming and finally start living what you deserve, this could be your next step. The link is in the pinned comment. Click, explore, and see what has already begun to happen in the lives of those who decided to truly commit. Now then, let's move on to the next point. The second principle is to understand that all true change happens when you stop responding to the world as it is and begin to respond from the state you have chosen to inhabit. This means you no longer act driven by circumstances, but by the identity you have silently assumed. Most people live like a mirror. They react to what they see, absorb what happens, and repeat what the world delivers. But a creator does not live as a reflection. They live as a cause. They act from the end, as if they have already arrived, even when the path still seems empty. When you decide to assume a new state, your responses must change before any evidence appears. If you want to live the life of a prosperous person, you cannot continue to react with fear, scarcity, or anxiety. If you wish to live a fulfilling relationship, you cannot continue to respond with insecurity or neediness. Your reaction reveals the state you truly inhabit, much more than your words or superficial desires. This is why life does not obey what you ask. It obeys who you are inside the moment you react, and this is where many stumble. They believe they need to control emotions, thoughts, or sensations as if battling internal monsters. No. Real transformation is much simpler. You just need to change your internal position. The emotion that arises, the thought that appears, the sensation that vibrates in the body, all of these are merely echoes of the old state. You don't fight them. You simply don't return to where they came from. Assume the new state, maintain yourself within it, and the old loses strength from lack of nourishment. The world will continue to test your reflexes, presenting situations that previously made you fall into the same pattern. But now you know, every external event is merely the past's attempt to survive, and your response is the verdict. If you react as the old, the past remains. If you respond as the new, the past dies right there. Force is not needed. Firmness is. War is not needed. Consciousness is. So when something challenges you, don't ask, why did this happen? But rather, who do I choose to be in the face of this? Because it is this response, silent, internal, definitive, that changes everything around you. The new state is not born when the world changes. It is born when you respond as someone who has already changed. This is how reality begins to reorganize itself, obeying the new you. The third principle is to understand that nothing changes as long as you continue to carry with you the need to prove, justify, or explain your transformation. The need for explanation is the breath of the old self. It betrays insecurity, doubt, and dependence on external validation. When you assume a new state, this need must die. The new you doesn't ask for approval, doesn't seek confirmation, and doesn't try to convince anyone of anything. It simply is. And by being, the world inevitably adjusts. True transformation happens in silence, because it is within silence that conviction takes hold. When you try to explain your new state, you reveal that you haven't fully assumed it yet. But when you rest in it effortlessly, without haste and without justification, the state begins to radiate into the world like a new atmosphere around you. Nothing is more powerful than this. The world perceives it even before you say a word. There is an enormous difference between imagining and assuming. Imagining only creates images. Assuming creates identity. Imagining is a rehearsal. Assuming is a decision, and every true decision dispenses with witnesses. You don't need to announce that you've changed. You just need to remain in the change. because the assumed state generates compatible thoughts, compatible emotions, and actions that naturally move in the direction of what you have decided to be. This inner coherence is what reorganizes external reality. And remember, the world will always try to push you back to what was. People, situations, and circumstances may try to remind you of the old self, not out of malice, but out of habit. The world is slow to catch up with your change, because it is a reflection, not the origin. But you must not yield to these provocations. You must not justify your new stance, nor confront those who don't understand. Simply remain in the new state, as someone who knows something the world hasn't yet perceived. When you remain firm, silent, and convinced, you enter the rhythm of conscious creation. Reality loses the right to drag you back. And little by little, what was invisible becomes evident. The world begins to treat you according to the identity you have assumed, not the one you abandoned. This is how the invisible becomes inevitable. This is how the new you begins to breathe, and the old ceases to exist. The fourth principle is to recognize that all internal change requires an act of abandonment, abandoning not people, not places, not responsibilities, but abandoning the old narrative you kept repeating to yourself. Nothing binds you more than the story you insist on carrying. Each time you reaffirm who you were, you strengthen the state you wish to leave behind. And most people don't understand this. They want transformation, but they keep feeding the same story that keeps them stuck in the past. You need to let go of this narrative as someone exhaling the last breath of an old identity. It doesn't matter if it seemed true, if it was painful, if it had justifications. The moment you emotionally revisit it, you return to breathing in the same state that produced the results you want to transcend. That's why I say, abandon the story. Don't try to correct it. Don't try to explain it. Don't try to make it pretty. Just stop telling it. The old identity dies when the old narrative is no longer repeated. Abandonment is not an external gesture, but an internal one. It's when you decide consciously that you are no longer that person who reacted as before, who waited as before, who suffered as before. You don't need to fight against the past. You simply need to stop calling it mine. What belongs to the old self cannot accompany the new. Just as new wine is not put into old wineskins, a renewed identity is not placed within an old narrative. The narrative needs to disappear so that the new state has space to exist. And when you truly abandon, something curious happens. The mind tries to retrieve the old storyline. It offers memories, emotions, recollections, and justifications. But now you know what they are. Merely survival attempts by a state that no longer serves a purpose for you. Don't fight it. Just refuse to go back. Feel the offering, watch it pass, and return to the chosen state. Each time you do this, you close another door to the past and open another passage to the assumed future. Abandonment is the most liberating act of conscious creation. It tells the universe, I am no longer that. And by declaring this internally, you free up space to breathe as the new self. When the old narrative dies, reality stops repeating the same scenarios and begins to reflect the renewed state you now inhabit. And it is in this silence, in this abandonment, that the new begins to be born with irresistible force. The fifth principle is to understand that the desired state only becomes inevitable when you learn to rest in it without anxiety, without haste, and without the childlike expectation of when will it happen. Impatient expectation is the last gasp of the old self trying to maintain control. It betrays that you still believe something is missing, that something is not yet yours, that something needs to come from outside to complete you. But the Creator does not wait, they rest. They rest because they know that, by assuming the state, the end is already alive within them. Resting is not passivity, it is absolute trust. It is when the mind stops seeking signs and instead emits a single silent certainty. This is already mine. When you rest in this feeling, you change your vibration more profoundly than any visualization could do. Because now you are no longer trying to create. You are living as someone who has already created. And this difference is everything. The world responds not to what you want, but to what you can't accept as true within yourself. This is why so many experience conflict. They say they have assumed the desired state, but they continue checking results, watching the time, seeking proof. This never works. The assumed state does not ask for evidence. It is evidence. It does not demand haste. It is the end already achieved. When you rush, you reveal that you still inhabit lack. When you rest, you declare that the manifestation is already complete in the invisible. By resting, you become similar to what you desire. Your behavior changes effortlessly, choices align naturally. Life begins to reorganize around you with a precision that seems miraculous, but it is not a miracle, it is law. Everything corresponding to the state you maintain begins to be attracted, brought closer, or revealed. Nothing can resist a state sustained in rest because it contains no contradiction, and then almost without noticing, the manifestation arises in ways that seem spontaneous. You look around and see doors that were once closed, conversations that previously didn't exist, movements that didn't happen before. Nothing came from nothing. Everything came from the state. When you rest, the universe works. When you rest, the new breathes. It is in this rest that reality bends and confirms what you have assumed as true, because the end within you always wins. We have reached the point where everything said converges into a single truth. Your reality was never in the hands of the world, circumstances, or time. It was always in your hands, more precisely in the state you decide to sustain within yourself. And now you know this with clarity. You know that change doesn't happen when the world improves, but when you abandon the old breath of the ancient identity and allow the new to breathe in you. It doesn't matter where you came from, what you experienced, or what they told you. None of that has greater authority than the state you assume now. And I tell you, as someone who knows the law from the inside, the world has no choice in the face of someone who sustains a state with conviction. It bends, it yields, it obeys. Starting today, stop begging for signs. Stop waiting for something external to confirm what only you can declare. Assume the end within yourself and allow the rest of the universe merely to fulfill what has already been decided. Do not argue with the past. Do not negotiate with doubts. Do not accept any thought that is not aligned with the identity you have chosen. Just remain firm, firm as someone who already is, already has, already lives. Breathe as the new you. React as the new you. Walk, speak, think, and be silent as the new you. Because when the inner breath of the old self finally stops, when you refuse to give another breath to what you no longer wish to live, the entire world awakens to a new cycle around you. Now it is you who commands, it is you who establishes, it is you who assumes, and the world, inevitably, responds. If you want to take the next step with total clarity, depth, and direction, I've left a resource in the pinned comment that expands on this teaching and shows how to apply all of this in practice. Access it there and allow yourself to go even deeper. Your new state is already alive. Now let your reality catch up. Demand them. They do not wait for something to change. They change what they hold internally. and the world follows. Therefore, if you are hearing these words, understand you did not find this video. It found you, because the money you desire, the flow you lack, has already begun to move towards you, and all the universe awaits is for you to recognize the call has arrived, and the moment is now. Money is not attracted by those who desire it, but by those who assume it. To desire is to declare absence. It is to tell the universe, I don't have it yet. To assume is to affirm presence. This is already mine. And this difference, though subtle to the logical mind, is abysmal for the creative consciousness. When you desire, you are vibrating in lack. When you assume, you are vibrating in possession. The world does not respond to your words, but to the internal state you silently hold. That is why so many pray and few receive, because their words ask, but their emotions deny. They hold the desire but live in scarcity. Everything begins when a person understands that money is not an external force, but an expression of their own consciousness. It is not work that creates wealth. It is the inner state that work reflects. A poor person can work tirelessly and remain with nothing, because their mind is still programmed for survival, not for abundance. But when they change what they believe themselves to be, the same work, the same talent, the same amount of time begin to yield previously unthinkable fruits. The cause was never in the conditions, but in the identity. The one who keeps saying, I need money, is perpetuating the cycle of need. They are continually creating more situations that make them need. The universe is a perfect mirror. It does not distinguish plea from certainty. It merely reflects the state you hold. That is why true change does not occur when you get something, but when you stop seeing yourself as someone who doesn't have. Money begins to approach when you stop seeking it and start to be the one who already possesses it. This is the law the world ignores. The invisible precedes the visible. Nothing appears in the material world without first having been assumed within consciousness. The common person thinks money brings security. The awakened one knows it is inner security that brings money. When you begin to feel prosperous, even without external evidence, something changes in the vibration. It is as if an old frequency dissolves and a new harmony begins to command circumstances. People, opportunities, and ideas begin to emerge as if the universe were conspiring, but it doesn't conspire, it simply obeys. The first step, therefore, is not to chase money, but to change who you are in relation to it. The mind must move before matter bends. Close your eyes and affirm with silent conviction, I am manifested prosperity. Money serves me, and I do not serve it. Feel the weight of this truth within your chest. Walk, speak, and think from this state, as one who has already received. And then you will observe the inevitable. The outer world will begin to translate your new belief into facts, because nothing resists a consciousness that assumes command. Remember, to desire is to beg, to assume is to command. Money does not come to those who ask, it comes to those who are. And at this very moment, as you hear these words, you are being invited to shed the identity of lack and don the identity of abundance. The universe is listening to your state, not your words. Decide now what you want it to echo, and it will do so faithfully, as it always has. The world around you is merely a mirror of what dwells in your mind. Nothing you see originates outside of you. Everything that happens to you is a response, a reflection, a consequence of an inner state you chose, consciously or not. Money, scarcity, opportunities, or the lack thereof are merely material translations of a belief that silently rests within your being. As long as you try to change the reflection without changing the original image, you will be fighting against the wind. You can work harder, study more, exert more effort, but the reflection will remain the same until you change what you project into the mirror of life. The slumbering person blames the world for their condition, while the awakened one observes it as if reading a book they themselves wrote. When you understand that nothing out there has independent power, fear loses its grip. Your boss, the government, the market, all become characters acting according to the script your consciousness holds. If you believe in lack, they become instruments of loss. If you believe in abundance, they become channels of provision. It is always your belief that commands the scene, and the world obediently merely plays the role assigned to it. The human mind has grown accustomed to reacting to the visible, forgetting that the visible is merely condensed past. Everything you perceive today is the result of a previous state. If you live complaining about what you have, you are perpetuating the old cycle. But if you dare to give thanks and affirm the new image, the reflection begins to change. Slowly at first, until the old completely dissolves. Just as the mirror cannot show you smiling while you cried, the world cannot show abundance while your consciousness holds scarcity. The secret lies in reversing your gaze. Do not ask, why is the world like this, but what in me is projecting it? The answer will not come as guilt, but as liberation, because the moment you assume yourself to be the creator of the reflection, you gain the power to change it. The poor person who sees themselves as a victim of fate remains a prisoner of the old image. The one who awakens and sees themselves as the source begins to mold the mirror to their will. Reality is not solid. It is malleable like clay before the potter, and you are the potter. Therefore, if there is scarcity around you, do not fight against it. Recognize it as a reflection of what you have held and change what you carry within. The mind that purifies itself of complaint and takes command transforms everything around it. In silence, change the image. And when the reflection finally adjusts, you will perceive the power that has always been with you, the power to command the mirror of life to faithfully reveal the new image of your consciousness. The common mind gives up when it sees no results, but the conscious creator understands that time is not an enemy. It is merely the necessary interval for the invisible to become visible. Inner persistence is the true test of faith. Not the faith that asks for signs, but the one that remains firm when everything seems otherwise, because the world is slow to react, but it always reacts. With every thought of doubt, with every moment you yield to appearance, you interrupt the process that was already underway. But when you remain firm even without evidence, you are telling the universe, I know who I am and nothing can convince me otherwise. This is the language the invisible understands. Holding the desired state is like keeping a flame lit in the wind. It requires vigilance, attention, and constancy. In the beginning, everything within you will try to sabotage the new state. The old mind will whisper, nothing has changed, look around you. And if you believe it, you return to the old cycle. But if you hold firm and reply in silence, this is already mine, you will be educating the invisible. The universe does not bow to haste, it bows to conviction. Many think faith is emotion. It is not. Faith is inner stability. It is not being moved by appearances. When the world shows absence, faith smiles and says, I have already received. When the balance is low, faith responds, the money is coming. When doors seem closed, faith walks as if they were already open. It is this silent certainty that moves mountains, that transforms the invisible into matter, that makes inevitable what has already been assumed. The secret is not to fight against what you see, but to refuse to give reality to what contradicts your inner vision. You may be surrounded by evidence of scarcity, but if your consciousness is fixed on abundance, the world will sooner or later bow. Life has no choice but to obey the mind that knows what it is. It is at this point that many give up, for they confuse delay with denial. But delay is merely the reflection still adjusting to the new image. Remain in the desired state until it becomes natural. Do not treat it as an exercise, but as an identity. The one who tries to maintain a state still sees themselves as separate from it. The one who embodies it no longer needs to try. They are. And when the being consolidates, the world has no power whatsoever to resist. Everything that was an obstacle dissolves. Everything that was a delay accelerates. Because the universe is faithful to the command of consciousness. Thus, learn the art of inner persistence. Learn to remain firm when nothing seems to work. Learn to walk with the certainty of one who has already arrived, even when you are still on the way. Because the one who perseveres is not tested by time, they are shaped by eternity. And when the reflection finally bows, the Creator smiles, not in surprise, but in recognition. They always knew it would be this way. The limited person seeks to control the path. They want to understand how, when, and through whom money will arrive. And it is precisely in this desire for control that they block the flow. The universe does not need your logic, it needs your trust. When you cling to the form, you impede the power from acting. But when you let go, the invisible begins to move pieces that your mind could never align. Divine providence is not revealed to curiosity, but to surrender. Understand that the how is God's domain. Your role is simply to define the state and remain in it with unwavering faith. As long as you ask, "How will this happen?" you are confessing doubt. But when you say, "This has already happened within me," you open the doors for the universe to surprise you. It is at this moment that coincidences begin to multiply. People appear, opportunities reveal themselves, ideas emerge from nowhere. The invisible is not silence, it is movement. However, this movement is invisible until you allow it to manifest. The mind that trusts rests, and rest is not passivity, it is mastery. It is knowing that there is a higher order guiding every detail. When you worry, you interrupt the flow. When you trust, it accelerates. It is like a river. Try to hold it back and the water becomes turbulent. Allow it to run, and it flows naturally to its destination. So it is with money, with love, with any manifestation. Everything you resist moves away, everything you release returns multiplied. The secret lies in acting as one who already possesses. The person who lives in a state of abundance does not despair, does not force, does not demand. They know that the invisible has already answered their request the moment they assumed it. They walk with lightness, speak with confidence, and observe events as confirmations, not as tests. Every sign, however small, is an echo of what has already been decreed internally. Free yourself from the anxiety of understanding. Intellect is blind before the wisdom of the spirit. Do not try to decipher the process. Trust it. There is an intelligence that guides you through perfect paths, even when they seem strange or contrary to your expectation. Sometimes, a door that closes is just the necessary detour for greater abundance. Learn to see every apparent obstacle as part of the invisible order working in your favor. The how is not your concern, it is the property of the law. And this law is exact, precise, infallible. The moment you assume the state of possession, the universe begins to reorganize around your new vibration. And there is no force that can prevent what has already been accepted in consciousness. Therefore, rest. Release fear. Let the invisible run its course. Because the path you cannot see is often the shortest to the miracle. Gratitude is the seal of fulfilled manifestation. It is not just a gesture of spiritual courtesy, it is the silent recognition that the invisible has already become real. When you give thanks for something you do not yet see, you are declaring to the universe, "I have already received." And the universe, obedient to the vibration of your state, hurries to confirm what has been accepted. Gratitude is not a fleeting emotion, it is a posture of consciousness. It is the vibration of one who knows that everything has already been provided, even if the external world is still adjusting. Most people wait for something good to happen before giving thanks. But the true Creator does the opposite. They give thanks beforehand. They understand that the feeling of possession precedes physical possession. This is how the invisible condenses into matter. Gratitude is the language of the invisible realm, the sound the universe understands as a command. Every time you say "thank you" with conviction and serenity, you are affirming your union with the source. And this union dissolves all resistance, opening the way for financial, emotional, and spiritual flow to manifest in fullness. Give thanks not for what you expect, but for what already is. Give thanks for the house you don't yet have, as one who already lives in it. Give thanks for the money you don't yet see, as one who already feels it in their hands. Give thanks for tranquility, even when the world seems to crumble. Because true gratitude does not depend on circumstances, it creates them. It is faith clothed in emotion. It is the silent testimony that your consciousness has taken command. When you give thanks, you no longer need to ask. The request is the voice of lack. Thanksgiving is the voice of fulfillment. The universe listens to both and responds faithfully to each. Therefore, when you pray in despair, it echoes more despair. When you give thanks in certainty, it echoes abundance. There is no mystery, there is only response. Gratitude also purifies the heart of doubt and fear. You cannot feel gratitude and lack at the same time. One eliminates the other. When you begin to give thanks constantly, the mind starts to align with the state of one who already possesses. And in this alignment, external reality is compelled to transform. Paths open, the right people appear, opportunities multiply. Not because something new has emerged, but because your vibration has finally become compatible with what has always existed. Therefore, live in anticipatory gratitude. Speak in gratitude, think in gratitude, breathe gratitude. Wake up and give thanks, even without apparent reason. Sleep and give thanks, as one who celebrates a promise already fulfilled. And, in doing so, you will perceive something subtle and powerful. The world will begin to adjust to your new frequency. Money will flow, doors will open, and everything that once seemed distant will become inevitable. Because the one who gives thanks before seeing manifests before everyone else. Now you know what brought you here. This video is not a coincidence, it is a call. Every word was prepared to reach the exact point where your consciousness is ready to remember who you are. Everything you desired, everything you hoped for, everything you sought outside already exists within you. Money, prosperity, opportunities, none of this is coming from outside. They are emerging from the vibration you are now choosing to sustain. You were not created to beg for abundance, but to command it. And to command it is not to shout at the universe. It is to quiet yourself within and affirm with certainty, I am. When this I am becomes your dwelling, the world bows before your authority. Life begins to reorganize, doors open effortlessly, and the impossible becomes natural. Everything that once seemed distant begins to come to you with ease, as if it had always been there, waiting for you to recognize it. From now on, stop asking, stop waiting, assume it. Live as one who already possesses, feel as one who has already received, speak as one who has already won. The universe has no choice but to confirm your conviction. Reality is not a wall, it is a mirror, and it reflects exactly what you carry within. If you want to see abundance, be abundance. If you want to see movement, be movement. If you want to see miracles, be faith. Arise, child of light, and remember, you lack nothing. Everything you need is already vibrating within you, awaiting only your permission to reveal itself. Money is coming not as a promise, but as a natural consequence of the state you now choose to inhabit. Hold it with calm, with gratitude, and with certainty, because the entire universe listens to the one who assumes, and when you assume, the invisible bows. Everything already is, and everything belongs to you. Close your eyes and restore the world to its rightful place, a grand stage that only moves when your consciousness gives the command. What your senses tell you is merely a delayed report of what was silently accepted within you. Do not be deceived. You are not a beggar before a whimsical universe. You are the center of your world, the point of emanation for what you call reality. Therefore, when I guide you to sleep, I am not offering escape, but return. Return to the place from which everything originates. Sleep is the sanctuary where the din of opinions falls silent, where the weight of facts loses authority, where your imagination, which is the divine spark within you, is free to create without interference. 3 hours suffice to reorder an entire life when the assumed state is firm, simple, and true, because the spirit's time is not measured by clocks, but by conviction. Listen, wealth is not an object, a number, or a privilege distributed by chance. Wealth is a frequency of identity. You become what you allow yourself to be internally. Many spend their days pursuing signs, bank statements, figures, opportunities, praise, doors that open, and when the signs do not come, they conclude that life is against them. But life has never been against anyone. Life merely reflects, like a perfect mirror, the face you present to it. If you go to bed carrying the taste of scarcity, you awaken with the same hunger in your mouth. If you go to bed in a state of silent possession, the world, sooner or later, organizes itself to confirm what you have rested in your heart. This is why I speak of sleep meditation, because in bed with the lights off, you stop performing for others and finally meet yourself. There, stripped of masks, you decide. And a true decision is a stable feeling, not a pretty phrase. Do not confuse relaxation with sluggishness. I do not invite you to switch off your consciousness, but to fine-tune it. Think of a musician tuning their instrument before a concert. The body is the instrument. Consciousness is the musician. When you lie down, there are tensions, noises, memories, repeating scenes of fear, bills, faces, broken promises. All of these are untuned strings. The first act of this meditation is the surrender of the body. Simple, deep breathing, as one who drinks the air in peace. Shoulders yielding, jaw relaxing, chest opening unhurriedly. The second act is the cleansing of the mind's temple. You do not expel thoughts with force. You let them pass like clouds because the sky does not fight to remain sky. The third act is the enthronement of the state. Then, with gentleness and precision, we assume the identity of wealth as one who puts on clothes that belong to them. It is not theater. It is remembrance. It is not about faking it until you make it. It is about recognizing it until the world acknowledges it. But what about my debts, my failures, and the past? Listen, because here is the root of the error. You judge the invisible by old photographs of the visible. The past is a shadow projected by an old state, and shadow does not command light. When I call you back to the creative state, I am not asking you to deny circumstances. I am asking you to deny that they have the power to name who you are. Between a fact and a destiny, there is an authority, your assumption. A man can walk for years in the desert with the image of the ocean within him. When he finds water, it is not a miracle, it is a harvest. A woman can live for years in lack, repeating, "It's not possible, I can't, I don't have." When she finds more lack, it is not a curse, it is fidelity to the feeling she nurtured. Whoever sustains a state, with or without evidence, teaches the world to speak their language. And the world, an obedient child, learns. I want you to understand simplicity, because the mind loves to complicate to feel important. You do not need to memorize formulas, invoke stars, or wait for the right moment. The right moment has always been now, because only now exists. In the now you can close the doors of not yet and open the windows of it already is. How? Through feeling. Not feeling as agitated emotion that rises and falls with the news. Feeling as the temperature of a house that you regulate and maintain. When you lie down, adjust the thermostat of consciousness to peaceful possession. Not excitement, not anxiety. Peaceful possession. This is the signature of real wealth. Calm. What is yours does not shout. What is yours does not apologize for existing. What is yours sits, breathes, and occupies space. Perhaps you will say, "But I don't know what that feeling is like. I've never been rich." I tell you, you already know it. Think of something you have effortlessly. A name, a language, a gesture that belongs to you. You don't need to prove it's yours. You don't need to remember it all the time. You don't need to fight to keep it. It accompanies you. This is how your relationship with money and abundance should be. The naturalness of one who possesses. Bring that flavor to your heart as you fall asleep. Do not invent complicated scenes. A key, a signature, a warmth of gratitude in your chest are enough. The secret is not in external details, but in the internal substance. Peace, certainty, anticipated gratitude. See the bill paid as an already present relief. See the opportunity as a reunion, not as a lottery ticket. See yourself as generous, not courageous for donating what you lack, but serene for overflowing with what you have in abundance. And please, abandon the habit of asking. Asking confirms distance. Assuming dissolves distance. Some fear that this path will make them arrogant. Do not confuse sovereignty with vanity. Vanity demands an audience. Sovereignty demands silence. You do not assume wealth to humiliate anyone. You assume it because it is life's will to express itself in fullness through you. The seed does not apologize for sprouting. Light does not ask permission to dawn. When you forbid yourself from prospering, you think you are being modest, but you are denying the Creator who dwells within you the joy of contemplating himself as abundant. True benevolence is born of overflow, and one who overflows does not fear scarcity, because they have known the source. In sleep, remember the source. In sleep, return home. In sleep, say to your world, "I am what I choose to be, and I choose to be abundance in everything." There is another error that needs to be cured, the worship of how. How will it come? By whom? On what day? This obsession is the art of tying the hands of the invisible. The how belongs to the world of paths. You are responsible only for the state. The state finds the paths as water finds crevices. Have you ever seen a river ask for a map? It flows down, it yields, It insists gently until the ocean. This is how wealth acts when the doors are open. It finds you, and the doors are feelings. When you feel possession, doors swing wide open. When you feel lack, doors lock. What seems impossible to you today is merely a wall of old sensation. Change the sensation, and you will see doors where before you saw walls. Now understand why 3 hours. Not because greatness needs much time, but because I offer you a continuous, uninterrupted space for your mind to rest in the same tone. Constancy is the mother of forms. 1 minute of faith and 10 of fear make for an undecided world. 3 hours of rest in certainty establish an axis. Even if you fall into a deep sleep, do not fear losing the practice. What is planted before the dive remains. The gardener does not keep digging the earth every 5 minutes to see if the seed is working. He waters, trusts, and lives his life. Do this. Prepare your body, quiet your mind, choose a simple and full sensation of possession, and dive in. If you wake up in the middle of the night, do not get irritated. Smile as one who remembers the kingdom and returns to the bed of the same state. Each return is a hammer that seals the foundation. I will not call money an idol, but a servant. The idol enslaves those who worship it. The servant obeys those who govern. You were not born to chase painted paper. You were born to command matter to serve you in worthy purposes. If you wish, speak to wealth as to a friendly presence. You know me. I recognize you. Walk with me. Manifest where useful. Circulate with joy. There is no empty mysticism in this. There is deep psychology. The mind responds to symbols, and the symbol of a faithful friend cures unconscious pursuit. As long as you see money as something elusive, it will play with you. When you recognize it as an extension of your decision, it will follow you. And if today it seems little, honor the little as a seed of much. What you despise abandons you. What you bless grows. Perhaps responsibility frightens you. If everything is state, then I am responsible for my falls. Yes, you are responsible, and that is liberating. Because if it was you who set the crooked stone, it is also you who can remove it. You do not need anyone's permission. You do not need absolution from an invisible court. You only need to accept what has always been true. The imagination within you is the creative power. Call it Christ within you if you prefer the language of Scripture. Call it principle if you prefer the language of philosophy. The name serves for your mind to orient itself. The power is the same. And this power is not a visitor, it is your very nature. When you accept it, guilt gives way to serene responsibility. And serene responsibility is the posture of royalty. See, decide, sustain, harvest. As I speak to you, I know that your mind may list exceptions. What about the crisis, and the country, and the family, and the market? I do not disrespect contexts. I merely restore them to their proper size. Contexts are weather. Your state is the house. It may rain outside for 40 days. One who built on a solid foundation sleeps dry. Sleep meditation is the silent work of raising internal walls, of sealing windows against the winds of opinion, of lighting lamps that are not extinguished by rumors. And when dawn breaks, this house smells of warm bread. It is the peace of possession, and the world perceives it, perceives and responds. People remember your name, doors open, conversations find you, ideas sprout. Not because you became better than others, but because you became faithful to what you always were, a center of decision. Soon, I will guide you step by step. Breathe, relax, feel, assume, fall asleep. But first, hear the sentence that liberates. Do not wait for the world to change to then allow yourself to feel the new. Feel the new to then see the world change. This is the pact. God does not give you crumbs to keep you dependent. He gave you the banquet of imagination so that you may eat and offer. Lift your inner face. Lie down as one returning to the palace. If a thought of fear comes, do not fight. Thank it for reminding you of the way and return to the chosen state. If a memory of failure comes, do not analyze. Bless what has passed and return. If deep sleep comes, surrender as one who trusts. Trust is the key that turns within. And when you awaken, do not rush to check for signs as one who doubts. Walk through the day as one who has already received. The world is slow, but it learns, and it will learn to speak your language. I do not promise noisy miracles. I promise silent fidelity. And silent fidelity moves mountains. If you maintain this tone for a few nights, you will first see peace, and peace child of possession, is always the first miracle. Then will come the adjustments that surprise you with their precision. And when you are surprised, remember, it was not luck, it was law. The law is simple. What you sustain in feeling, the world sustains in form. Now, let us quiet the noise and move forward. Your inheritance calls you. Wealth is not coming from outside, it is emerging from within. You only need to allow it. And to allow is to rest in what already is. Recognize once and for all that wealth is not something that visits you occasionally, nor luck that falls from the sky when you behave well. Wealth is an aspect of your being. When I say this, I am not writing spiritual poetry. I am reminding you of a law. You do not chase what you are. The sun does not chase light, it is the light. The source does not ask permission to flow, it flows because it is its nature. Your error was believing that wealth is an external object, a proof that the world delivers when it deems you worthy. As long as you see it this way, you will live asking, comparing, competing, and fearing. When you recognize that wealth is identity, the race ends. You stop negotiating with life and begin to decree with serenity. It is not pride, it is the return to the axis. It is the rightful place of the heir, who, through ignorance, lived as a servant. Perhaps your mind tells you, if I were wealth, I would already be overflowing, but I have bills, debts, overdue accounts. Listen, the visible world is always delayed in relation to the assumed state. Forms are echoes. You can change rooms, but the echo of the previous scream still resonates for an instant. If at that moment you doubt yourself and think it didn't work, you return to screaming fear and perpetuate the noise. The recognition of your nature is the silence that resolves. It is the stillness that commands enough. You do not fight with bills. You disauthorize them from defining who you are. Pay what you owe with the dignity of one who clears the table for a new banquet. If you cannot yet pay everything, pay with the state of one who is a source and not lacking. Form adjusts when the source is accepted, and acceptance is not a mental discourse, it is an assent of the heart. It is the entire body saying, I am wealth in expression. How to feel this when circumstances scream the opposite. Bring to consciousness simple memories where you have already experienced natural possession. Remember the air you breathe effortlessly. Notice your name, which accompanies you without your needing to prove it at every moment. Notice the way you enter your home. You do not apologize to the walls. It is yours. Now transplant this way of being to the dimension of money, ideas, opportunities. Not as fantasy, but as a modulation of presence. Your presence changes the environment when you enter a place. In the same way, your state changes the mathematics of your day. When you are wealth, conversations take another direction. Your gaze perceives doors where before it saw blockages. Your voice carries a weight that is not aggression but authority. Authority does not ask permission, it asserts what is, and reality, slow but obedient, rearranges itself. Do not confuse this recognition with the arrogance of taking from others what does not belong to you. The thief is precisely one who lives in a sensation of lack and tries to compensate with violence. One who is wealth does not need to snatch. They summon. They do not need to humiliate. They bless. They do not burden. They sustain. I speak of an identity that allows you to be a channel of good without fear of drying up. Because one who believes they will dry up holds on. One who holds on blocks. One who blocks withers. The river that flows does not dry up because it trusts the source, and you only flow when you recognize that the source is within you. Call this source God, Christ, life, principle. The name matters little as long as the gesture is true. Turn inward and say with simplicity, I am. I am is the name of the source within you. When you add I am wealth, you are not lying to cheer yourself up. You are naming your function in the world to express abundance in consciousness, attitudes, and fruits. But what about the evidence? The mind will demand signs before surrendering. Teach it gently. Give it small demonstrations as one educates a curious child. For a day, assume the posture of one who is served by life, not capriciously, but calmly. Observe how traffic favors you, how a line opens up, how a friend remembers you, how a simple idea saves time and money. Do not call this coincidence. Call it coherence. Reality likes those who take a stand. If you stand in lack, the world offers you lacks to confirm your faith. If you stand in wealth, the world offers you ways through which wealth shows itself. Do not confuse way with source. Ways change. Today, it may be a client, tomorrow an agreement, then an unexpected insight. The source is one, your state. Keep the source stable and the ways multiply. The body needs to learn this truth as much as the mind. Join the body to your affirmation. Walk as one who has. Breathe as one who has. Listen as one who has, because one who has does not rush to respond, does not need to convince, does not feel threatened by questions. The calm of what is yours protects your field. Observe a craftsman who masters their art. The hand does not tremble, the gaze does not hesitate. It is this sobriety that I ask of you. Do not fall into the theater of unsustainable euphoria. Euphoria is foam. Possession is the sea. You can smile without stridency, thank without fanfare, choose without apologizing. Give thanks before you see, because one who is does not even wait to give thanks. Gratitude in this state is not etiquette. It is proof of knowledge. At some point, perhaps, old guilt will arise. If I am wealth, why do so many suffer? Shouldn't I shrink myself out of respect? I answer firmly. Shrinking yourself cures no one. Your shrinking does not put bread on anyone's table. Your overflowing, however, does. Life does not ask you to divide misery. It asks you to multiply bread, and bread comes from a lit oven. Heat your oven with the certainty of who you are. Then share with wisdom. One who donates out of fear reinforces scarcity. One who donates as a king confirms the kingdom. Learn to say yes and no from the source, not from fear. Yes when the gesture is aligned. No when it pulls you off your axis. Wealth knows how to direct, and the right direction is often silent. You do not have to prove purity to anyone through empty sacrifices. The greatest purity is fidelity to the true state, which overflows in clear actions. Another resistance will come disguised as prudence. What if this deceives me? What if I am deceiving myself? One who builds castles without foundation deceives themselves. What I propose to you is foundation. It is not about promising you lotteries, but about returning to you the key to inner governance. Inner governance does not fantasize, it chooses. It does not flee, it faces. It does not manipulate, it transmits. If there is a bill, you meet it with dignity. If there is a difficult conversation, you conduct it with firmness. If there is a limit to be imposed, you impose it with respect. All this is born from the recognition that you are a source and not a hostage. The hostage reacts to the world. The source sets the tone and lets the world learn. Train your language field. The words that come out of your mouth are decrees that your mind hears and obeys. Break the habit of saying, I can't do it. It's difficult. It never works out. These phrases are like nails driven into the wood of your own door. Replace them with simple, fertile words. I decide. I act at the right time. I know what to do. I have access. I am provision. I am order. I am peace. Do not tell others that you are trying to prosper. Say serenely that you are taking your rightful place, that you are organizing things, that you are taking care of your house. The house is your ideas, your habits, your body, your sleep. A well-maintained house attracts honored guests. Honor comes when you honor yourself. Now take this identity to sleep. If you spend the day in a rush and try to compensate with 20 minutes of anxious meditation, the body does not believe it. But if you lie down and before crossing the threshold put on the crown of possession, the body learns. Create a simple anchor, the sensation of a ring on your finger, the weight of a key in your hand, the warmth of a well-provided wallet, the sound of a door opening for you. Do not make an effort to see. Allow yourself to feel. Feeling precedes the image. Let your chest expand in quiet gratitude. If a thought of doubt comes, do not fight it. Smile inwardly, as one who sees a child asking for an old toy, and return to the chosen sensation. You are not pushing a truck uphill. You are allowing the gravity of your I am to pull everything into its rightful place. With time, and here I speak of days, not decades, you will notice a change in your attitude towards facts. What once shook you becomes mere information. What once humiliated you becomes an opportunity to affirm who you are, not because you got used to little, but because you stopped explaining yourself to the little. Instead of asking, why is it so difficult, you will ask, what do I choose to be here? And, in choosing, you will feel the old tension dissolve, like ice in warm water. The thaw makes no noise, it merely frees the river's course. You will find yourself making cleaner decisions, cutting excess, simplifying processes, choosing more aligned companions, refusing invitations that do not align with your future. This is not coldness, it is focus. And focus is a form of love. Love for the purpose entrusted to you. Do not expect applause. One who lives for applause returns to begging for approval. You do not beg. Learn to work in silence and to celebrate in silence. Noisy celebration is for those who need to convince themselves. Your joy is dense and discreet, like the gleam of gold in the sun. If you wish to share, share bread, helpful ideas, strengthening presence. But your source, keep it in your heart as one who guards an ancient fire. And when your mind suggests you are alone, remember, life favors those who have claimed their post. To claim your post is to repeat with body, mind, and spirit. I am wealth in expression. I lack nothing. I organize, I bless, I act at the right time. I rest in what already is. Ultimately, understand that this recognition is not a stage to forget later. It is the ground you walk on every day. No one can give you this ground from outside. They can give you techniques, phrases, music, environments. All this helps as a staff helps the traveler. But the step is yours. The step is simple. Stop negotiating with scarcity and declare possession. Lie down today now with the humble certainty of ancient kings. The kingdom is mine because it was entrusted to me, and I administer it with wisdom. Sleep thus. Awaken thus. Do not check the world as one who doubts. Walk through the world as one who confirms. The universe does not resist what is firm, calm, and true. And you, in recognizing that you are wealth, become precisely that, a calm, firm truth that nothing can sweep away. Understand seriously and without pretense that what you call manifestation is not an improvised factory that starts operating when you remember to ask. It is the unveiling of what already is. Everything you truly desire, not superficial whims but aspirations aligned with your being, has already been created at the level where time does not rule. The external world, with its clocks and calendars, is merely the corridor through which what exists in the invisible passes to meet you. When I say it has already been created, I am not inviting you to passive waiting, but to an active positioning, acceptance. To accept is to remove the thorns of doubt, to open the curtains of fear, to remove the locks of guilt. To accept is to admit that life has already answered you, and that your task is to allow the answer to take form. The mind, accustomed to negotiating with absences, asks, how can something exist before I see it? Where is it? And I answer you, it is where everything begins, in the state. The state is the workshop of reality. When you clothe yourself in a state with fidelity, you discover that ideas, people, and circumstances arrange themselves as if obeying an ancient choreography. It is not childish magic. It is not romantic illusion. It is law. Form follows sustained feeling. As long as you wander between states without committing, the world fluctuates with you. When you stabilize in acceptance, the world, even if slow, even if it stubbornly repeats the old for a time, yields. Just as ice does not argue with fire, the resistance of appearances does not argue with a determined state. Acceptance is not rationalizing, it's all good, while your chest tightens and your jaw clenches. Acceptance is a whole-body gesture. It begins with breathing that expands because one who already has breathes unhurriedly. It continues in language. I do not hear you say, someday it will work. Who knows? Maybe. Acceptance exchanges maybe for already. It is not a hysterical, eager, theatrical already. It is a silent already, like the certainty of one who knows their own name. To accept is like resting in a sturdy chair. You do not exert effort every second to keep from falling. You trust what sustains you. When you accept, life sustains you in what you have chosen. And if the mind tries to sabotage, you educate it gently, repeating inwardly, it already is. Repeat not as a spell, but as a remembrance. The heart learns through calm repetition. Perhaps you will say, but I see no sign. This is precisely the time to accept. As long as you demand to see, to then believe, you will be declaring to the world that power is external and that your faith is merely a reflection of facts. The Creator's path is inverse, believe to see. And believe here means assuming the state until the world copies it. If the picture outside is the same as yesterday, but you have already changed the inner design, you are not repeating the past. You are harvesting the final piece of an old sowing. Maintain serenity. The farmer who planted wheat does not despair because the earth for a few days seems empty. He knows the silence of the process. Acceptance is the knowledge of the spiritual process. What is will come to light through paths you do not need to control. Do not confuse acceptance with resignation. Resignation is when you kneel before lack and say, "That's all there is for today." Acceptance is when, standing tall inwardly, you say, "I receive what is already mine by right of identity." Right of identity is not a paper title. It is the consequence of who you have become inwardly. If you have become peaceful possession, doors open, voices change, decisions happen. And even if a no appears, it will not be a sentence, but a precise redirection. When you accept, the no the world gives you is merely a not this way, that way, yes. The Creator is not offended by closed doors. They understand that the house has other entrances. For acceptance to be alive, give yourself internal evidence. Internal evidence is simple. The sensation of a mission accomplished before the event, the clean relief in your chest, the gratitude that needs no new reason. You can lie down and before sleeping, feel the sweet weight of what you have received. Do not chase elaborate images if they tire you. A single minimal scene repeated effortlessly, a completed signature, a message received, a hand grasping yours, is sufficient. The scene's function is not to entertain you. It is to anchor the state. If the scene agitates you, simplify. If the scene disperses you, return only to the sensation, the peace of one who knows. Initially, your restless mind will try to regain command, inventing questions about deadlines, people, and paths. Respond with a single word inwardly, "Already," and change the subject. Discipline is this: deciding the inner conversation. Do not fall into the error of measuring your acceptance by the amount of effort. The more effort you feel you are making, the more likely you are fighting the old, not inhabiting the new. Acceptance is light. It is not fragile. It is light. The lightness of acceptance does not depend on easy circumstances. It is born from the recognition that circumstances obey what you are. Therefore, when crisis comes, remain on your axis. If an unexpected bill appears, do not declare war on the world or yourself. Affirm what you are, and ask with serenity, what is the next aligned gesture for one who has already received? Sometimes the gesture is a practical, clean, objective action. Other times, it is silence and watchful waiting. The state will tell you. One who has accepted listens better, because the noise of anxiety has diminished. There will be days when acceptance feels like a smooth wall. You approach it, and it dissolves. Then it returns. This is not failure. It is re-education of your internal chemistry. The body had the habit of scarcity, the habit of urgency, the habit of guilt. Now it learns another rhythm. Be patient as one who cures an old addiction. Every time you catch yourself slipping into "not yet," do not condemn yourself. Bring back "it already is" as one who puts a flower back in its vase, without drama, without discourse. Excessive self-analysis breaks the spine of acceptance and returns you to the laboratory of how. Let the how work on its own. Your function is the state, and the state feeds on memories. Remember, 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 gently and firmly. Speak to wealth if it helps you. Not to supplicate, but to declare a relationship. I accept you into my life as an expression of my being. I recognize you as a servant of what is good, clean, and useful. I free you from proving your worth to me, because I already value you. I authorize you to circulate through me with wisdom. When you speak this way, you are not enchanting banknotes. You are enchanting your mind, dissolving beliefs of persecution, scarcity, and unworthiness. Wealth has no morality of its own. It amplifies the state of one who carries it. Accept it within the morality of good, order, generosity, clarity, construction. One who accepts it within this morality is not swallowed by it. They govern it with the same calm with which they breathe. Perhaps you will say, "But I did that yesterday and woke up the same today." The same you see is just a photograph from the day before. Keep going. Fidelity is the proof of acceptance. One who has accepted does not need to repeat it every minute, but returns to the tone whenever they notice themselves drifting. It's like maintaining a fire. You don't need to restart from scratch every night. You just need to feed it with the right wood. The wood here are small coherent acts. If you have accepted abundance, take care of what you have as one who tends a garden that is already flourishing. Tidy your house. Fulfill what was agreed upon. Separate what is rubbish from what is seed. Pay what is yours with dignity. And when you cannot pay with the posture of one who knows they are provision in person, deciding and acting without shrinking. This external coherence seals internal acceptance. Forgive yourself for the days when you did not know how to accept. Useful repentance is not a whip, it is an adjustment. Adjust and move on. Guilt is an expensive luxury for one who has decided to overflow. It consumes energy that should irrigate the field of "it already is." Be simple and direct as light. If shadow comes, light it again. Do not ask anyone's permission to position yourself in fullness. Do not over-explain. Long explanations are children of fear. One who has accepted lives, and one who lives bears witness, not with inflamed speeches, but with fruits. Fruits arrive in their due season. You may see first sprouts, small coincidences, precise encounters, clarity of ideas, deep rest. Give thanks, not as one who begs, but as one who confirms, this is it. There is a golden point in acceptance, the moment when the anxiety of when dissolves. You realize you were not waiting for dates, you were training a frequency. The frequency has stabilized, and now time is your ally. What seemed late reveals itself as preparation. What seemed an obstacle proves to be a providential detour. What seemed a loss restores your lightness to receive what was truly yours. You understand then why I say it was already created, because when you receive, the sensation is one of reunion, not discovery, as if you had left a treasure buried in the backyard and one day remembered the exact location. There is no hysterical astonishment. There is clean joy. Acceptance produces this clean joy, the smile of one who recognizes their own home. If you want a simple exercise, do this when you lie down. Imagine that life extends a document to you, and on it is written, fulfilled. You do not need to read details. Just feel the vibration of that word settling in your body. Let your breath descend, as if each exhalation said, it is done. If scenes come, let them be gentle, short, sustainable. If sleep comes, allow it. Sleep seals what consciousness has accepted. Upon waking, do not run after proofs as one who scours the earth for crumbs. Make your bed as one who organizes a throne. Drink water as one who blesses a territory. Go to your work as one who manages a growing garden. If a thought of haste bites you, breathe and return to fulfilled. The world learns quickly when you teach without anxiety. Finally, keep this at the center. To accept is to honor the Creator within you. To reject what is already yours for fear of deceiving yourself is to point to the sky and say, I doubt it. Doubt does not make you prudent, it makes you an orphan. Acceptance does not make you arrogant, it makes you an heir. Heirs do not beg. They assume, organize, share, and give thanks. You will be tempted to return to the old theater of scarcity because it is familiar to you. Remember, familiar is not true. True is what you choose to inhabit with fidelity. Choose then, it already is, and maintain it. The universe does not resist a heart that has decided, and when at last the form arrives, because it will arrive, receive it without theatrical astonishment, but with reverence. Just say inwardly, I knew, because in fact you always knew. All along it was acceptance that was missing. Now it is, and being so, it leaves the world no option but to confess what you have already confessed within. Abandon the habit of asking. This phrase, simple as a nail, will support many of the doors you need to open. As long as you ask, you confess distance. As long as you beg, you declare to the universe that the thing is beyond your reach, and that another will, capricious, external, superior to your nature, must grant you a favor. But you were not made to live on favors. You were made to live on identity. The request born from the sensation of lack is a prayer that perpetuates lack. The request born from the consciousness of possession is another thing. It is a calm decree. It is a confirmation of what already is. It is the amen that seals an inner fact. I want you to understand the difference, because upon it depends the tone of your life. The beggar supplicates to survive the day. The heir assumes to govern the house. One lives asking permission to exist. The other breathes because they exist by right. But what about prayer? Shouldn't I ask God? Listen, the prayer I speak of is not a negotiation with a distant heaven. It is an alignment with the source that dwells within you. Call this source God, Christ within you. Life, principle. Names do not matter when the gesture is true. The true gesture of prayer is to assume. When you assume, you are not taking anything from anyone, nor disrespecting order. You are placing yourself in order. The order of the Spirit is simple. First the state, then the form. Asking as the world teaches reverses the order. First the form, then the feeling. And so a tired multitude drags on, waiting for facts to give them permission to feel what they could already feel now. You will no longer fall into this trap. To assume is to put the car on the right track. You feel possession. You live as one who has, you act as one who has, you sleep as one who has, and the world, obedient, learns to treat you according to the tone you sustain. Think of the child who, with clasped hands, begs their father for something the father has already given them at birth, their surname. It would be strange, wouldn't it? The father would not deny. He would smile tenderly and say, "My child, you already have it." So it is with true abundance. It is not given to you as a prize for behavior. It expresses itself when your behavior is born from the right identity. You do not become abundant to then assume. You assume so that abundance may come to light. Therefore, when you realize you are asking, stop, breathe, observe that behind the request, there is almost always an emotion of not yet, of I don't deserve, of maybe someday. Instead of reinforcing this chain, change the socket. Connect to silent certainty. You can, if you wish, transform the request into a declaration. I receive what belongs to me by identity. I place myself in the position of one who has. I act, speak, and decide from peaceful possession. You do not need to shout to the heavens. Just whisper to your heart. The heart understands the language of the state. But what if I need something urgent? Precisely here, your inheritance is proven. Urgency is not a reason to fall into beggary. It is an invitation to intensify clarity. Urgency wants to push you into haste, and haste pushes you into desperate pleading. Resist gently. Instead of, please, please make it work, try, I act at the right time with the right intelligence because it is already mine to solve this. Urgency will find in you a wall of calm, and calm designs solutions that panic cannot see. Have you noticed how in the times you despaired you closed doors? And how in the rare times you maintained your axis, solutions emerged precisely as needed? This was not chance. It was law. The state governs the view. One who does not see asks. One who sees inwardly assumes. To abandon asking is not to abandon humility. The arrogant one asks for applause. The sovereign one knows their source. Authentic humility is to recognize that the power is not of your ego, but of the principle that dwells within you, and recognizing it, to allow it to act through you. Supplicating request is a child of fear. Assumption is a child of faith. Faith does not negotiate, it rests, and resting it moves with precision. When you ask, you often pour out words that betray your anxiety. If it is your will, if I deserve it, if it works out someday. When you assume, your language changes temperature. I give thanks because it is done. I position myself in what already is. I act as one who has received. This change in language is not merely aesthetic. It reprograms your chemistry, organizes your field of attention, and aligns your choices. The world catches on. People listen to you differently. Offers come from where they did not. Doors that required a push now open with minimal effort, sometimes just with presence. Perhaps you argue, but in Scripture many asked and received. Look closely. True asking, there is always a gesture of faith that already possesses the result inwardly. Believe that you have already received it, and it will be yours. They did not tell you to beg until you were tired. They told you to believe as one who already has. To believe, I repeat, is to assume. The man who touches the cloak and is healed does not negotiate a healing. He activates within himself the reality already created, and the form obeys. The woman who sees the miracle before it happens merely recognizes what already is on the plane where time does not rule. The request that works is, in fact, the symbolic password of an internal decision already made. When the decision is absent, the request turns into noise. How to train assumption instead of asking. Start with the body. The body has habits of supplication, hunched shoulders, voice rising at the end of sentences, eyes seeking approval before finishing an idea. Interrupt these habits. Straighten your spine. Relax your jaw, drop your shoulders. Speak sentences that end firmly. I decide, I choose, I will, I receive. Spend the day identifying moments when you catch yourself saying, I hope that, who knows, I wonder if. Replace them with, I make space for, I act this way. I create the condition for. When you are about to send a message asking for a favor, ask yourself, am I begging or coordinating? I am not telling you to become cold or ungrateful. I am telling you to stop putting your life in the hands of others' moods. You can ask for support, yes, but from the state of one who drives their own road. Could you confirm X by such and such time? Thank you. This is different from, please help me, I depend on you. The first phrase is an agreement between adults. The second is the cry of one who has forgotten their inheritance. In the silence of sleep, transform your prayer. Instead of long lists of what you need to happen, offer to the dream a simple and absolute state, peaceful possession. You can use a minimal scene to seal it, the sensation of a key turning, a door opening, a signature made, but without anxiety. The purpose of the scene is to set the tone, not to entertain you like a movie. If you feel you are reciting disguised please, quiet your inner voice and simply breathe the "it already is." It already is the spirit's favorite word. The mind will get irritated, saying it's not enough, that you need to repeat arguments. Do not yield. The mind likes spectacle, the spirit works in silence. In dealing with money, abandon asking as well. Many speak to money as to a harsh boss. Please don't abandon me. Please appear. And money responds as it has been treated. Elusive, tense, fleeting. Begin to speak as one who understands the nature of the faithful servant. I direct you where you are useful. I bless you to multiply in goods and solutions. I honor you by taking care of what I already have. When you see money as a servant, you return to occupying your throne. And from the throne, one does not ask, one decides. To decide is not to fight with the world, it is to establish form inwardly and repeat with coherence until the outside bends. Do not be alarmed by relapses. You have spent years asking. It is natural for the hand to still extend in the old gesture. When you notice it, withdraw your hand and place it over your chest. Remember, the treasure is kept here. Instead of give me, say, I give form. Instead of look at me, say, I show you who I am. Instead of don't forget me, say, I remain. These are simple phrases, but they change your vibration. And when the vibration changes, invitations change, companions change, priorities change. Life offers you new proofs because you offered a new center. There is a subtle danger, confusing assumption with blind stubbornness. Assumption does not make you deaf to reality. It makes you its master. If a strategy does not work, you do not insist out of pride, like one who needs to prove something. You adjust the gesture while maintaining the state. You change the how without losing the who. The beggar is trapped on one path because he thinks it is the only one. The air explores avenues with lightness because he knows the source is secured. Thus, if a business closes, you do not fall apart. You ask, what is the next channel for what is already mine to express itself? And you proceed. Those who observe from outside call it luck. You know it is law. Start observing people who assume. They do not need to say much. There is a silent weight in their presence. They do not humiliate. They do not beg. They do not dramatize. Do they ask? Yes, sometimes they ask, but their request already comes with the vibration of the answer. It is as if they were saying, let's confirm what we know is best. Learn from this tone. Bring it to your home, to your work, to your relationships. At the table where before you begged for crumbs of attention, now offer presence. In the place where before you asked for authorization to dream, now build. Where before you asked for forgiveness for existing, now give thanks for contributing. It is another world, within the same world. If a practical exercise helps you, do this for 7 nights. Before sleeping, write 3 phrases on paper. I do not ask, I assume, I do not beg, I decide, I do not wait, I act from what already is. Read them softly, not as an anxious mantra, but as a signature. Close your eyes and feel a single scene of completion. Sleep. In the morning, without checking omens, choose a gesture consistent with one who has assumed. Organize your finances. Send the message you postponed. Learn the skill that prevents waste. Close an open cycle. Each gesture is a candle lit in the cathedral of your decision. In a few days, you will notice the change in your internal climate. Supplication loses strength. Clarity takes root. And roots, you know, support trees that bear fruit in due season. Finally, remember what I have been repeating. You are a center, not a satellite. Satellites depend on the orbit of others. Centers trace orbits and attract. The habit of asking has transformed you into a satellite of others' moods, of the market, of the news. The decision to assume returns you to the center. And from the center, life recognizes you. It brings you what aligns and moves away what disperses you. not by capricious magic but by cohesion. The cohesion of the state is a force. No one sees it, everyone feels it. Let them feel in you from now on the silent strength of one who has stopped begging and begun to govern. This is what I ask of you, not as one who supplicates, but as one who awakens your name, heir. Assume, speak to yourself as one who already possesses. This is the command that re-educates your mind, reprograms your body, and aligns the world to your state. The inner dialogue is the liturgy of your temple, and every day, without realizing it, you celebrate a worship. Either you celebrate scarcity, repeating, "not yet," who knows, it's difficult, or you consecrate peaceful possession, saying inwardly, "it already is, I have, I decide, I manage." I am not talking about empty phrases, but about a language born from being. The world listens to you through the way you speak to yourself, because your nervous system does not perfectly distinguish between word and fact. It responds to the temperature of what you say. If you treat yourself as a debtor to life, life sends you collectors. If you treat yourself as a responsible heir, life sends you governing tasks. The voice with which you speak to yourself is the timbre of the future you live. Observe your secret lexicon. When you get up, what is the first sentence your body hears? Another heavy day, or let's order what is already mine. When opening your wallet, do you say, "It never works out," or "I direct what comes in and what goes out with wisdom"? When an unforeseen event appears, do you whisper, "Always me," or do you affirm, "I know how to deal with precision and calm"? This screening is not positive perfumery, it is spiritual engineering. Your internal speech adjusts your filter of attention, and the filter of attention decides what you see, what you ignore, and what you create. If you repeat that everything is difficult, your field of vision narrows and only finds stones. If you repeat that you are capable and provided, your eyes open to paths that existed before but you did not see. The miracle begins as a phrase. Train the form of your speech. Speak in the present of possession, not in the future of waiting. I will be is a weak promise from one who negotiates with themselves. I am is the standard of one who has assumed their place. I will try is the courtesy of doubt. I do what needs to be done is the discipline of the king. Flee from adverbs that steal your strength. Maybe, who knows for now. Replace them with clean verbs. I decide, I organize, I close, I start, I deliver, I receive. Your sentence needs to land like a foundation stone, not float like a balloon. And observe the end of your sentences. One who speaks as an owner ends the sentence firmly with serene weight. One who speaks as an orphan raises the tone at the end, unconsciously asking for permission. Drop your shoulders, relax your jaw, rest your tongue on the roof of your mouth, breathe and conclude. The form of the body seals the form of the word. There is a delicate point. Speaking as one who has is not boasting, it is inhabiting. The boastful one shouts to convince audiences. The possessor whispers to remind themselves. Your goal is not to appear strong, it is to be clear. Therefore your language can be as simple as water. I administer with wisdom, I pay with dignity, and receive with gratitude. I say no without guilt and yes without fear. I honor what comes in, I take care of what goes out. I know when to act and when to wait. Such phrases do not inflame, they anchor. Use them throughout the day as road markers. There is no merit in reciting 100 nervous sentences. There is power in saying 3, well-grounded, at the right time. The body learns rhythms. Give it a short and true song. Especially watch the language you direct at yourself when you fail. Most people whip themselves with names and labels. Stupid, slow, irresponsible, failure. And they are surprised when the future behaves as if it were, in fact, stupid, slow, irresponsible, and a failure. One who insults themselves in secret is blessing the enemy that hurts them, their own tongue. The Creator corrects without humiliating. Say, "This is below my standard, I adjust it now. I learn quickly, I restore." Do you see the difference? The first statement freezes identity in error. The second separates the act from the person and returns the person to the place of governance. When you err, and you will err as long as you are human, your mouth must be a bridge, not a gallows. The bridge leads back to identity. I am order, I am clarity, I am provision. Repeat until the body calms, and only then act. Speak also to money, not as one who supplicates to a capricious lord, but as one who instructs a servant. If today you have little, speak to the little as a noble seed. I honor you, I multiply you. I destine you to clean purposes. I make space for you to bring company. Be specific without anxiety. I authorize new inflows through correct channels. I close leaks. I negotiate with respect. I say no to impoverishing invitations. I say yes to agreements that enrich everyone. This speech organizes your choices. Money follows tracks. The word traces invisible tracks that numbers later obey. One who speaks in labyrinths lives lost in interest, fines, bad contracts. One who speaks as their own engineer paves a road. In relationships with others, your inner speech decides the tone of what comes out of your mouth. When you think I need to impress, your voice loses gravity. When you think I bring real value, your timbre lowers, your gaze stabilizes, your body occupies space. Before a meeting, abandon monologues of fear and install 2 or 3 sentences of possession. I listen attentively. I contribute objectively. I steer the conversation towards solutions. I do not sell my peace for approval. Enter thus, and you will see how others read you as an axis. An axis does not shout, but revolves the world around it. The authority that comes from the state dispenses with accessories. It is the opposite of empty theater, sober, dense, direct. The decisive practice happens at the boundaries of sleep. When lying down, your internal speech is the last instruction consciousness gives to the deep. Do not fall asleep narrating catalogues of small disasters. Do not hand over lists of what if it goes wrong to the spirit. Be radically simple and fertile. Choose a key sentence and repeat it as one who guards a fire. I sleep in peaceful possession. Everything that belongs to me by identity finds me with ease and joy. I wake up with solutions. I am abundance in order and peace. Do not declaim. Feel the words flow through your body until they settle in your abdomen. The word that reaches the body becomes law. If the mind comes to negotiate, do not enter the discussion. Return to the sentence and breathe. You are not trying to hypnotize the world. You are freeing your nature from under the ruins of ancient chatter. During the day, install language checkpoints. 3 times are enough: morning, midday, and late afternoon. In the morning, consecrate the direction. I conduct my day with clarity and abundance. In the middle, reaffirm possession. I manage what comes in and what goes out without fear. At the end, seal with owner's gratitude. I recognize the fruits and prepare the ground for more. You don't need 15 minutes for this. You need 15 seconds of presence. What changes is not the length of the phrase, it is the quality of the consciousness that sustains it. And if you forget, because life pulls you away, when you remember, return. The right word at the right time is a hammer that drives in a stake. A secure stake changes the entire house. Beware of ironies and self-deprecating humor. Many try to relieve tension by mocking themselves. I'm broke. I'm messed up. Poor me. Money doesn't like me. They find it funny and pay a high price. The universe takes your words seriously. Laughter that works against you is sweet poison. Replace it with the sober joy of one who celebrates small successes. I solved this elegantly. I smoothed out that rough edge. I learned something that prevents losses. I did what I said I would do. This joy builds internal reputation. When your internal reputation rises, you begin to trust yourself, and one who trusts themselves does not sell cheap. Price and value align. You say no to crumbs without resentment and yes to real tables. Learn to be silent when it's time to be silent. Speaking as one who possesses includes knowing when words lose power. If your mouth is about to spill anxiety, choose silence. Silence, when born of possession, is not passivity. It is silent command. Breathe, straighten up, look, withdraw if necessary. Return later with the right phrase. What is born in the heat of panic does not govern, it ignites. The air does not need to win by volume. He wins by precision. A single phrase can reorient a negotiation, a relationship, an entire day, provided it comes from the state. It doesn't serve me. We can conclude for today. These are the conditions. I need X by such and such time. Thank you, I will not proceed. Short, clean, without long explanations. The verbose one suspects their own right. The clear one knows. Use review, that sacred art of correcting history with language. At night, when remembering an episode where your speech betrayed you, recount it inwardly as it should have been. See yourself responding calmly, imposing the limit, choosing the right word, maintaining honor. Repeat the rewritten scene 2 or 3 times, then sleep. You are teaching your system another reflex. In a few days, in the heat of the real moment, You will see your mouth choose that new phrase effortlessly. Review is the workshop where the tongue unlearns begging and learns to govern. Do not underestimate its power. Pay attention to the pronoun you use for yourself. In critical situations, address yourself with respect. Let's go calmly. We know what to do. You are in command. Avoid insults disguised as jokes. The mind loves diminishing nicknames. The soul shrinks. Give yourself names that expand you. Sober, capable, faithful, prudent, generous, courageous. It is not vanity. It is training. The inner lion responds when called by its name. And when the lion is awake, the foxes of doubt retreat. If someone provokes you, tries to drag you into the old stage of explanation, do not go. One phrase saves you. I do not participate in that script. Say it inwardly, and if necessary, say it outwardly. Then, change direction. What do we need to decide now? What is the next step? What are the terms? The owner of their own voice does not get lost in discussions that bear no fruit. They return to the center. Decision, deadline, action. This is how one who is speaks. In the intimacy of prayer, speak little and affirm greatly. I am. It is done. I rest. I give thanks. These are 4 pillars. When you find yourself tempted to justify yourself before God, remember, He is not an insecure boss. He is the source that wants you to be full. The only thing asked of you is that you agree with what He already knows about you. You are the image of the Creator, therefore you create. Agree and sleep. Sleep is the signature on the contract your mouth drafted. Finally remember, speaking as one who already possesses is not a rehearsed play for one night and forgotten the next morning. It is a new language, and every language is learned by immersion. Dive in. Tidy your house of phrases. Expel the parasites of never and always when used to condemn you. Install the guardians, I decide, I organize, I honor, I receive, I share. And above all, keep the refrain that opens all doors. It already is. Repeat it softly, in traffic, in line, at the table, in the bath, before sleeping. It already is. The vibration of this small sentence, when true, bends metal, moves stone, educates people, creates a path. Speak thus, and the world, obedient, will learn your language. Because in the end, it was always this. The universe is multilingual, but it bows before one who speaks the language of peaceful possession. Perceive, with the lucidity of one who sees the root behind the leaves, that every thought is a seed, and every emotion is the water that makes it grow. There is no harvest without planting, no fruit without cultivation. Your error was not thinking a bad idea once. Your error was watering it daily with the appropriate feeling for it to thrive. The universe is not a judge who whimsically punishes. It is a fertile field that returns without passion what has been sown and irrigated. When I say seed, I speak of the content of your mental images, the silent phrases you repeat to yourself, the type of scenario you admit as possible. And when I say water, I speak of the emotional tone you sustain, fear, anxiety, resentment, or on the right side, peace, gratitude, peaceful possession. A dry idea does not prosper. An emotion without an idea disperses. The marriage of both is the gestation of the world you inhabit. Observe the cunning of seeds. They are small, almost imperceptible. This always goes wrong for me. No one sees me. Money disappears. I have no luck. Phrases like these seem like an outburst, but they are seeds cast into the garden bed of consciousness. You forget them, but the field does not forget. Later, when an episode confirms the narrative, you exclaim, "See," and water again with the corresponding emotion. Anger, frustration, bitterness. Do you see the cycle? Thought plants, emotion irrigates, experience sprouts, and the harvest becomes a new seed for the next season. If you want to break the cycle, do not limit yourself to cutting the leaves. Change the seed and change the water. How to change the seed? Start with gentle vigilance. Do not become a neurotic policeman of your thoughts, but a wise sentinel. When you perceive a phrase of scarcity crossing your mind, do not fight it as one who angrily pulls weeds. That spreads roots. Approach calmly and replace it with another, clean and fertile. This always goes wrong gives way to, I learn quickly and improve with every attempt. No one sees me gives way to, what is necessary sees me and finds me at the right time. Money disappears gives way to, I honor what comes in and create tracks for it to remain and multiply. You do not need poetry, you need precision. The new seed must fit in your mouth without stumbling, in your mind without effort, in your chest without theatricality. How to change the water? Emotion does not obey discourse, it obeys practice. The water of anxiety is hot and agitated. That of peaceful possession is warm and constant. To change the water, start with the body. Breathing longer on the exhale than on the inhale. Shoulders yielding, tongue resting on the roof of the mouth. Abdomen releasing tension. The body is the faucet through which emotion passes. If the faucet is closed by fear, you can repeat 1,000 phrases and remain dry. Open the faucet with simple gestures. Upright posture, broad gaze, slower rhythm. Peace is not a miracle that falls from outside. It is a temperature you adjust within. Then offer your heart a small reason for gratitude. Give thanks for something concrete and present. The air, the bed, the water, the ability to choose again. Specific gratitude is clean water. Generic gratitude, when the mind is at war, can become rhetoric. Be simple and true, and the water changes its taste. Understand the role of sleep in this cultivation. As you fall asleep, the gardener you are has 3 choices. You abandon the garden bed to chance, you water seeds of fear with rotten memories, or you consciously select the seed and water for the night. I do not ask for a long ritual, I ask for brief fidelity. Choose a single seed, an image, a phrase, a gesture of completion, and imbue it with the water of peaceful possession. Signature made, door opening, message received, bill paid. Feel the relief already present. If other images try to impose themselves like pests, do not engage in combat. Adjust your posture, deepen your breathing, and return to the chosen seed. Remember, the seed does not shout. It insists in silence, and the right water does not gush with violence. It flows with constancy. Be patient with the time of germination. The despair of seeing sprouts in 5 minutes makes many people dig up the seed every night, hurting the earth to see if it's working. This is not care, it is sabotage. Mature faith waters and lives its life, and to live here means to align actions with the planted seed. If the seed is, I manage with wisdom, your daytime water includes budgeting expenses, renegotiating contracts, closing leaks, learning a skill that prevents waste. If the seed is, I am seen and remembered, your water includes delivering real value, meeting deadlines, communicating with clarity, cultivating presence. Coherent action is a type of irrigation that proves to the body that the new seed is serious. The body, convinced, changes its chemistry, and the right emotion begins to flow with less effort. Avoid the 2 extremes that kill the garden, noisy euphoria and rancorous fatalism. Euphoria throws too much water and drowns the root. Fatalism dries out the soil. The tone of wealth is a noble middle ground, sober, constant, warm enough to accelerate life, cool enough not to burn. How to recognize this tone? Peace with direction. You do not become lethargic, but neither do you run. You walk. One who walks arrives, and one who arrives does so because they chose the right seed and cared for the water every day. Also, watch the seeds that are offered to you. Not all advice is fertilizer. Some fertilizer is poison. Wounded people hand out packets of fear seeds with pretty labels. Just being realistic. In the real world, it's like this. Don't be fooled. Examine what they give you. If the seed steals your axis and the water brings anxiety, give thanks and return it. You are not obliged to plant everything you hear. The sovereignty of your garden is yours. And if by mistake you plant something unworthy, do not panic. Identify, gently pull it out, replace it, water again. Review is the wise gardener's tool. At the end of the day, glance over the garden bed of events and, where you see weeds sprouting, a conversation in which you diminished yourself, a decision made in haste, a guilty reaction, rewrite the scene inwardly. Place the correct seed there and water it with the appropriate feeling. Do this 2 or 3 times and let go. You are educating the soil of memory to accept another type of plant. Soon, in the heat of the next occasion, your hand will choose the right seed almost without thinking. And when the fruit comes, because it will come, and sometimes quickly, do not be distracted by the glory of the fruit, to the point of forgetting the method. Harvested fruit is not the end of the road. It is proof of what works. Collect seeds from that fruit. Lessons learned, practices, phrases, rhythms. Keep them for the next season. Life is a succession of harvests. One who harvests and remains humble with the method never returns to hunger. Hunger only returns to one who transforms the harvest into idolatry and abandons cultivation. If fear visits you, and it visits the best gardens, do not turn it into a gardener. Fear can be meteorology. It informs and passes. Do not give it the hose. Recognize, I see you, but you do not rule. Return to peace as one who returns home. Home is the right water. With it, even a small seed becomes a tree. And trees, as you know, provide shade for many. Give birds, hold the earth, perfume the air. So will your wealth be when cultivated correctly. It will bless beyond you, without your exhausting yourself for it. Lie down today with a single seed in your heart and the right water in your chest. Repeat inwardly, unhurriedly, I water what I want to grow. Observe how this phrase cleans gestures, organizes your gaze, selects conversations. Tomorrow, when you're tempted to pour buckets of anxiety over images of loss, stop, change the garden bed, change the water, change the destiny. The universe, a faithful field, will do the rest, because it always has, because it always will. The law does not change. Thought plants, emotion irrigates, form sprouts. Plant what you are and water with what you want to feel, and you will see, with the serenity of those who know, your world flourish in perfect time. Do not fight poverty. Refuse to recognize it as yours. Every war you wage against something fixes it on your horizon. Fighting scarcity means keeping it in front of your eyes, means lying down with the adversary in your chest. I do not tell you to deny facts. Bills exist, invoices arrive, deadlines pass. I tell you to deny them the right to name your identity. What hurts you is not the circumstance itself. It is the name you give yourself within it. When you say, I'm broke, I'm poor and I'm unlucky, you place a crooked crown on your head and order the world to treat you according to the title. The law is simple. What you identify with, you perpetuate, and what you refuse as an identity, even if it is around you for a time, loses power over you and passes. Notice how the mind, in its eagerness to conquer poverty, surrenders to obsessions that feed it. Open accounts in all conversations, humiliating comparisons, hours spent browsing shop windows that inflate your sense of lack, promises of someday repeated like a prayer without faith. This is not strategy, it is worship. One who fights incessantly ends up kneeling before the enemy they chose. Life does not invite you to idolize scarcity, neither out of love nor hatred. It calls you to shift your focus to what you are and want to be. The mature gardener does not wage war against weeds with inflamed speeches. He cultivates what he wants to grow, and by cultivating, he creates shade that prevents the weed from prospering. How to refuse poverty without burying your head in the sand. Start with the state, not the spectacle. Affirm inwardly, with the calm of one who signs a document. I am not lack, I am source. This phrase does not magically eliminate a debt, but it changes who is dealing with it. A terrified orphan makes bad choices, postpones, accepts unworthy conditions, sells peace for scraps. A sober heir looks at numbers coldly, cuts leaks, negotiates with honor, creates new inflows without prostituting themselves in unworthy proposals. The same bill, two identities. The way one treats the form reveals who governs within. Poverty takes advantage of those who confess to be its servant. It shrinks before those who know themselves to be its master. Daily practice. Eliminate labels that bind you from your vocabulary. Never again introduce yourself as broke, destitute, having nothing. These nicknames are poor spells. Replace them with language of direction. I am organizing, I am prioritizing, I am opening new revenues, I am clearing debts, I am simplifying. It is not cosmetic, it is state architecture. Each of these words installs tracks along which your attention, your body, and your decisions align. And attention, body, and decision are the three levers of your day. What they repeat, the world hears. In concrete terms, refusing poverty as an identity has clear consequences. First, order. Poverty feeds on chaos. Overflowing drawers, useless subscriptions, late fees, relief purchases. Order is cutting off the oxygen to that fire. Gather bills, renegotiate firmly, define dates and cash flow, cancel the superfluous, create a simple map of inflows and outflows. It is not about becoming a miserly monk, it is about closing bleedings so that life has a way to honor you. Second, presence. Scarcity lives on impulses. Click, buy, compensate, flee. Presence breathes, waits, asks, does this align with my state of abundance? Many answers will be no, and each clean no is one less stone in your backpack. Third, honor the little, not as resignation but as a seed. Wealth does not flourish where there is contempt. If today you have little, treat it as the wise steward treats the first lot of the kingdom's resources. Check, direct, multiply, render account to your consciousness. One who treats the little as trash teaches the body that money is a problem. The body learns and begins to expel it. One who treats the little with honor teaches the body that money is a mission. The body makes space. Mathematics responds to respect. And respect here is simple planning, is saying no to what harms, is kneeling before purpose, not price. Do not confuse refusing poverty with humiliating those who still suffer from it. The arrogant one needs an audience. The sober one needs coherence. Your refusal is intimate. It is a pact between you and the source. I will no longer call myself by the name of lack. This makes you more compassionate, not less. One who climbs out of quicksand extends a hand with better leverage. Helping, then, will not be scattering coins of guilt. It will be teaching method, opening doors, creating dignified work, sponsoring study, showing paths. Poverty loves empty speeches and spectacular arms. It hates silent examples that prove there is a way out. At the subtle level, observe the scenarios your mind projects when it thinks about money. Scarcity always paints the same pictures. Collection queues, humiliation, emergency. Wealth paints others. Predictability, margin, planned generosity, reserves, freedom to say no. Your task is to change the internal repertoire. An exercise. Every time your mind projects an what if it goes wrong, respond with 3 short scenes, repeated for a few days. I negotiate with ease. I am remembered for a fair contract. I organize and sleep in peace. Do not seek fireworks, seek repetition. The brain learns by repetition. The heart learns by sensation. Repeat until you feel it. Once you feel it, let the world do the rest. Avoid the trap of internal militancy against money. Many people say they want to prosper, but harbor resentment against those who do. It is hidden poison. You cannot keep both love for freedom and hatred for those who live it in your chest. If someone became rich in a crooked way, it is not against wealth that you should turn, it is against crookedness. Reject crookedness. Honor clean wealth. Bless every honest manifestation of abundance, because to bless is to authorize within you. Curses cast at others' success return as padlocks on your gate. Your mouth is the judge of your door. And what if everything tightens? If a big scare comes, an unforeseen bill, a loss? This is where refusal is tested. The old man runs to war, shouts, promises, sells his soul at the first counter. The new man breathes, closes his eyes for an instant and reaffirms, I am not lack. From that state he asks, what is the next simple and effective gesture? Sometimes it will be asking for help, but from the place of one who coordinates, not begs. Sometimes it will be selling something, but without harming his own honor. Sometimes it will be postponing a plan, but without abandoning the purpose. The refusal of poverty protects you from the despair that makes bad deals. Everything born of panic charges high interest. Bring this posture to bed. The pillow of one who fights lack with hatred is hard. That of one who refuses lack with serenity is an altar. As you fall asleep, do not review defeats. Do not calculate scarcity. Do not dramatize falls. Select a single sensation of governance, a key turning, a spreadsheet closing in the black, an approved message, the good silence of a resolved account. Feel the bed as safe territory, not a trench. If a thought of penury bites your heel, do not fight. Smile inwardly and repeat, that is not my name. Sleep in this new name. Sleep seals decrees. Finally, remember, the world can call you whatever it wants. Poor, pitiable, no chance. You are the one who decides whether to answer. Do not answer to the wrong name. Respond only to the call that confirms your inheritance, source, order, provision, peace. Poverty may hover around your street for a while. If the door of your identity remains closed, it tires and leaves. Abundance may take a while to show signs, but if the throne within is occupied, it enters and stays. You were not made to wage endless war. You were made to govern silently. Govern then by refusing lack as a surname, and you will see how the world, being an eager student, unlearns the lesson of misery with you and learns the language of your peaceful possession. Understand, with the seriousness of one who has found the key to the vault, that faith is not effort, it is rest. The world taught you to clench your fists, to tighten your chest, to repeat phrases until you were tired, as if reality were a wall that yields to a shout. But the kingdom does not respond to a shout. It responds to the state. The state of true faith is rest. Do not confuse rest with inertia. Inertia is lack of direction. Rest is direction completed within. The soul at rest is not slow, it is precise. It does not chase after things, because it has already put them in the right place, at the right time, within itself. And the body, obedient, moves silently to execute what the spirit has already sealed. Observe your body when you doubt. Hard jaw, short breath, eyes searching for signs as one hunting for crumbs on the ground. Now observe your body when you truly trust. Relaxed shoulders, free diaphragm, broad gaze, the warm sensation of, it is done. This is the science of rest. Mature faith alters physiology, because the body is the servant of the inner sentence. If inwardly you have decreed it already is, outwardly your nervous system lowers its weapons, and when the weapons are lowered, intelligence appears. You hear people better, you read movements better, you recognize true doors and do not rush to bang on walls. But how can I rest if bills exist, if the deadline is short, if the world is noisy? Rest is not denying the noise, it is refusing to let the noise dictate your rhythm. The noise can exist and will exist, but your tempo is different. The rest of faith begins with a decision. The reality that governs me is the one I have chosen to inhabit, not the one the newspapers amplify. From there, you have three movements. First, silence the language of panic. Panic uses adverbs and exaggerations, always and never, everything, nothing. Cut them out. Replace them with settling phrases. I see the next step. I act at the right time. I organize with sobriety. Second, return the body to its axis. Just 3 minutes of long exhalation and surrendered shoulders already change your chemistry and return the helm to you. Third, reinstall the final scene, a minimal anchor of completion, the signature made, the confirmation message, the balance in the black, felt as one leaning against a pillar. Do this unhurriedly, as one patiently waxes furniture. Faith is polishing, the calmer, the brighter. Faith that rests does not wait with folded arms. It executes clean steps, without anxiety for proof. If you believe the contract is yours, you prepare the documentation meticulously, but you do not pursue the other with needy messages. If you believe provision reaches you, you renegotiate with firmness and gentleness, cut the superfluous, open new avenues, but without selling your peace as currency. If you believe a new job belongs to you, you study, adjust your resume, practice speaking, and walk with the dignity of one who has already been admitted inwardly. Rest here is not a couch, it is the ground. One who steps on the ground securely does not need to stomp their foot. There will be a subtle temptation, confusing agitation with productivity. Agitation produces noise, not results. Rest produces focus. Notice how, on days when you are anxious, you start 10 things and finish none. But on days when you rest inwardly, 2 or 3 actions suffice and fit together like pieces that have always sought each other. This is what I call obedient providence. The world obeys your state and offers you the cooperation that your haste used to scare away. Haste says, I don't trust, and life recoils. Rest says, I know, and life advances. In bed, rest is the altar. Sleep meditation only works when you stop turning the night into a courtroom. Many lie down and begin to judge the day, to condemn themselves, to elaborate defenses, to calculate tragedies. This process is noisy and sterile. The night does not ask for judgment. It asks for sealing. Choose a single sentence and let it descend like a keystone. I sleep in peaceful possession. The invisible works in my favor. If the mind comes with spreadsheets of dread, do not argue. Return to the sentence and breathe. Sleep is the carpenter's seal who trusts the fit of the piece. If you fall asleep holding the piece, you wake up with a sore hand and nothing built. If you fit it and release it, the house is born. Perhaps you will say, but I prayed hard, shouted, fasted, and nothing. You do not realize that all that force unwittingly revealed your belief in distance. One who shouts assumes they are not being heard. One who fasts as a bargain assumes they need to prove worthiness. The Creator is not a nervous judge. He is life itself within you, desiring to expand. What he expects is agreement, not spectacle. Agreement is rest. I agree with what you already are in me. Provision, order, peace, and rest. Rest is not foolish, it is audacious. It requires courage to stop pushing the walls of the world and instead move the column of the state. And what if the unforeseen breaks your calm? Breathe and return. Return is the king's sword. Do not aim for a faith that never wavers. Aim for a faith that always returns. Every time you catch yourself tensing up, take the short path. Relax your body. Re-establish the sentence. Revive the minimal image. Sometimes in 2 minutes you return home. Other times you will need 20. Keep going. What saves you is not perfection. It is fidelity. Fidelity gives the universe a stable signal, and the universe loves stable signals. An exercise for the day. Install Sabbath islands in your schedule. 3 2-minute stops, 1 in the morning, 1 in the middle of the day, 1 in the late afternoon. During these 2 minutes, close your eyes, release the weight, repeat inwardly, "It is done." See for an instant the minimal scene of completion. Then open your eyes and return to work. Do not underestimate the power of these islands. They break the hypnosis of urgency and remind your body of the tone that governs your life. In a few days, you will notice a smoother chain of useful coincidences. It is not childish magic. It is coherence between what you are inwardly and what you emit outwardly. Faith that rests also speaks little, and when it speaks, it carries weight. It carries weight because it does not ask doubt for permission. In a negotiation, for example, the anxious person spills justifications. The one who rests establishes terms. I can on Tuesday. This is the value. Here are the conditions. The rested phrase lands firmly. It does not rise asking for approval. This firm landing is music to the world. It understands that there is governance there and responds with respect. This is trained. Record yourself saying short phrases that end solid. Listen to your timbre. Adjust. Language is the framework of rest. Another sign of legitimate rest is generosity without calculation. One who lives contracted calculates every crumb, and with it confesses fear of drying up. One who rests in the source gives with sobriety. Time, attention, a precise indication, a precise compliment, a correction that prevents harm to another. It is not exhibitionism, it is flow. This generosity creates circulation, and wealth loves to circulate. The paradox is simple. When you stop holding on out of fear, you begin to retain based on foundation. What is yours remains, not because you hold it, but because it recognizes the right home in you. In the intimacy of prayer, learn the art of silence. The silence of rest is not empty, it is pregnant. It says without saying, "I agree." Sit, breathe, place your hands over your chest, and just be. 30 seconds suffice. The body will understand. We are not at war, we are in possession. Rest assimilates the inheritance without spectacle, and when the inheritance manifests, receive it without theatrical astonishment. Just give thanks, as one who reunites with something that has always been theirs. I knew. This I knew is not arrogance. It is memory. Faith that rests remembers. Finally, take this seal with you. The Sabbath of the Spirit has no date. It is a habit. You install it on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. You take it to the queue, to the table, to bed. It accompanies you in difficult conversations, in bills to pay, in contracts to sign. It gives you vision when others only see dust. It restores your rhythm when the world pushes you. And when you stumble, because stumbling happens, it puts you back on your feet firmer. Repeat as many times as necessary until it becomes your second nature. Faith is not effort, it is rest. And from rest is born a precision that noise can never achieve. Sleep thus, act thus, speak thus. The universe, an eager student, will learn the language of rest from you, and obeying that language will return to you in form everything you rested in truth. Learn to feel before you see. This is the language of the invisible, the code that opens doors the eyes cannot locate. As long as you wait for external vision to authorize your heart to rest, you will live as a subject of facts. When you reverse the axis and make feeling the cause facts with their stone-like slowness, kneel before your certainty. The world of signs is always posterior. First, the state vibrates, then the universe copies. Feel, then, as one who decides the climate of their own home. You do not ask for sun, you open the windows. Ask yourself honestly, what sensation have you cultivated as a base? What emotional temperature does your inner house maintain when you forget to perform for others? Is it not yet? Is it someday? Who knows? Is it if it works out? This base is the mold that the clay of life finds. And do not come with the argument that you can't feel without seeing. You already do this all the time. When you anticipate problems and tense up before they happen, when you dwell on old lacks and diminish yourself before any conversation, you already know how to feel what has not yet come. You have only been using the power against yourself. Now you correct the direction. Feel what you choose to be before the world, obedient, brings you the scenes. Feel not as one interpreting a role, but as one returning to a real memory. The body is not convinced by theater. It surrenders to recognizable textures. Therefore, instead of imagining complicated castles, choose one or two elements that, for you, are an unequivocal signature of clean wealth, the softness of good sheets, the predictability of calmly paying something, the serenity of looking at a calendar and having margin, the known weight of a key that belongs to you. Close your eyes and install the texture. The hand finds the key, the chest releases air, the shoulders yield, the jaw disarms. The sensation needs to descend from the skull to the body. When the body receives, the mind quiets. The correct feeling has three qualities. It is simple, stable, and silent. Simple because it dispenses with plot. A completed signature is worth more than 20 cinematic scenes. Stable because it does not depend on the day's mood. One returns to it as to a firm couch. Silent because it needs no witness. It does not need to tell anyone to exist. Train yourself to recognize when you have gone too far and returned to the spectacle. If you get too excited, if your chest races, if your mind wants to justify, reduce. True possession is peaceful. Your goal is that soundless ah that you sometimes let out when you solve something. Make that ah your home. Breath is the bridge. Every time you're about to install a new feeling, start by lengthening your exhalation. Inhale for 4, exhale for 6 or 8. On the third or fourth round, begin to anchor the chosen sensation. If the mind comes with images of loss, do not argue. The mind likes to argue, the body likes to feel. Let the body win. Return to the texture, to the rhythm, to the sweet weight of it is done. Sometimes 2 minutes suffice. Sometimes you will need 15. Do not be alarmed by variations. You are re-educating systems that for years have been addicted to drama. Watch over the use of imagination as a wise friend, not as a naughty child. To imagine is not to set a stage to distract you. It is to install a state to guide you. If a scene makes you anxious, the scene does not serve. Change it. If a phrase stiffens you, the phrase does not serve. Simplify it. If a practice tires you, you are using it as a sledgehammer when you should be using it as a key. The key turns effortlessly. The right state opens silently. When you get the feeling right, the body gives you the signal. A warm wave of relief, the urge to take a deep breath, a naturally upright posture, the mind silent as a tidy room. Learn to recognize your click. Bring this feeling into the corridors of your day. Do not save this language only for bedtime. Before a difficult conversation, establish the atmosphere of a solution already settled. Before sending a proposal, establish the atmosphere of a fair agreement already concluded. Before looking at your accounts, establish the atmosphere of serene mastery. 1 minute of adjustment changes the conversation, the text, the decision. Life responds to your tone with a master's punctuality. And when the answer does not come through the expected channel, do not declare defeat. Repeat the state and observe another channel open. The river does not ask for a road, it finds it. The state is the riverbed. The feeling is the water. But what if I can't feel it? You are already feeling something. The real question is, what have I chosen to feel without realizing it? Make conscious what commands you. Write down for a day or two the silent phrases that cross your mind when you think about money, work, worth. You will see patterns. For each pattern, create an antiphon, a short response that reinstalls the correct atmosphere. Always missing meets I have margin and order. No one calls me meets what is necessary finds me with ease and joy. I ruin everything meets I learn quickly and deliver with precision. Do not recite as a soldier. Respond as a king. The king does not shout, he defines. Feel also with the body of the future. How does one walk who governs their own provision? How do they sit? How do they hold a glass? How do they read a contract? How do they give thanks? Copy this, not as a mask, but as training. The body has memory. If you accustom it to dignity, it will begin to demand noble choices. Relaxed shoulders say, I have time. Firm hands say, I decide. A broad gaze says, I see the ways out. And the world reads this letter before hearing your voice. People respond differently to those who feel differently. Posture is the correspondence of the state. Be careful not to confuse feeling with sentimentalizing. Sentimentalizing is transforming the state into a tearful spectacle. Feeling is calibrating the instrument. A well-tuned violin does not put on a show, it produces the right notes. Your right note is peace with direction. If what you are calling feeling pulls you off your axis, returns you to excitement, transforms you into a missionary of your own desire, stop, collect yourself, and return to the effective minimum. A short phrase, a texture, 3 long breaths, shoulders that yield. The law does not need pyrotechnics to work, it needs fidelity. In bed, transform the habit of seeing to believe into the noble habit of feeling to see. Between the pillow and your brow, place your anchor. It can be your hand on your chest, it can be the perception of your heartbeat becoming calmer, it can be the imagination of a warm light in your abdomen. Whisper inwardly, it already is. Let the phrase dissolve like sugar in water. If the mind wants to negotiate deadlines, respond with a small smile and return to the anchoring. Sleep will take the signature underground, where invisible workers labor. When you awaken, do not interrogate the work like a suspicious foreman. Check with the calm of one who trusts the engineer. Act as necessary, and maintain the tone. When contrary signs arise, and sometimes they do, like the last snap of an old belief before it dies, do not betray the feeling. The old world will demand an audience, show papers, shout, here is the proof that nothing has changed. Receive the information without surrendering the throne. Say inwardly, I understand, but I know who I am, and proceed. Adjust, negotiate, respond, always from the state. The state is the fence that protects your field until harvest. The farmer does not abandon the orchard because a wind twisted a tree. He straightens the stakes and continues watering. Feel and continue. You will notice, with a few days of honest practice, micro signs of alignment, more objective conversations, a timely reminder, a bill renegotiated with ease, an idea that saves time, a deeper rest. Do not despise these signs for being modest. They are the first bloom. The flower announces the fruit. Give thanks with sobriety. Gratitude here is not fireworks, it is recognition of the method. The method is to feel first, see later. If asked what you are doing, do not lecture, bear fruit. The world does not need your doctrine, it needs your coherence. Coherence is the marriage between the feeling you install and the gestures you choose. One who feels clean possession organizes. One who feels provision learns. One who feels honor says no to what humiliates. One who feels generosity gives with sobriety. Thus the circuit is sealed. Feeling causes, gesture confirms, form responds. Finally, keep this sentence that protects from the deviation of both haste and laziness. I become inwardly before I receive outwardly. Become then. Become in your chest, in your step, in your speech, in your sleep. Become until the world, without alternatives, admits what has always been true. The correct feeling is the voice of the Creator within you, calling forth things that are not as if they already were. And because He called, they come. When the mind whispers not yet, respond with, it already is, and not as bravado but as a verdict. Not yet is the language of the world of effects. It already is the language of the cause. One lives chasing after proofs, the other signs the sentence that the proofs will obey. Not yet seems prudent, but it is an elegant thief. It steals the warmth of your decision and returns to you a perpetually delayed future. It already is does not demand noise, it demands posture. It changes your breathing, lowers your shoulders, gives weight to your gaze. When you repeat it already is with truth, the body receives a command. Stop looking, start confirming. Understand that not yet is a form of hypnosis. It makes you revisit the same corner of thought. Comparison, stopwatch, distrust. You become a clock inspector, a sprout measurer, a suspicious foreman of the work, and the work, watched by distrust, slows down. It already is, on the contrary, is a transfer of command. You take power from the calendar and return it to your identity. Do not confuse this with irresponsibility. It already is does not cancel appointments, does not ignore deadlines, does not sweep bills under the rug. It already is places you entirely in the gesture that confirms what you have assumed. One who says it already is prepares documents, organizes finances, studies, sends messages, closes cycles, negotiates with honor, without the haste of a beggar and without fear of orphanhood. Train the response in your body. Not yet tenses the jaw and constricts the throat. It already is lengthens the exhalation and releases the weight from the chest. Make an agreement with yourself. Every time the phrase comes, you intercept it with 3 simple acts. Exhale longer than inhale, straighten your spine, rest your tongue on the roof of your mouth, and then say inwardly, only once, it already is. Not 50 times as one trying to convince oneself, once as one closing the matter. If the mind insists, you repeat the protocol, not the chatter. The body learns by gesture, not by shouting. At the level of language, replace the conditionals that feed not yet. Abandon when it happens, I will. As soon as it comes in, I will start. If it works out, I will be. Replace them with owner's phrases. I act now from what already is. I organize as one who possesses. I honor what comes in because I have already made space. The present tense verb seals doors through which doubt enters. Notice the end of your sentences. One who lives in not yet ends in the air asking for authorization. One who lives in it already is ends on solid ground, like a foundation stone. It already is also reorganizes your attention filter. As long as you live in not yet, your mind hunts for absences, missing numbers, messages that haven't arrived, invitations that haven't come. With it already is, you begin to see micro-evidence of alignment, a conversation that flows, an adjustment that saves, a no that protects you from deviation, a timely reminder, a deeper rest. Do not despise these signs. They are like first rays before the full sun. Welcome them without euphoria. Euphoria is a cousin of doubt. It rises, collapses, and demands proof again. It already is, gives thanks with sobriety, and returns to its work. In dealing with money, not yet pushes you to 2 extremes. Compulsion, advances, interest, relief purchases, or paralysis, postponing calls, ignoring statements, living by scares. It already is, returns you to the noble middle ground, presence. Presence to renegotiate without guilt, cut leaks, separate seed from trash, create simple tracks along which money circulates. One who acts this way is not waiting for it to fall from the sky. They are clearing the runway for what they have assumed to land. A clean runway is proof of faith higher than any speech. Notice that not yet is a narrator who loves always and never, always late, never works out. Nothing changes. Unmask this rhetoric with new facts, however small. Did you finish something you were postponing? Right, I conclude. Did you renegotiate a bill? Right, I organize. Did you deliver something of value? I contribute. These small notes are warm stones in the cold of doubt. The body trusts more what it sees you do than what it hears you promise. It already is needs works, short, specific, and repeated, to take root. Sleep is the court where not yet wants to condemn you. Do not let it have the last word. Before falling asleep, end the day with the minimal scene of completion, a finalized signature, and approved on the screen, the sound of a door opening, and let the feeling of relief fill your chest. If the mind comes with spreadsheets of delay, do not argue like a nervous lawyer. Respond like a judge. It already is. 2 syllables, upright spine, long exhalation. Sleep under that sentence. Sleep seals decrees. Do not waste it reviewing folders of doubt. Use review to counter the retroactive not yet. Remember a recent episode where you gave in to anxious waiting and rewrite it inwardly. See yourself responding at the right time, concluding what was needed, speaking with the timbre of an owner. Repeat the scene 2 or 3 times and close the file. You are updating your library of reflexes. At the next corner, your mouth and hands will react as in the new movie, not the old one. In relationships with people, not yet transforms you into a validation seeker. It already is makes you a partner. Instead of, do you think, maybe, perhaps, establish simple terms. I can Tuesday. This is the condition. This is the deadline. Thank you, I won't proceed this way. It's not rudeness, it's clarity. Clarity is music to those who have also decided to grow, and repellent to those who feed on indecision. You do not need to please anyone's not yet. You need to cooperate with the it already is of those who have also assumed. If you call yourself prudent for keeping your feet on the ground, check if you are not just worshipping not yet. True groundedness knows how to do accounts, but does not sell identity to numbers. It looks at the spreadsheet with the eyes of it already is and asks, what simple gesture improves this now? Often the answer is humble. Cut, sell, learn, say no, say enough. It already is does not turn you into an irresponsible magician. It gives you the courage for adult decisions. There will be days when not yet will come with fury, dressed as argument, bringing dates, failures, and old voices. On that day, do not try to defeat it with debate. Debating with not yet is feeding it. Defeat it with ritual. Breathe, straighten up, a short phrase, a coherent gesture. Go wash the dishes, finish the email, organize the file, walk 15 minutes, make the difficult call. It already is, flourishes in the soil of simple action. The mind likes epics. The law loves constancy. If you catch yourself using it already is as a mask, a nervous euphoria to silence fear, go back to basics. The true it already is calm. Test it this way. After saying it, did your chest expand? Did your vision widen? Did your step become firmer? If so, you are on axis. If not, you are merely performing. There is no guilt in this. There is adjustment. Reduce the practice until it fits the body. A texture, the key, the signature, the approved. 3 breaths, a small decision. Repeat. Truth grows in layers. Finally, engrave this on the invisible wall of your heart. Not yet is the echo of the old world. It already is the voice of your spirit. The echo always sounds loud at first. The voice, when sustained, prevails. Sustain it. Speak little and act rightly. Sleep sealing, wake confirming. Let the days obedient bow to your silent decree. And when the form arrives, because it will arrive, do not be astonished as one who won a lottery. Receive it as one who reunites with what belongs to them. Smile inwardly and just say, I knew. Because you said it, because before seeing, you chose to feel, and when not yet screamed, you responded, sovereign, it already is. Let gratitude come before the fact, not as forced etiquette but as silent proof of possession. Most people insist on giving thanks after they see, and because of this, they live begging for signs. The gratitude of an heir is different. It appears first, seals the state, opens the door, and only then does the world enter. When you give thanks beforehand, you are not deceiving life. You are reminding the body which reality it must obey. Anticipated gratitude is the timbre of it already is in the form of feeling. It does not ask, it confirms. It does not beg, it sanctions. It does not make a spectacle, it signs. Perhaps you ask, how can I give thanks for something I do not yet have? Precisely because not yet is an illusion of the clock. On the plane where cause reigns, it is already concluded. You do not give thanks for a hypothetical future. You give thanks for an inner decision that has already been made, and the body, which is disciplined when it finds clarity, receives the instruction and changes its chemistry. Breathing lengthens, shoulders yield, jaw relaxes, vision widens. This is the first miracle of gratitude. It returns you to the axis where correct decisions become obvious, and the right doors are distinguished from shiny traps. Mind the tone. Gratitude is not euphoria that shouts thank you to the 4 winds to see if it can convince heaven. That is anxiety disguised as light. True gratitude is warm and constant, like good water in a quiet kettle. It is a hum in the chest, an assent. You feel and you know. The body recognizes, it is mine. When you try to manufacture gratitude with empty phrases, your throat gives it away, your chest tightens, your head throbs. Reduce. Replace the discourse with a minimal image that your system accepts without a fight. The hand holding a key, the confirmation vibrating on the phone, the feeling of calmly paying something and still having some left, the simple table set to receive. Rest your thank you there, without haste, without numbers, without deadlines. Let the word dissolve like a sugar cube in hot water. Clean gratitude has practical effects. First, it stops comparison. One who is grateful for what already is and for what is being born within them loses the habit of looking at their neighbor's plate as a measure of worth. Comparison is a leak of energy. Gratitude is a seal. Second, it makes you a good administrator. Giving thanks before seeing the full river makes you care for the trickle with respect. Cut waste, end useless contracts, organize inflows and outflows, learn a skill that multiplies the little. The world calls this planning. I call it coherence with gratitude. Third, it restores your pleasure. Scarcity steals the flavor of now because it makes everything a stepping stone to something else. Gratitude restores the taste of today's bread without hindering tomorrow's bakery. And savored bread nourishes better. Avoid two extremes that distort gratitude: moral obligation and empty optimism. Moral obligation says, I have to give thanks. There are people in worse situations, and pushes you to blame yourself for wanting more. Guilt has never multiplied talent. It has only buried it. Empty optimism says, everything will be all right. While the body trembles and the mind throbs, it is colored glass over a dark well. True gratitude does not deny the need to act. It is born from the state of possession and moves you to simple and effective steps. Thank you because it is done, and then open spreadsheets, message sent, proposal adjusted, no said at the right time, yes entrusted where appropriate. Gratitude is the silent engine of the correct gesture. Bring gratitude to bed. Sleep meditation is the golden place for this practice. Before closing your eyes, choose a single scene of completion and place a thank you within it, as one closing an envelope. No long speeches, a long breath, hand on chest, the sweet weight of already received and release. If the mind comes to negotiate, what if not, and when and how, do not enter the debate. Repeat, thank you, with the same naturalness with which you rested your head on the pillow. Sleep in that atmosphere. Sleep takes your receipt to the invisible workshop and returns, upon waking, a clearer head and a surer step. Sometimes it also returns such precise coincidences that they will make you smile silently. Gratitude reorganizes speech. One who gives thanks beforehand speaks as one who has already received. I prepare, I organize, I manage, I direct, I honor. Short phrases that end firmly. The beggar speaks at length, explains himself, apologizes at every comma. The grateful heir establishes simple terms. In a negotiation, gratitude prevents you from selling peace for any agreement. Thank you for the opportunity. These are my terms. I appreciate the conversation. I will not proceed this way. The tone is clean, the body is whole. The decision respects your state. Life responds to this timbre with respect, because respect is also a form of gratitude from the world for one who takes a stand. Train micro-rituals of gratitude throughout the day. 3 suffice. Upon opening your eyes, thank you, I awaken in peaceful possession. At midday, thank you, I manage with wisdom. Before sleeping, thank you, it is sealed. 15 seconds each. No music needed, no candles, no announcements. What changes is not the choreography. It is the truth. In a few days, you will notice that the body anticipates the ritual and already organizes itself for it. Breathing deepens, shoulders yield, mind expands. This conditioning is sacred. It installs gratitude as a physiological habit, not just as a pretty idea. If the old programming of scarcity attacks you with cynicism, thankful for what? Offer it internal evidence, not arguments. Internal evidence is sensation. It is micro-fruit. Remember something that is already better today than yesterday, a leak you closed, a conversation that was clear, a rest that came, a bill that came in. Give thanks for this with sobriety. Do not turn gratitude into fireworks. Turn it into a brick. Brick upon brick, a wall. Wall upon wall, a house. The house is the state in which you live, even when the wind shakes the trees outside. Beware of displayed gratitude. The need to show how much you thank is often disguised fear asking for approval. Your gratitude can, yes, inspire, but if it needs an audience, it has lost purity. True gold makes no noise to shine. Give thanks inwardly and let the fruit speak. The fruit that speaks is payment on time, is a promise kept, is generosity without spotlight, is work well done, is peace on the face, is a word that carries weight because it is born from a tidy home. Gratitude also heals the relationship with money. One who curses it because it is not enough closes the faucet through which it enters. One who gives thanks for the little, as one who greets the first messenger of much, creates tracks along which the rest arrives. Bless every inflow. Thank you, I fulfill the purpose for which you came. Bless every correct outflow. Thank you, I fulfill my duty and make space for more. Money understands the language of honor. Honor is gratitude in motion. Honor creates return. If you stumble, and stumbling will come, use gratitude as a bridge back, not a whip. Instead of calling yourself careless, say, thank you for the warning. I adjust now. Notice the gesture, close the edge, move on. Guilt paralyzes. Gratitude corrects and proceeds. Life does not ask you for perfection. It asks for fidelity to the method. The method is simple. State first. Gratitude seals. Gesture confirms. Form responds. Repeat until it becomes your reflex. Ultimately, gratitude is the amen of the Creator. It is the so be it said before the light turns on. It is the signature placed on the contract your imagination drafted. It is the sigh of the king who leans back on the throne after decreeing. It is not noise. It is a seal. Make it your craft, especially at the boundary of sleep, where your law descends to the ground. And when the world, obedient, begins to bring the proofs you asked for, receive it with the same tone with which you gave thanks. Sober, certain, serene. Smile inwardly and confirm, I knew. Because you knew you gave thanks, you sustained. And the universe, which learns quickly from determined hearts, merely fulfilled its part. To return in form what, in gratitude, was already yours. Replace fear with reverence. Fear is a false prophet who announces disasters to sell security. Reverence is the remembrance that all life is sustained by a presence that dwells within you and that did not put you in the world to be devoured, but to govern with sobriety. While fear makes you shrink, reverence straightens you. Fear hypnotizes you out of yourself. Reverence calls you back to the center. I do not ask you for naive romanticism in the face of facts. I ask you to change the lens through which you read them. When the lens is fear, any noise becomes a sentence. When the lens is reverence, even noise becomes instruction. Fear asks, what if I fall? Reverence asks, what does this step teach me about where to place my foot? One paralyzes, the other guides. Notice that fear is always imagination in the negative. It is the same creative power used against you. You construct scenes of loss and contract before they happen, and this contraction blinds you to solutions that were two gestures away. Reverence, on the contrary, is imagination kneeling before the good that sustains you. It is not passivity, it is alignment. It is saying inwardly, there is order in the heart of the world, and I choose to tune into it. When you tune in, your physiology changes. Shoulders yield, breathing deepens, gaze widens, inner hearing returns. The wisdom that seemed locked away opens the door. People feel your tone and treat you according to it. Do not underestimate this. Many deals were lost not because of numbers, but because of the smell of panic. And many were won by the silent solidity that reverence imprints on presence. Perhaps you will say that your fear is justifiable. Bills, deadlines, illnesses, instabilities, old stories that hurt, I do not despise them, that your fear is justifiable. Bills, deadlines, illnesses, instabilities, old stories that hurt, I do not despise them. I merely deny them the throne. The throne belongs to the state you choose to inhabit. Reverence returns the crown to its rightful place. It begins with a simple gesture, recognizing that under any appearance life remains faithful to its principle, expansion, order, meaning. This does not exempt you from action, it frees you from desperate action. The desperate one grabs any boat and drowns. The reverent one waits for the right tide and rows with precision, and while waiting prepares the sail, repairs the hull, studies the map. Reverence is not leaving it in God's hands as an excuse. It is working hand in hand with God, without fighting. Practice exchanging fear for reverence in the body. Fear resides in habits. Clenched jaw, chest arched forward, narrowed eyes, tongue stuck hard to the roof of the mouth, short breath. Break the habit with 3 keys. Exhale longer than inhale. Intentionally yield your shoulders. Open your gaze to the horizon. Yes, literally, your visual field. When the visual field expands, the brain receives the message, we are not hunting or fleeing, and returns cognitive resources that panic hijacks. Add to this a short phrase, said as one who seals, not as one who begs. I honor order and act from it. Repeat once. If the mind insists on shouting, repeat the protocol, not the shouting. Body and phrase tune the instrument. A tuned instrument plays any score better, including those of difficult days. Bring reverence into your language. Fear speaks in absolutes. It always goes wrong. No one helps. I never succeed. Reverence speaks in terms of governance. What is under my control now? What leak do I close today? What door do I knock on with dignity? Where do I say no without guilt? Fear creates endless plots. Reverence creates steps. Short, clear, executable steps. And each executed step feeds reverence because your body begins to trust you. Inner trust is an antidote to panic. Panic shouts outwards. Trust breathes inwards. Learn to read the signs with respect, not superstition. Fear transforms any delay into a curse. Reverence asks, what does this no protect me from? What path does this deviation point me to? What preparation is this delay asking for? Have you seen how many delays have saved you from mediocre agreements? Reverence sees this hidden geometry and spares you from wasting energy on laments. It does not make you cold, it makes you available to the real meaning of things. And when the real meaning is to act, reverence gives you clean courage. Clean courage is not a puffed chest, it is a step in the right place. Sometimes it is the word enough. Sometimes it is I accept. Sometimes it is not now. All three, said from the right state, are worth more than any speech. In the relationship with money, reverence cures disgust and attachment. Fear sometimes idolizes it, sometimes demonizes it. Idolatry enslaves you. Demonization sabotages you. Reverence makes you a steward. What is a steward? An heir in training, someone who honorably manages what already belongs to them by identity. The reverent steward checks inflows and outflows, closes leaks, negotiates with clarity, pays what is due punctually, demands respect in relationships, invests where there is purpose, refuses crooked shortcuts, not out of fear of punishment, but out of respect for their own house. Money responds to this vibration as a good horse responds to firm and calm hands. It works better. The horse senses who is afraid and loses control. It senses who has reverence and surrenders to direction. Night is the temple where this exchange is sealed. Many fall asleep in the worship of fear, reviewing tragedies, rehearsing humiliations, feeding ghosts. You will not do this. When you lie down, consecrate the room as a territory of reverence. Remove the what-ifs from your bed. Install a minimal image of governance, the light turning off in an orderly house, a spreadsheet closing in the black, the sensation of margin in your chest, a key turning silently. Place your hand on your heart and say a single sentence as one lighting a lamp. I honor the order of the good that sustains me, and sleep in peaceful possession. Feel your body obey. If old fear comes, do not fight it in the dark. Offer it respect without a seat. I see you, but you do not govern me. And return to your sentence. Sleep will do the rest. It will carry your tone of reverence to the levels where roots reside. The next day, confirm with gestures. Reverence without gesture becomes cheap perfume. Gesture without reverence becomes anxious activism. Join the two. Tidy your workspace. Finish what you promised. Make the difficult call with a clear voice. Say no to the invitation that dilutes your focus. Say yes to the study that multiplies your value. If you don't know where to start with what is within reach. What is within reach is the altar of governance. Dishes, paper, email, numbers, body. One who governs the next step receives what is distant as an addition. Also be careful about what you consume as news and entertainment. Fear feeds on headlines. Reverence feeds on silence and content that restores your responsibility. I do not ask for alienation. I ask for a diet. A mind gorged on dread lacks the power for adult decisions. Select the voices that, when they finish speaking to you, leave you more whole, not more fractured. If something burns you up and pushes you to react without thinking, stop, breathe, remember who governs. Only then, if necessary, act. This interval of reverence often saves you from costly regret. Scripture speaks of the fear of the Lord, not as panic before a tyrant, but as reverence before the source. This fear is the practical recognition that there is order in the invisible, and that it is up to you to agree with it. To agree is to assume the state and live as one who believes in the structural goodness of life, even when the scenario screams the opposite. When you agree, things obey you more readily than when you lash them with anxiety. The sea opens for firm staffs, not for trembling hands. If you stumble, and you will stumble, do not make the stumble an altar for fear. Treat it as a battle wound. Wash it, learn, adjust, move on. Reverence does not take revenge on itself. It reconciles. Say inwardly, thank you for the warning, I restore order now, and restore even if on a small scale. Small daily restorations build walls. Walls not to isolate you from the world, but so that you can look down and choose better where to descend to the square. If you want a quick exercise 3 times a day, 2 minutes each, close your eyes and practice the bow of reverence. First minute, exhale long and notice where fear resides in your body today. Do not judge, just map it. Second minute, install a single phrase of honor. I act from order. And see for an instant the minimal scene that represents that order for your moment. Open your eyes and execute a simple, coherent gesture. This repetition creates tracks. Tracks guide heavy trains with lightness. Your life is a train of possibilities. Give it tracks of reverence. Finally, keep this as a shield. Everything conspires for your good when you are awake. Conspire here means to breathe together, to inspire with. When you honor order, life inspires with you. Useful coincidences appear. The right people find you. The appropriate word visits you at the exact moment. Not because you became the chosen one of a capricious universe, but because your tuning stopped emitting noise. The world loves clean signals. Give it the clean signal of reverence, and you will see the difference between walking pursued by fears and walking accompanied by purposes. One road narrows, the other opens. Choose the road that honors who you are, heir, not hostage, and march silently, with your head held high and your chest at peace. This is how wealth recognizes you, by the respect you give to the principle that sustains it. Don't worry about the path. Worry about the state. The path is a function. The state is the origin. Every time you try to map every millimeter of the route, you put the cart before the horse and surrender your peace to the whim of routes. Routes change with the weather, with roadworks, with accidents. The state, when true, remains and creates roads where there were none. The world is not a fixed labyrinth before you. It is a malleable field that bends to the vibration you emit. A determined heart opens shortcuts. An anxious mind multiplies bifurcations. That is why so many people with good intentions get lost in lists, spreadsheets, and scenarios. They try to control what they were not given to control. To you was given the primacy of the state. From the right state, steps reveal themselves with the precision of a silent clock. Do not confuse this with imprudence. The imprudent one is proud of not planning. The wise one plans with a pencil. A pencil erases. What does not erase is the state. Decide the end inwardly and maintain it as one holding a compass pointed north. As long as the north is fixed, you can recalculate indefinitely without getting lost. But what if the path closes? One closes, another opens. You are not loyal to streets. You are loyal to the destination. One who marries a path dies with it. One who marries the state makes the whole world an avenue. See how anxiety about the how robs you of strength. You sit down to work and, before the first gesture, your mind already drags you to 10 questions. With whom? By what means? When? What if not? This interrogation is not strategy. It is sabotage. The creator's strategy begins in silence. Establish the state with a minimal scene of completion. Signature, approved. Door opening, balance in the black. Body at peace. And rest there until you feel it. Then descend a step. Ask what is the next simple gesture that honors this end. Not 21. The mind hates one because it cannot dramatize one and now. Call whom, write what, close what leak, learn what skill, open what spreadsheet, do it and return to the state. The circuit is this. State decides, gesture confirms, reality responds. You don't need to see the entire staircase to climb. You need to trust the step that appears under your foot when you move from the right state. Trust here is not blind stubbornness, it is spiritual science. Form follows sustained feeling. When you sustain I am provision with peace, doors that seemed closed reveal themselves barely ajar. When you sustain I am order, people who pushed you into chaos begin to respect you or move away. When you sustain I am value, invitations that diminished you stop seeking you, and invitations that elevate you begin to sound. It is not magic, it is coherence. The world has a keen ear for the tone of your center. Practice the step state in action. Before a meeting, 5 long breaths, shoulders yielding, the minimal scene of a fair agreement already concluded. Enter with that atmosphere, speak less, ask with precision, establish terms. When dealing with finances, install the sensation of margin and mastery, not euphoria, and open the spreadsheet as one opening a map. Where is the river? Where are the leaks? What closes the cycle today? Execute an action that changes 1% of the equation. The 1% done from the right state is worth more than 100% done in haste. Haste is a confession of disbelief. A firm step is a confession of governance. In bed, abandon the torture of how. The night is not a place to design corridors. It is a place to seal destiny. Choose an end and rest in it as one who rests their head on a friend's shoulder. If the mind comes asking for maps, smile inwardly and respond, "The path will form under my feet." Repeat once, not 50. Nervous repetition betrays that you do not believe what you say. A word, when true, falls like a stone in water and makes ripples without noise. Trust the secret work of the dawn. The invisible moves pieces you did not even know existed when your state is clear. Awaken and confirm with a small gesture. The fidelity of the morning gives substance to the decree of the night. When a deviation arises, and they do because life is alive, do not declare defeat. Deviations are state examinations, not punishments. Ask, what within me remains? If what remains is peaceful possession, the deviation saves you from wasting time. If what remains is anxiety, any curve turns into a catastrophe. Notice how many of your best opportunities were born from paths you did not ask for. You call it luck. I call it the world's obedience to your vibration. The how is the servant of the who. Become who you are meant to be, and the how will come with its siblings. Where, when, by whom. The language of how lives on conditionals. Cut them with owner's phrases. I act from the state. I execute the next possible step. I leave room for the best path to appear. The owner speaks in the present. The orphan speaks in promises. And observe your body. The owner finishes sentences firmly. The orphan finishes in the air. Train for a firm finish. It gives seriousness to your presence. People collaborate more with those who seem to come from a resolved place. Avoid the idolatry of the perfect strategy. Strategies are tools, not gods. Use them as long as they serve. Discard them when they weigh you down. What determines if a tool is good is the state of the one wielding it. The same technique, in the hand of the anxious, becomes a hammer that breaks. In the hand of the serene, it becomes a chisel that carves. Therefore, before learning the next method, consolidate the state. The right method, used from the wrong state, tires and confuses you. The simple method used from the right state multiplies you. Beware of what you call a sign. The how likes to turn any noise into an omen. You see a delayed message and declare, "It's over." You see a no and feel, "I am rejected." The right state translates differently. Delay is rearrangement. No is redirection. Silence is incubation. You do not anesthetize yourself against facts. You translate with reverence. And, by translating, you save energy for what matters, the next clean step. A call, an email, an adjustment, a study, a rest. Sometimes the clean step is to rest. Rest from the right state is the work of the invisible. If you find yourself falling into the obsession with how, set daily checkpoints. 3 silent alarms. Morning, midday, late afternoon. When they ring, close your eyes for 30 seconds. Feel the chosen final scene. Breathe long. Ask, what is the next simple gesture? And execute it as soon as you open your eyes. This micro-ritual reinstalls sovereignty. Sovereignty is the continuity of state under pressure. In dealing with people, the how makes you manipulative. The state makes you magnetic. Manipulation tries to extract. Magnetism attracts through tone. Do not adjust those who are not yours to adjust. Establish terms, be clear, honor your limits, maintain your state. Whoever is on your path will recognize the music and come. Whoever is not will move away without your needing to put on a play. The grace of the state is this: it selects for you. When fear whispers to you that it's too little to just take the next step, respond with maturity. Great bridges are made of 900 small rivets in the right place. The rivet you place today, from the right state, supports layers you don't yet see. Anxiety wants to inaugurate the bridge without pillars. Wisdom digs the riverbed, sinks stakes, aligns tracks. And all these tasks invisible to the impatient are the how that the correct state summons without fanfare. Finally, engrave in your chest, the path is a child, not a father. It is born from what you are. It does not give you identity. Adopt the state as your surname and sign it in every gesture. The world, which has always been obedient to those who govern it from within, will see to it that you are shown streets, bridges, people, and doors that today you do not even suspect exist. And when you ask how you arrived, you will smile inwardly with the sobriety of one who knows. I did not pursue routes. I maintained the north. The rest, as always, formed under my feet. Remember, to imagine is to experience spiritually before possessing materially. It is not a mental game, it is a sacred rehearsal. Everything you call reality today was, first, a silent fact within someone. Imagination is not cinema to entertain you. It is a laboratory of the spirit. What you stabilize in it, the body and the world rush to copy. Therefore, I do not allow you to use imagination as an escape from what you are, but as a confirmation of what you have chosen to be. When you imagine correctly, you neither ask nor wait. You taste inwardly the flavor of what is already yours. This taste changes your chemistry, your posture, your timbre. And the universe, which reads states better than words, responds. How to experiment? Simple. Choose an end and not a means. Don't imagine the whole path. Imagine after it worked out. If the theme is provision, don't get lost in soulless notes and calculations. See yourself closing an account with serenity, hearing an approved, feeling the familiar weight of a key in your hand, the clean table at the end of the day. If the theme is work, don't exhaust yourself reciting speeches. See the brief message, welcome to the team, contract signed, excellent delivery. If the theme is health, don't dramatize routines. Install the sensation of a light body climbing stairs, the deep sleep that fully restores you. The scene is minimal, definitive, repeatable. It doesn't need an audience, it needs truth. Truth here is texture. The body does not surrender to slogans, it surrenders to sensory signals. Give it a smell, a sound, a weight, a temperature. The soft click of the lock, the smooth fabric of good clothing, the rustle of a receipt, the air entering deeper. 2 or 3 elements suffice, and above all the crowning feeling, peaceful possession, not feverish excitement. That is the child of doubt and demands proof. Peaceful possession is the king's signature. I know. If, when imagining, your chest races and the scene turns into a roller coaster, reduce it. Settle on a single frame and breathe longer than short until your body says, ah. That ah is the password. The golden moment is the boundary of sleep. When the body yields and the mind lowers its guard, your scene descends underground and becomes an instruction for the night. Lie on your side as one whispering an ancient secret and repeat the proof once, twice, not 50. Anxious repetition betrays incredulity. 2 calm turns and release. But what if I fall asleep in the middle? Better. Sleep seals it. You don't study the seed after planting it. You sleep so the earth can work. In the morning, don't interrogate the world like a suspicious foreman. Confirm the decree with coherent gestures and the language of an owner. Short, clear, present. Also imagine to review, not just to pre-live. If an episode of the day went awry, your voice trembled, you accepted less than your worth, you reacted from fear, return to the workshop at night, rewrite the scene. See yourself lifting your chin, saying the clean no, establishing the correct term, smiling with your whole body. Repeat 2 or 3 times and let go. You are changing reflexes. In a few days, you will see your mouth, hands, and eyes choose, in the heat of the moment, the new script as if it had always been that way. Review is not a lie. It is healing memory. Never use imagination to punish yourself. Some rehearse catastrophes in detail, reliving humiliations and failures as if they were lessons. This is worship of the old god of scarcity. If an image of loss bites you, recognize and replace it. But that's not reality. Reality is slow. Imagination is not. Who governs first? You decide. The world will follow, not always on your schedule, but to your tone. And if the old mind mocks fantasy, respond with presence. Organize your desk, adjust numbers, make the call, learn the skill. Correct imagination demands works. Works confirm imagination, and the cycle closes. Avoid spectacle. You don't need grandiose scenarios for it to work. A gigantic check on the mind's wall can intoxicate and tire. A small confirmation, repeated, changes you inwardly. Greatness is not in the size of the image, but in the fixity of the state. One who fixes the state transforms any corridor into a path. One who fixes corridors and forgets the state tires. And remember, you don't account for your scenes to anyone. Secrecy protects the seed. Speak little, bear much fruit. Bring imagination into your day in microdoses. Before opening a difficult email, 1 second of resolved. Before entering a tense conversation, 1 second of fair agreement. Before reviewing accounts, 1 second of margin and order. These micro seals tune your instrument so the music comes out clean. And when the sign comes contrary, a no, a delay, a silence, do not tear up the score. Maintain the note. No redirects, delay prepares, silence incubates. The state you rehearsed is the conductor. Facts are the orchestra learning your baton. Be careful not to turn imagination into an escape addiction. If you spend hours traveling and flee from the simple gesture, you become intoxicated and wake up poor. Spiritual proof needs to translate into gentle discipline. Prioritize, close cycles, say no, study what multiplies, honor what comes in and what goes out. What you imagine governs how you move. Movement honors what you imagined. This is the alliance. Breaking one side weakens the other. If you want a short protocol, breathe 4 to 6, relax shoulders and jaw, choose a minimal scene of the end, install a texture and peaceful possession, repeat twice, sleep. In the morning, a phrase of ownership, a coherent gesture. At midday, a 10-second micro seal. At night, review a scene. In 7 days, your body will recognize the language. In 30, your world will begin to pronounce it. Not because you got lucky, but because, as I told you, to imagine is to experience spiritually, and what is experienced with fidelity, sooner or later, must appear. When it appears, receive it without theatrical astonishment. Simply confirm with the smile of one who reunites with something that was always theirs and continues to govern. Imagine, seal, act, collect, and restart. This is how kings build kingdoms, first inwardly, then in stone. When the world contradicts you, be silent and maintain your vision. Do not argue with appearances. They are late letters from a slow post office. The haste to explain yourself is the old habit of asking for approval from the scenario you are precisely replacing. Your project is of another jurisdiction. It is born in silence, matures in fidelity, and only then descends to the ground. If you try to convince the external before consolidating the internal, you lose strength. Silence here is not cowardice, it is sovereignty. It is the king who does not descend to the square to respond to every provocation. He continues to build the palace and lets the stone, answered in form, silence the critics. Learn to recognize the nature of contradiction. There is the contradiction of people, opinions, advice, ironies, tired realisms. There is the contradiction of facts, delays, no's, figures, temporarily closed doors. And there is the contradiction of your own mind, memories of failure, humiliating comparisons, the whisper of who do you think you are. In all of them, the same strategy. Return to the state, not to the discussion. A state does not defend itself, it sustains itself. When your chest returns to it already is, your tongue quiets, your gaze widens, your hand chooses the next gesture, and reality, being an eager student, begins to copy. Do not confuse silence with swallowing offense. Swallowing offense is bitterness. Silence in possession is governance. If you need to say something, say little and end firmly. I will not proceed this way. These are the terms. We will speak again when X is aligned. Short phrases, without long explanations. One who demands endless justifications wants to drain your energy, not understand your path. When the state is firm, your presence communicates more than your paragraphs. People notice. Those who are aligned collaborate. Those who are out of sync move away on their own. You do not need to expel them. Your tone disinvites them. The world loves to test those who have changed their inner name. It's natural. You announce to life, I am provision, order, value. Life for a few days shows you old papers. Are you sure? It's not malice, it's confirmation. You respond with new habits. If before facing a delay, you threw yourself into despair, now you breathe, renegotiate, close leaks, and maintain peace. If before facing criticism you remade yourself with justifications, now you set limits and move on. If before facing silence you begged for attention, now you work with precision and let the fruit speak. The test ends when life learns your new language. Practice the art of quiet vision. Quiet vision is a minimal scene of the end installed in the body, the signature made, the approved scene, the key turning, the chest releasing air. Do not intoxicate yourself with long movies. One frame is enough when it is true. Repeat it especially when the signs are contrary. The common mistake is to check hourly, how is the sprout doing? This rips the seed from the earth. Seal and let go. Return to the vision only to nourish the state, not to demand deadlines. One who demands deadlines from vision confesses disbelief and turns their heart into a foreman. One who nourishes vision treats it as an heir, knows it will reach the throne at the right time. In the body, the protocol is simple. As soon as the world raises its voice, do 3 things. Exhale longer than you inhale. Straighten your spine. Relax your jaw and shoulders. Then install the seal phrase, I remain. That's all. Not 50 nervous affirmations. One sentence that returns you to the center. Then choose the smallest gesture consistent with the vision. A call, an adjustment, a no, a study, a rest. It is in this marriage between silence and step that reality changes its cycle. Noise wants to push you into theatrical proofs. Respond with precision. Be careful what you share. Many abort their own vision because they display it to immature audiences. Not every ear deserves your foundations. Reveal fruits, not roots. Speak of what is already in form, not what is still sprouting. When you need to share for strategic reasons, choose ears that multiply, not drain. And even with these, be specific and brief. Secrecy protects the seed. The need to be applauded during gestation reveals emptiness. Fill the emptiness with silent work. In bed, seal against contradiction with review. If the day brought you noise, a humiliation, a twisted conversation, a denied opportunity, rewrite the scene inwardly before sleeping. See yourself responding with the tone of an owner, setting the limit, receiving the correct yes, closing the cycle. Not to deny the fact, but to educate memory. Memory educated for vision becomes an ally at the next turn. You will awaken and effortlessly, your mouth and hands will choose the revised version. The world will call it posture. You will know it is fidelity to vision. Avoid confusing vision with stubbornness. Stubbornness is clinging to paths. Vision is maintaining the end goal. If a method does not work, change it without drama, keeping intact the state of one who has already arrived. The form can change 10 times, the tone not. It is the tone that moves the right pieces. The anxious negotiator wants to close at any cost and sells themselves short. The silent visionary maintains the price because they recognize their own worth and attracts the correct table. Where noise sees defeat, silence sees selection. When contradiction hurts, do not play the martyr. Martyrdom is worship of scarcity disguised as virtue. Instead, honor your pain without transforming it into identity. Sit, breathe, cry if you need to, get up and return to the vision. Pain treated with reverence becomes musculature. Pain transformed into a surname becomes a prison. Your surname is the state, not the stumble. And the state is, I am, not I was, not I will be, I am. If you lack motivation on a heavy day, lend fire to the vision with micro-evidence. Close a small cycle, organize a number, fulfill a promise, return a message objectively. Walk 20 minutes to recover your body. Micro-evidence is dry kindling. It rekindles the embers. Do not underestimate the power of the small. Great palaces are built with discrete bricks, repeated with fidelity. Your silence lays the brick. Your vision aligns the wall, and when you least realize it, the room is ready, and criticism is silenced. Finally, engrave in your chest, vision is not a distant screen, it is the climate of your inner home. Maintain the climate. When cold winds come, close the windows. When too much sun comes, pull the curtain. When air is lacking, make space. But do not change a dress with every cloud. One who changes homes every week never creates a home. Stay, be silent, sustain, and let the world, with its stone-like slowness, slowly learn the language you already speak fluently, the language of what is done. When at last the form arrives, and it will arrive, you do not need to say, I told you so. It will be enough to open the door and let the house speak for you. Every word spoken about you is a prophecy. There is no neutral phrase when it comes from your mouth. Every word is a seed stamped with your royal seal. The world listens to you in many ways, but the one who listens to you most is yourself, and your body, obedient, takes your voice as a decree. When you say, I can't handle it, your chemistry adjusts to impotence. When you say, I organize and conclude, your musculature prepares the gesture. Do not give me the excuse of, it's just a figure of speech. Her figure of speech is exactly what you lack when you mock yourself. The tongue is a rudder. It moves enormous ships with small angles. One who plays with the rudder wrecks seriously. One who governs it crosses storms with the serenity of one who has already seen the port from within. Watch the two temples through which your word passes, the thought that murmurs and the mouth that declares. The murmur is the dress rehearsal. The declaration is the premiere. If the rehearsal is of defeat, the premiere repeats the misfortune with better lighting. Start with the rehearsal. Capture the residue phrases that slip out when you are distracted, always at the last minute. I'm bad with numbers, No one remembers me. Money slips away from me. I ruin everything. Do not fight them with a shout. Replace them with precision, as one changing a score on a stand. I conclude on time. I master the essentials of my numbers. What is necessary finds me. I create tracks for money to remain and multiply. I learn quickly and deliver better with each turn. Do not ask permission from the old vocabulary. Just close the door. Your speech does not need to be grand, it needs to be true. Avoid nervous superlatives that sound like a mask. I will be the greatest in the world can excite for a minute and leave you empty the next. The kingdom does not respond to bluster. It responds to the timbre of possession. Say things that your body accepts without a fight, and that, at the same time, elevate you one step above habit. I manage with wisdom. I set limits with respect. I charge the fair price. I close what I open. I sleep in peace and wake up with solutions. These are stones that make a pavement. Step on them and feel the ground. Train the end of your sentences. The orphan ends in the air, asking for approval. The air ends on solid ground, establishing reality. Listen to yourself. If your intonation rises, consciously lower it. Breathe. Relax your jaw. Let the last word settle. I can on Tuesday. This is the value. This is how I work. I will not proceed this way. There is no aggressiveness in a tone that ends firmly. There is gravity. Gravity attracts. People collaborate with those who speak from the center, not from lack. And if someone demands endless explanations, understand the game. They don't want clarity, they want your energy. Give the right phrase and close it. Silence also prophesies. In dealing with money, abandon the sarcasm that culture has romanticized. I'm broke. I'm in the gutter. Money hates me. This is a pocket spell. The universe does not laugh at these jokes. It takes note. Do not confuse humor with self-sabotage. Replace it with irony that pulls you up. I treat every dollar as a seed. I honor what comes in and what goes out. I make space for more and close leaks. And when you give thanks as an owner, not as a beggar. Thank you. It is done. I manage with honor. The owner's gratitude consolidates. The beggar's implores not to lose. The world recognizes the difference. Establish 3 language guardians in your day. In the morning, a sentence that puts you on your axis. I conduct my day with clarity and abundance. At midday, one that returns you to governance. I manage what comes in and what goes out with sobriety. At night, one that seals. I rest in what already is and wake up with paths. 15 seconds each. They change the soundtrack of your temple. Change the soundtrack. Change the movie. In a few days, you will notice that your breath automatically chooses the right tempo when you say these phrases. It is proof that the body understood who is in charge. In friction, your prophecy is tested. The unforeseen bill hits, the plan fails, someone pokes you with injustice. Formerly, your mouth exploded in curses. Only me. Nothing works. I wasn't born for this. Now your mouth will serve the throne. I know how to deal. I reorganize. I learn the lesson and move on. I protect my peace and my purpose. It is not denying the problem. It is denying its power to rename who you are. And from that state, clean steps will come. Renegotiate firmly, cut the superfluous, open a new entry channel, close a toxic cycle. Prophecy without action is theater. Action without prophecy is anxious activism. Join the two. In bed, make your word the last lamp lit. No internal tribunals and speeches of guilt. A minimal scene of conclusion and a stone phrase, I sleep in peaceful possession, or I wake up with the right answer. Repeat once, let it descend. Sleep. If the mind wants to converse, do not answer. The last one to speak governs the night, let it be you. And in the morning, confirm your word with a gesture, even if small. The bed made, the email sent, the spreadsheet open, the glass of water drunk with presence. Gesture confirms prophecy as a stamp confirms a document. Be careful with the names you call yourself. Names are contracts. Do not give yourself nicknames of misery in the name of intimacy. Call yourself by your attributes in formation. Sober, faithful, precise, generous, prudent, courageous. Not to inflate yourself, but to summon. The lion responds when called by the right name. And when you err, because you will err, do not sign the error. Say, this fell below my standard. I restore it now, and restore it. The word that forgives you without weakening you is both a sword and a balm. In the presence of others, speak little and with weight. The prophecy that matters does not need trumpets. It needs coherence. Establish terms clearly, ask essential questions, end conversations that turn into mud, praise what deserves to grow, cut what harms your axis. Use your tongue to open doors, not wounds. Use it to close leaks, not bridges. Publicly bless what you want to see more of, privately correct what needs to disappear. Your word builds ecosystems. It attracts those who vibrate to your tone and repels without conflict those who want confusion. If you catch yourself stumbling, laughing at yourself with contempt, or pouring out complaints like dirty water, do not condemn yourself. Interrupt the flow as one closing a faucet. Breathe, straighten up, and change your speech. I retract that word. I align now. I restore the standard. Do not dramatize the error, correct it. The speed with which you return to the tone of an owner defines the speed with which life returns to treating you as such. The universe loves stable signals. Your mouth is a lighthouse. Keep the light on. Finally, engrave in your chest, the tongue is the scepter of your kingdom. With it, you sign treaties, declare harvests, open ports, decree sabbaticals, summon allies, and dissolve traps. Do not lend the scepter to scarcity, cynicism, envy, sarcasm. Wield it with reverence and simplicity. Speak as one who governs, not as one who asks permission to exist. And when the form comes, because it will come, you will not need to shout that you prophesied. Your house, your accounts, your peace, and your fruits will be the material amen of what your tongue, faithful to the state, said when no one saw. Abandon psychological time and turn to the now, because only here does power act. The clock measures hours. The spirit decrees realities. As long as you condition your peace to a when I pay off, when I succeed, when I am remembered, when I have, you delegate authority to a future that never arrives. The future, you realize, is a horizon that recedes as you walk. The now is solid ground. And solid ground is where one plants, steps, builds. Every time you take refuge in someday, you confess that today you are powerless. And every time you place yourself in the now as an owner, the world receives precise instructions on how it should reorganize around you. I do not ask you for irresponsibility. I ask for presence. Chronos organizes schedules. Kairos inaugurates destinies. Chronos will say the bill is due on Friday. Kairos decides today with what spirit you will face it, what call you will make, what word you will say, what expense you will cut, what skill you will learn. Chronos informs you of deadlines. Kairos governs possibilities. One who marries Chronos becomes a slave to the calendar. One who aligns with Kairos transforms the week. That is why so many lives remain suspended in promises. After vacation, I'll change. After money comes in, I'll organize. After they value me, I'll charge the right price. This after is the altar of scarcity. Tear it down. What you can do, in the dimension of gesture and state, do now. And what you cannot yet do in form, decide now in feeling, because feeling is the first work. The addiction to psychological time feeds on three ghosts: the past that accuses you, the future that threatens you, and the present that you ignore. The past whispers, "You were always like this," and invites you to repetition. The future barks, "What if it goes wrong?" and invites you to paralysis. The present, if embraced, returns simple levers to you. Breathe, straighten up, choose the next clean action, install the state of possession, and proceed. You will not save yourself by dwelling on yesterday, nor by rehearsing tomorrow's tragedies. You will be saved by the dignified gesture born from the sacred now. I say sacred because the now is an altar of decision. In it, you consecrate an identity. I am order, I am provision, I am value, I am peace. The world learns this language when you speak it without interruption. How does one live in the now without falling into impulsivity? With rhythm. The heirs now is not haste, it is tempo. Before acting, seal the state. 3 long exhalations, yielding shoulders. The stone phrase "it already is" settled in the chest. From there ask, what is the smallest next step consistent with the chosen end? Execute it. Close microcycles. The now strengthens when it sees conclusion. A message sent, a bill respectfully collected, a cancellation of useless expense, a negotiation initiated, a spreadsheet opened and filled for 15 minutes, a class attended attentively, the bed made upon waking. Laugh at the grand beginnings that never get anywhere. Honor the small beginnings that add up to become a wall. This is how time is converted into construction. In dealing with money, Abandoning psychological time means stopping waiting for a great savior event and starting to act as one who already governs. No more, when I earn X, then I'll control it. Control the little now, and you will prove to your body that you are a worthy home for the much. No more, when it increases, I'll save. Save today the small portion that declares sovereignty. No more, when there's leftover, I'll invest in myself. Invest half an hour daily now in the knowledge that multiplies your value. The now creates tracks. Money loves visible tracks, and tracks are habits that the present repeats until the future has no option but to obey. Your mind will tell you that the present is too small to contain your transformation. Lie. The present is the only container that exists. Everything that has saved you arrived wrapped in a now. The right conversation, the email sent, the no said, the yes assumed, the decision to breathe instead of fight, the choice to sleep ceiling instead of punishing yourself with internal tribunals. Make your bed your school of eternity. As you fall asleep, abandon yesterday and tomorrow like worn clothes on a chair. Dress in the state you have chosen and lie down as one who already possesses. But what if the thought of tomorrow invades? Smile inwardly and respond, tomorrow will find me as I am now. Owner. Return to the anchor. Signature made, key turning, chest releasing. Sleep. Sleep is the artisan of the present. It works only with the mold you hand it now. In the body, psychological time appears as tension, clenched jaw, future, sunken chest, past, narrowed gaze, loss of now. Untie it with a simple and faithful technique. Exhale longer than you inhale. Gently rest your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Broaden your visual field by lifting your gaze from the narrow point to the horizon. This physiology tells your system, we are not hunting, we are not fleeing, we are governing. It is impressive how mediocre decisions dissolve when the body receives the now. What seemed urgent reveals itself as noise. What seemed impossible reveals itself as a sequence. What seemed humiliation reveals itself as an invitation to a limit. Free yourself from the countdown that paralyzes. I have 30 days. It's 48 hours, 15 minutes left. Counting is useful for logistics. It is poison for identity. While you count, you forget to create. Create in the now the person who deals with 30 days with sobriety. Create in the now the tone of one who delivers what is essential in 48 hours. Create in the now the precision of one who transforms 15 minutes into gold. A crucial email, a line of code, an impeccable paragraph, a lean proposal, a firm call. The past does not define you. The future does not save you. The now transforms you. When the old habit drags you to later, use the humility of the minimum. If you cannot do everything, do one thing. One is now. One is a seed. A seed is law. Plant and water without drama. If the mind says it's too little, respond, the little of now is the much of tomorrow. And return. The constancy of the now creates an internal reputation. You begin to see yourself as someone who delivers. One who delivers in the present charges a fair price in the market because they know they deliver. The market senses this. One who lives on future promises sells cheap and buys expensive. Cheap in value, expensive in guilt. Watch out for after I feel prepared. Too much preparation turns into decorated postponement. The now calls for prototypes. Deliver a version, learn, improve, iterate. The perfect is the enemy of the provisional. Provisional is the provision of the now. And provision is exactly what you say you seek. Fix it along the way, maintaining the state. The state is your insurance against shame. Even when the form needs adjustments, your center transmits respect, and respect buys good time. With people, abandoning psychological time means stopping rehearsing endless dialogues in your head and conversing in the present with clarity. Request, propose, establish, conclude. When we align, I'll return. Tuesday is my limit. These are the terms. I won't proceed this way. Few phrases, grounded voice, present eyes. The dignity of the now resolves meetings that we'll talk someday drags on for months. What isn't resolved reveals itself, and you move on without hanging your peace on others' moods. On the spiritual plane, stopping the idolatry of time is honoring God's nature as I am, not I will be when it happens, not I was. I am is a verb of presence. When you align with it, your prayer's climate changes. It ceases to be an anxious schedule and becomes agreement. I agree with what you already are in me. Provision, order, peace. and I act from that now. This prayer cures superstition. Heaven is not late, your state was out of phase. Put it in tempo and you will see what you call miracle take form as a natural consequence. And when regret visits you, use it as wisdom in the now, not as a chain. To repent well is to immediately correct the microaction, ask for forgiveness, redo a section, return a value, end a commitment, alter a term, revise a limit. Repentance that only ruminates on the past is guilty vanity. Repentance that acts in the present is sovereign humility. Finally, keep the discipline of the 3 bells of now. Upon waking, I conduct my day from what already is. At midday, I return to my axis and execute the next simple step. Before sleeping, I seal in the now and the invisible works. 15 seconds each. This cadence returns your spirit to the only workshop where something truly happens, this instant. And, living thus, you will be surprised by the speed with which entire weeks change color silently, not because time accelerated, but because, by abandoning when, you stopped pushing life forward and began to bring it within. Then it obeys you. Then it flourishes. Then finally you live as a king, not counting clocks but decreeing states, and harvesting, in each now, the fruit of what you chose to be. Order before increase. This is the decree that many ignore while asking for more. They ask for rivers while still leaving faucets open. They ask for harvests while scattering seeds to the wind. They ask for new doors when they haven't even honorably closed the previous ones. Life, which is wise, does not deliver abundance to those who waste it. It protects the foolish from themselves by denying them the excess that would crush them. That is why I tell you, if you want to see wealth descend to the ground, begin by restoring order where your feet tread. Order is not a fetish. It is language. The universe understands. When you organize what you have, you announce that you are a safe home for what you have been asking for. Look without drama at your territory. Are there useless subscriptions bleeding you dry? Cancel them. Are there small debts you carry out of laziness to resolve? Renegotiate. Are there objects you no longer need, taking up space and confusing your gaze? Donate, sell, release. Disorder is noise that your tired mind interprets as I can't. What you call spiritual exhaustion is often just the constant friction of living with what does not serve you. When you clear the clutter, the soul breathes. And when the soul breathes, intelligence appears. Nothing attracts wealth like a silent field where it knows where to land. But do not confuse order with neurotic rigidity. Rigidity is a child of fear. It tries to control the world because it does not trust the source. The order I ask of you is a live, breathing dynamic. It is the clarity of cycles, what comes in, what remains, what goes out. It is the honoring of deadlines that you yourself establish. It is the care for the little as one who cares for much in seed. It is the simplicity that saves energy for what truly multiplies. And above all, it is the courage to close what is almost paid bills, almost resolved conversations, almost finished projects. Almost consumes more than no. Close it. The universe loves well-closed doors. They make the next ones open without creaking. You will ask, how does spiritual order converse with practical order? One seals the other. When you lie down at night, do not hand over the day's chaotic inventory to sleep. Select a single scene of completion, the spreadsheet closing, the approved on the screen, the confirmed message, the clean printout of a resolved bill, and let that frame organize your system. Sleep meditation is the secret workshop where internal order becomes a protocol for the next day. You will wake up wanting to conclude, not just to begin. The body, instructed by the state, naturally seeks the end you have sealed. This is the silent miracle of order. It creates traction. In dealing with people, order is respect and boundaries. The disorganized one promises beyond what they can deliver, is always late, asks for discounts on their own honor, talks too much when they should conclude. The orderly one speaks little and delivers. If they err, they correct without drama. If they cannot, they say no early. If they can, they say yes fully. Learn to set markers. I will deliver on Tuesday. This is the value. Under these conditions I will proceed. I will not participate in this manner. Do not fear losing by clarity. Fear losing by confusion. Confusion is expensive. Clarity may close some doors, but those that remain open will support your weight. In money matters, order is a track. Many want more when they have not yet taught the little how to circulate. Create simple maps, accounts separated by function, named reserves, labeled inflows, justified outflows. not to become a slave to spreadsheets, but to free your spirit from the fog. Fog is expensive. It makes you accept inferior conditions, pushes you to relief purchases, distracts you from investments that require patience. When the track appears, the mind stops chasing the train. It begins to see schedules, routes, stops, and seeing, it negotiates better, sleeps better, decides better. Wealth loves predictability at the base and creativity at the top. Give it that, an organized base, an inspired top. Perhaps you will say that order is a talent of few. You are mistaken. Order is training, and training begins small. 5 minutes upon waking to put everything in its place. Bed made, desk clean, agenda with 3 real priorities. 15 minutes in the afternoon to review inflows and outflows, close a cycle, refuse an invitation that dilutes you. And at night, the review. A scene from the day rewritten inwardly as it should have been. Your voice firm, your boundary clear, your email precise, your choice sober. Repeated 2 or 3 times, this review instructs your reflexes. In weeks, what once required effort becomes habit. Habit is consolidated order. There is a dignity in order that the entire world recognizes. It is the dignity of the professional who does not waste time, of the father who keeps his word, of the woman who sets price and deadline, of the young person who does not trade their peace for cheap approval. This dignity creates margin. Margin is the cushion of wealth. It allows you to say no to a bad deal, to wait for the right client, to study without desperation, to improve the product without selling your soul. Without margin, you accept anything. With margin, you choose. And to choose is abundance's favorite verb. Do not, however, use order as an excuse for procrastination. Some spend months organizing to start someday. This is fear dressed as a spreadsheet. True order puts you in motion. It creates the next obvious step. If, after organizing, you do not know what gesture comes next, you have not organized, you have hidden. Come out of hiding with one small accomplishment today. Call, publish, finish, collect, pay, learn, rehearse, present. Accomplishment paves the way for more order. Procrastination builds labyrinths. In the heart, order is prioritizing what expands you and cutting what drains you. Observe conversations that diminish you, profiles that push you to comparison, habits that steal your sleep, foods that make you heavy, promises that make you a liar to yourself. Each cut is a yes to your inheritance. You don't need 100 cuts in one day. You need one consistent cut per week. In 3 months, your life will be different without pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics are for those who want to prove. Transformation is for those who organize in silence. Bring order to your language as well. Define words you permit and words you forbid. Permit, I conclude, I manage. I honor, I decide. I learn quickly. Forbid, I am chaos. I wasn't born for this. I am always late. Money slips away from me. Your mouth is a gate. Through it enters and exits what feeds your field. Close the gate to trash. Open it to bread. When you stumble, and stumbling happens, do not scold yourself. Adjust. It fell below my standard. I restore it now. And restore it. Order is a quick return to the axis. In bed, make order your liturgy. Turn off the lights by decision, not by exhaustion. Lie down with the possible house at peace and, in your chest, the sensation of a closed cycle. If something remains open, do not torment yourself. Choose a single action that brings it closer to its end tomorrow and seal it with the minimal scene. Feel your body accept. Surrendered shoulders, longer exhalation, relaxed jaw. Sleep thus. Sleep is a faithful cooperator of order. It archives what is needed, erases the superfluous, highlights the essential. You will wake up with the right phrase and, often, with the courage to execute it without drama. When the request for more comes, do not reject it, but respond to it with the question, can my house sustain it? If it can sustain it, it will come. If not, build pillars. Pillars are habits that do not break under weight. Pillars are honored deadlines, clear agreements, named reserves, study routines, food that keeps you awake, sleep that recharges you, silence that restores your state. Pillars are also people. Those who add stay close. Those who drain go outside the gate. The gate exists. Use it. Compassion makes you help. Order prevents you from being drained. Do not forget, order does not make you cold. It makes you available for the best. An ordered heart loves better because it does not live in a fire. It listens. It gives with sobriety. It works with joy. It celebrates without guilt. And the joy of the ordered is contagious. It elevates environments. Companies, families, teams, communities prosper when someone without spotlights decides to be this point of order. Decide to be you. Do not wait for the position to exercise governance. Governance begins with your desk, your body, your account, your word. Finally, engrave in your chest. Order is the handwritten invitation that abundance respects. Without an invitation, it passes by. With an invitation, it enters and stays. Write it every day with simple letters. Conclude, adjust, honor, organize, review, rest, give thanks. The miracle you seek is not random. It is a response. And the response arrives faster at a house that has prepared itself. Prepare yourself then, not with anxiety, but with reverence. Increase first your capacity to care. The rest will come as an addition, as it always has, when it finds an heir who knows that wealth is not a prize, it is responsibility. And responsibility, my child, has another ancient and beautiful name: order. Learn to say no as one who protects a temple. Boundaries are not walls of hostility. They are doors with a key of honor. Without boundaries, you disperse yourself in 1,000 requests, promises, and others' urgencies, and then blame destiny for not having harvested. The truth is simple and harsh. One harvests less who does not know how to deny. Because an indiscriminate yes is a leak through which your energy, your time, your money, and above all your state drain away. Clean wealth needs containment to accumulate density and direction. A river that knows no banks turns into mud. An heir who does not learn to deny becomes a servant to others' moods. Understand that every aligned no is a yes, preserved for what matters. When you say no to an invitation that dilutes your focus, you say yes to the project that multiplies you. When you say no to an unfair negotiation, you say yes to the price that honors your value. When you say no to a conversation that only wants drama, you say yes to your peace. And peace, as I have already told you, is the workshop of miracles. A mature no is not an explosion. It is a clear decision that lands firmly. It does not over-explain, does not improvise guilt, does not return aggression. It informs with dignity. I will not proceed this way. Perhaps you fear losing opportunities by denying. I tell you, what you lose with the right no is precisely what would delay you if it turned into a yes. An off-axis yes buys little and costs much. An on-axis no seems expensive now, but buys freedom and reputation. Reputation is what makes the right doors seek you out. The world notices who has backbone. One who has backbone accepts less but receives better. The weak collect invitations and end up empty. The strong select invitations and end up fruitful. To say no without guilt, first remember your price. Price is not a whim. It is a measure of the energy, time, competence, and responsibility you deliver. If you sell below your price, you collect the remainder in self-resentment and fatigue, and both impoverish you. If you ask above what you deliver, you collect the excess in anxiety, and anxiety exposes you. The just middle ground is born of self-knowledge and testing. Deliver, measure, adjust, firm up, and once firm, defend it serenely. This is the value. These are the conditions. This is how I work. The phrase ends firmly. Those who need it understand. Those who do not understand are not your client today. It is not a refusal of the person. It is fidelity to your temple. Boundaries also apply to yourself. Learn to deny the impulse to over-explain without being asked, to review 10 times what is already good, to accept meetings that could be a paragraph, to scroll through screens that steal your morning. Say no to the sugar that steals your clarity, to the alcohol that steals your sleep, to the habit of going to bed with a racing mind. You think wealth is just numbers. I tell you, wealth is rhythm. Rhythm requires cuts. Cut the superfluous for the essential to breathe. The no to yourself is the highest form of love. You protect your future from your present whims. In dealing with money, boundaries are a track and a lid. A track to guide where it comes in and where it goes out. A lid to prevent it from evaporating without purpose. Define ceilings for expenses that do not multiply you and limits that challenge you to grow without violating your peace. A credit card without a limit is the favorite toy of scarcity disguised as status. The heir prefers clear limits and real goals. I set aside X% before touching the rest. I spend up to here. I invest up to there. I do not accept delays that cost me fines. You don't need to turn your life into a cold spreadsheet. You need to give contour to the water. Water with contour moves mills. Boundary is body language. Observe your body when you don't know how to say no. Shoulders hunch, voice rises, sentences lengthen apologetically. Train the no with the physiology of an owner. Exhale longer than you inhale. Relax your jaw and shoulders. Straighten your spine. End the sentence firmly. Thank you, but I cannot. Thank you, it doesn't serve me. I prefer not to. For this value, I will not proceed. When X happens, we can talk again. Period. No paragraphs of justification. The world respects those who respect themselves. Those who do not respect will teach you why no exists. There will be moments when your no will hurt old expectations. People accustomed to your limitless availability will call you cold, difficult, arrogant. Breathe. It's just the old system asking for your cheap energy back. Don't give it back. Maintain your posture and offer, when it makes sense, alternatives that preserve your axis. I can in another format. I can on such a date. I can with such limits. I can recommend someone. Boundary is not contempt. It is design. You redesign the relationship so it doesn't devour you. Bring the no to the threshold of sleep. Does that seem strange? Listen, many lie down with a yes to everything, to others' worries, to notifications, to rehearsals of arguments. Their head turns into a marketplace. Teach your brain to close the gate. Before turning off the light, declare 2 no's inwardly. I do not carry to bed what I cannot solve now, and I do not fall asleep under foreign voices. Then seal it with a single fertile yes, the minimal scene of completion of what is yours. Sleep. Sleep respects those who respect themselves. The night is an ally of those who know how to conclude. Boundaries also heal generosity. Generosity without boundaries turns into arms of guilt. With boundaries, it turns into an investment of love. Give where your presence multiplies, not where it merely relieves for minutes and exhausts you for weeks. This applies to money, attention, advice, work. But isn't that selfish? Selfishness is demanding that another save you. A boundary is saying, I save myself so I can serve better and longer. A doctor who never rests becomes a patient. A provider who never recharges becomes a debtor. A creator who never silences becomes an echo. Your no keeps your true yes available and powerful. In the realm of ideas, say no to information that breaks your axis. It is not ignorance, it is hygiene. Select news and voices that leave you more whole, not more fragmented. Close the door to irony that teaches you to laugh at yourself. Close the door to the doctrine of everything is difficult, everything is slow, nothing works. Open the window to content that holds you responsible without crushing you. What you consume becomes your internal vocabulary. Your internal vocabulary becomes your architecture. Limit your diet so your house grows solid. When you err, and you will err as you learn to deny, acknowledge it without a whip. Perhaps you will say yes where you should say no out of habit, out of fear, out of misplaced affection. When you realize it, adjust. I was hasty. I will retract. I was mistaken. I cannot maintain this. I reevaluated and I need to change the term. The adult apologizes with precision and corrects quickly. The proud teenager insists not to look bad and then pays high interest on their soul. The interest on the soul is called resentment and fatigue. Do not contract them. If your history taught you that denying is a sin, revise the scripture of your heart. God, who is the source, does not say yes to everything. He draws boundaries, times, seasons, measures, doors. The correct no is part of the divine order. No protects the garden, defines the Sabbath, guards the heart, prevents the temple's gold from being taken as a souvenir. You are not less holy because you use a key, you are wiser. A key is not a prison, it is care for a treasure. A simple exercise. For 7 days, choose 2 situations to practice setting boundaries. 1 internal, a habit that drains you, and 1 external, someone else's request. Define the exact phrase you will say and when to say it. Train your body beforehand. Long exhalation, relaxed shoulders, short phrase. Execute. Note the effect on your day, and especially on your sleep. You will notice that the body sleeps better after an honest no. It is the rest of the guardian who closed the gate at dusk. And in a few days you will see energy returning, ideas clarifying, the right invitations arriving. The universe rewards well-used gates. Finally, keep this image. A boundary is a chalice. Without a chalice, wine turns into a puddle. With a chalice, the same wine turns into a celebration. Your no is not drought, it is crystal. It gives form to what life pours out to you. Without it, you get soiled and call it humility. With it, you toast and call it honor. Learn to raise the chalice with a steady hand and a gentle gaze. One who knows how to deny, knows how to receive. One who knows how to close, knows how to open. One who knows how to guard, knows how to overflow. And that is what I call you to overflow with wisdom, because wealth obeys one who has decided, without anger and without guilt, to say no to what does not align with their kingdom, and yes to what makes it flourish. Make your work an altar. I'm not talking about becoming a slave to tasks, but about consecrating each delivery as proof of your state. Many people want wealth without dignifying their craft. They ask for a harvest where they haven't planted precision. The world responds with the same measure. Mediocre works attract mediocre opportunities. Dense works call for dense agreements. Work, when born from the right identity, ceases to be how I earn money and becomes how I manifest who I am. Money is a consequence. The cause is real value delivered with the spirit of a king. A king does not throw service on the table as one tossing scraps. He serves a clean plate, the right seasoning, the correct portion, honored timing, a silent presentation that communicates respect. Respect is currency that opens doors that advertising cannot. Examine your craft with courage. Where do you still deliver almost? Where have you gotten used to shortcuts, quick fixes, excuses? Almost is the collapse of abundance, because it lies to your own consciousness. Consciousness knows when it was 7:10 and you signed off on 10. This misalignment creates noise that charges you in insecurity when pricing, in fear when negotiating, in guilt when receiving. Correct it at the source. Raise the standard, not with paralyzing perfectionism, but with simple and non-negotiable criteria. A promised deadline is a met deadline. Agreed scope is delivered scope. Clear communication, no disappearing acts. Organized files, documented processes, backups made, minimal controls functioning. This doesn't change Instagram. It changes your internal reputation. And internal reputation is what the body uses to authorize the mouth to say, "This is my price," without trembling. Learn to do what few do. Review. Review is where good turns into excellent. Go delivery that goes through review carries polish, and polish is visible care. It is not aesthetic whim. It is honor to the client, the student, the patient, the reader, to whoever pays you with time and money. The world is saturated with, "It's good enough." You will be remembered for, "It was better than I asked for." And when you err, because you will err, your review also corrects. I saw a point to improve and have already adjusted. Here is the new version. This builds trust for decades. Decades of trust are worth more than weeks of euphoria. Transform study into a wealth routine. You don't study to get a certificate, you study to multiply impact per hour. Impact per hour is what separates those who work hard from those who govern well. Reserve blocks of your day to sharpen tools. Technique, writing, speaking, numbers, negotiation. The design of your craft. Don't wait for time to be left over. Schedule it first. The time you say you lose studying is the time you will gain by saying no to chaos and yes to better contracts. The client feels when your hand carries knowledge, when your proposal has method, when your delivery has a standard. They pay for that. And even when the market doesn't yet pay, your body pays in peace. And peace, as I've already told you, is a miracle workshop. Do less, better, more often. Abundance comes from compounding. The right gesture repeated until it becomes a signature. Choose your anchor products, your core services, your line of strength. Stop promising the world. Promise little and deliver with brilliance. Every time you open a new flank out of anxiety, you dilute what was gaining density. Density is the gravity that pulls good opportunities. Without density, you live chasing. With density, you live selecting. Selecting is the freedom you ask for when you say, "I want to prosper." In dealing with price, honor what you deliver. Price is not a request for friendship. It is an affirmation of value. Calculate without delusion or shame. Time, inputs, competence, responsibility, margin to guarantee quality. Communicate simply. This is the investment. These are the steps. These are the deadlines. These are the conditions. If someone tries to drag you into the theater of disrespectful haggling, release them. "Thank you, but I cannot under these terms," and indicate, if appropriate, another solution. Indicating is not losing. It is ordering the field. What is yours by identity returns. What is not was a delay disguised as an opportunity. In your body, work in a state of possession, not rush. Rush is a confession of disorganization. Possession works with blocks of clean focus. Phone away, notifications off, one task at a time. Brief breaks between sprints, water, breathing that deepens. When the body feels that you govern the rhythm, it gives you access to layers of intelligence that panic blocks. The best solutions appear in silence and cadence. Haste shouts, excellence whispers. Become a person of cadence. Your cadence educates clients and teams. The world, which lives starved of urgencies, respects those who can say, I will deliver X by such a date in the right way, and then delivers. Take care of the aesthetics of what you do. Aesthetics is not vanity, it is language. A clean document, an email without errors, a clear presentation, a product packaged with respect, a consistent visual identity, an organized desk. All this says, I know who I am with. Important people listen to this dialect. They pay for it. You don't need luxury. You need order and good taste. Good taste is born from simplicity. Remove the excess, let the essential breathe. The essential breathing communicates. Choose your quality signature, a detail that always goes along and that people begin to expect from you. It can be punctuality that becomes a good joke. He arrives 2 minutes early. The impeccable executive summary, the after-sales service that resolves without pushing, the clear manual, the short tutorial, the useful gift, the guarantee of adjustments, the response within 24 hours. This signature creates memory. Memory turns into referrals. Referrals are the marketing that needs no stage. Do not prostitute your craft out of need. Saying yes to jobs that violate your standard is teaching your body that your need commands more than your honor. Sometimes you will accept something lesser strategically, to enter a market, to build a portfolio, to get through a phase. Do it, but make clear to yourself the limits and duration of this arrangement. Strategy without a deadline turns into identity. The identity of doing anything for any price is a curse that later costs dearly to break. In bed, seal your work with the minimal scene of completed excellence. See the message, perfect, thank you. Feel the calm of sending something you don't need to flee from. Rest in the certainty that what you did today aligns with who you want to be tomorrow. If something fell short, do not whip yourself. Write a simple adjustment for the morning and sleep. Sleep restores the artisan's hand when they sleep in peace. One who sleeps guilty wakes up hidden. One who sleeps sealed wakes up ready. Finally, engrave in your chest, work is daily worship of the state. You don't earn money. You attract responsibility proportional to the value you consistently offer. Money comes as a witness, not as a savior. It testifies, in figures, to the invisible quality of what you have done in silence. Convert your craft into a prayer of excellence. Deliver cleanly, charge cleanly, always learn, review without vanity, organize your flow, honor the client, and honor yourself. The universe, which is just in its mathematics, will give you more than you ask for when it perceives that your altar does not burn straw, but incense, precision, respect, beauty, constancy. Then, silently, you will see the table expand, and you, with the serenity of those who know, will merely adjust the cutlery and say inwardly, I knew, because the king, when he serves well, never lacks a feast. Treat your body as the vault where wealth sleeps. I'm not talking about aesthetic worship. I'm talking about a spiritual instrument. The state you have assumed needs a vessel capable of sustaining it without collapsing. Many decree inwardly and sabotage outwardly. They drench themselves in stimuli, sleep little, breathe shallowly, eat as if extinguishing a fire with gasoline, live contracted as if dwelling in armor. Then they say that the law doesn't work. The law responds. The one who doesn't respond is the exhausted body. Your mind can proclaim it already is, but if the body only knows the language of urgency, it translates your decree into anxiety. Adjust the instrument so that the music of the spirit does not go out of tune on its way out. Start with breath, which is the quickest lever between the invisible and the visible. One who breathes short, thinks short, decides short, sees short. Lengthening the exhalation is opening windows in the castle. Make 4-6 a sacred habit. Inhale for 4, exhale for 6 for 2 minutes several times a day. By the third cycle, your nervous system receives the message, we are not fleeing, we are governing. Shoulders yield, jaw relaxes, vision widens. On this ground, your word, it already is, falls like seed on plowed earth. Saying it while contracted is throwing it on asphalt. The body is the earth. Prepare it. Care for sleep as one polishing gold. The day tests you. The night restores you and stamps the decrees. Do not turn your bed into a courtroom market shouting square. An hour before lying down, begin to dim external and internal lights. Close open doors. A glass of water. A note with tomorrow's next simple step. That's enough for today, said softly to your own zeal. Lie down with a single ceiling scene, signature made, approved on the screen, key turning, and rest peaceful possession upon it. If the mind comes to sell catastrophes, do not discuss prices. Close the shop. Exhale long, release your shoulders, return to the seal and sleep. The miracle of sleep is silent. It impregnates your decree and returns to you upon waking, less noise and more precision. Nutrition is a vote. I do not forbid foods. I ask that you choose allies. What makes you lucid? What makes you heavy? Observe without ideology. Wealth prefers a clear mind and constant energy. Eat to think better, not to forget that you think. Ask your plate, does this align with my state of governance? If yes, eat. If no, pass. With each ordered meal, you teach your body that the center commands more than compulsion. This also applies to what you drink. Water is the body's obedience to the spirit. Excess alcohol is permission for the ego to make noise. Drink with reverence if you drink, and, if you need to sleep well, choose silence in the glass. Movement is not punishment, it is prayer in action. Walk, stretch, strengthen, not to fit into others' standards, but to fit into the destiny you have chosen. Your body is the king's horse. A tense horse throws its rider. A trained horse crosses storms. 15 minutes of walking with proper breathing, 3 times a day, are worth a wise counsel. They clear the mind, soften the mood, release solutions that the computer cannot find. By moving the body, you move the state in the direction of the gesture. And if the schedule is tough, negotiate firmly. The time missing for movement will be charged with interest on your lucidity. Posture is language. The world reads your spine before it reads your resume. Shoulders back without arrogance, chin slightly tucked, feet on the ground, broad gaze. You communicate governance. And when you communicate governance, doors obey. Train the firm landing in your phrases. I deliver on Tuesday. This is the value. I will not proceed this way. Posture sustains timbre. Timbre sustains agreement. One who speaks from a contracted body asks chance for permission. One who speaks from an aligned body gives instruction to circumstances. Stimulus hygiene is a fast from noise. Incessant notifications are small debts that add up until they bankrupt you in attention. Define windows. Hours of focus without barking screens. Minutes for messages, blocks for news. But what if I miss something? You will always miss something. What you cannot miss is the thread of your state. Prefer to miss headlines than to lose your bearings. The kingdom is not built under sirens, it is built under cadence. Prepare your entry ritual at work and your exit ritual. Entry, 2 minutes of breathing. Review of the day's seal, 3 true priorities. Notifications off, water nearby. Exit, a short checklist of what was accomplished. A note for tomorrow's next simple step. Sober gratitude for what advanced. Screen closed. This creates pillars in the day and prevents your mind from living in an infinite corridor. Pillars support a roof. An infinite corridor trips travelers. Watch the silent pacts your body makes with the world. Sleeping with your phone in hand is saying, I belong to others' urgencies. Eating in a hurry is saying, my life is second class. Checking your balance every 5 minutes is saying, I serve fear. Change the pacts. Sleep with your phone out of the room. My temple is not a public square. Eat sitting and present. I honor provision. Check numbers at scheduled times. I manage, I do not chase. The body understands and obeys. People too. Take care of your space as an extension of your body. Clean desk, tools in place, favorable light, calming scent. The right aesthetic is not vanity. It is ergonomics of the spirit. Every useless object is a plea for attention. Every useful object is a silent servant. What does not serve, leaves. What serves, remains and has an address. External order is an argument your mind uses to believe in your internal decree. Belief accelerates form. Learn to truly rest. Rest is not noisy distraction. It is a pause that restores you to yourself. Sometimes it will be silence and low light. Sometimes good laughter with those who expand you. Sometimes nature. The right rest is that after which you return more whole. If you return stuffed, tired, guilty, You called what was only escape rest. A king's escape has another name, abdication. Do not abdicate. Descend from the throne for a few minutes to drink water at the source and return. The source gives you presence. Escape takes away your governance. Treat pain and fatigue as signals, not as identity. If your body hurts, do not curse it, adjust. Sleep earlier, breathe better, stretch, ask for help, change posture, consult someone who understands. Mature spirituality does not despise doctors, therapists, trainers. It knows that God also heals through the simple and the technical. A dry leaf prays for rain. A farmer prays and digs ditches. Do both. The principle honors those who honor their own vessel. In bed, seal this pact. My body serves my state, and my state heals my body. Place your hand on your chest. Listen to your heartbeat. Align it with your short sentence. It already is. I manage. I rest. I wake up with solutions. Feel the rhythm enter. It is not empty mysticism. It is subtle engineering. Tomorrow, your body will demand coherence. It will ask for water instead of sugar, a walk instead of a screen, no instead of guilt. Attend to it. Each attendance is a brick upon brick, a cathedral. Finally, remember, abundance is a weighty glory. It needs structure. Structure is an orderly body. Sleep that seals, breathing that governs, food that serves, movement that frees, posture that communicates, space that supports, rest that restores, stimulus that disciplines. With this structure, your decree does not evaporate. Without it, your decree becomes a tired slogan. Decide today that you will live in a body home, not a body inn. A home has routine, light, a set table, a made bed, locked doors, and windows that open. An inn has people coming and going at all hours, and no owner's face. Be the owner. Inhabit yourself, and let wealth, recognizing the prepared house, enter, sit, stay, and together with you generate long-term fruits. Because the king who cares for the body does not fear the harvest. He knows he has a granary, and a full granary does not collapse. It sustains cities. Choose your alliances as one chooses the palace guard. Nothing molds your state as quickly as the voices around you. You can decree possession in the silence of dawn, and at sunrise, deliver your decree to the wrong table. People who feed drama, normalize debt, ridicule discipline, call prudence fear, and confuse generosity with guilt. The nascent state does not resist daily baths of irony. That is why I tell you, company is spiritual architecture. Alliances are invisible walls that protect the fire. With whom you sit defines the temperature of your inner home. Learn to recognize 3 types of presence: the one that elevates, the one that neutralizes, the one that drains. The one that elevates restores your responsibility without crushing you. It celebrates your progress, calls you to your standard, reminds you who you are when you forget, speaks little and does much. The one that neutralizes is cordial but lukewarm. It neither pulls up nor down. It is good for a brief coffee, dangerous as a daily diet. The one that drains lives on urgency, gossip, victimhood, and suspicion. It transforms any achievement into competition and any boundary into an offense. The first is an alliance, the second is a visit, the third is a closed door. Do not confuse roles. Not everyone deserves a key to your atrium. Perhaps you find selection difficult. What is difficult is living hostage to others' moods. The air does not need to hate to distance. They merely recognize what each presence produces in their field and position themselves with serenity. If a relationship needs you to exist, you push it, you call, you justify. You explain yourself. It has already told you that it consumes more than it delivers. Give thanks for what was good. End it without drama. Keep your heart clean and the gate firm. Ending is a gift. The universe sends worthy replacements to those who know how to release with honor. Actively seek circles that speak the language of your state. People who value sleep as part of their work, who pay what's agreed, who don't laugh at what builds you up, who prefer a met deadline to a pretty promise, who discuss ideas without hurting people, who give thanks before seeing, who review without vanity, who learn without jealousy. 2 or 3 such voices are worth more than 50 easy applauses. With them, share processes when necessary. With the others, share only fruits. Exposed roots attract trampling. Exposed fruit attracts those who need to eat. Become that presence for others as well. The world lacks allies who add without controlling. Offer feedback that elevates, not humiliates. Point to paths without demanding emotional tithe. Celebrate others' victories as confirmation that the table is set for all who assume state. Envy is a confession of orphanhood. Admiration is an heir's prayer. Admire with gratitude and, when you can, open doors. Abundance loves bridges between kingdoms that respect each other. Set clear communication boundaries. The endless message that spills anxiety is not innocent venting, it is an invasion. The phone call that always catches you by surprise to resolve fires that are not yours is cordial vampirism. Respond with form. We can talk tomorrow at 3 p.m. I prefer email. I can't in this format. I count on you to bring the solution along with the problem. One who wants to grow understands. One who wants endless coddling gets irritated and seeks another source. Let them go. The space that opens will be filled by true cooperation. At the business table, alliance is more than price. It is method, value, and rhythm. Do not associate with those who ask you to sacrifice honor for urgency, who confuse cleverness with intelligence, who treat people as disposable parts. Money earned that way takes its toll in sleep, reputation, and time. And these three are currencies of high kingdoms. Prefer fewer contracts and more peace, because peace multiplies with compound interest. Soon your cadence will attract those who pay for the standard you defend. In your body, you will feel the effect of alliances. After certain conversations, your breathing shortens, your jaw clenches, your mind ruminates. These are signs. Respond with the protocol you already know. Exhale longer. Relax shoulders and tongue. Return your body to its axis. Repeat inwardly a stone phrase, I protect my state, and close the mental door. You do not bring visitors into the king's chamber. If it is unavoidable to maintain a difficult presence for a time, work, family, project, define perimeters and decontamination routines. A short walk in silence after the encounter, a page of review, water, sleep sealed with a minimal scene of possession. Discipline is the soul's sanitary barrier. Take this selection to bed. Before sleeping, remove from your pillow the voices that do not serve you. The last sound of the day must be that of your inheritance, not the echo of gossip, comparison, borrowed fear. If a dialogue pursued you, rewrite it inwardly. See yourself responding with dignity, setting the limit, concluding with respect. 2 cycles, and that's enough. Sleep works best in the silence of allies. You will awaken with solutions not born at the noisy table. Alliances are also habits. You become a faithful friend to everything that repeats your state. The right book, the short prayer, the regular exercise, water on time, the spreadsheet open at 5 p.m., the review at 10 p.m., all are companions who do not betray you. Meanwhile, indiscriminate screens, idle comparisons, endless conversations, aggressive foods, unbounded schedules, these rob you from within and then call you weak. You are not weak. You are in bad company. Change your circle. Change the narrative. When you fail, and you will fail, do not run to those who console you in error and encourage you to repeat it. Seek those who remind you of the standard and extend a hand to help you return. Compassion that perpetuates misery is not compassion, it is complicity. True compassion says, I love you and I pull you up. Feel the cut, acknowledge others' courage, adjust your course, and move on. Gradually, your identity will accustom itself to environments where truth and tenderness walk together, and then you grow without needing to defend yourself all the time. Finally, engrave in your chest, whoever sits at your table learns your language, and you learn theirs. Speak the language you want to multiply. Sit with those who restore you to your throne. Close the door to those who confuse your palace with a public square. And when abundance comes to sit, because it will come when the house is clean, it will recognize its own reflection in your guests. People of peace, honor, work, boundaries, gratitude. This table sustains long feasts. The other, of urgencies and empty laughter, leaves crumbs on the floor. Choose your table. The state will serve, and the world, obedient, will eat with you. Clear invisible debts first. There are accounts that don't reside in the bank. They reside in the heart. Old resentments, pacts of defeat, vows of poverty unknowingly made, inherited guilt like family jewels. All these consume spiritual credit limit. You ask life to trust you with more, but you still pay a monthly installment to stories that should have been closed. The math is simple. Where there is resentment, there is leakage. Where there is guilt, there is sabotage. Where there is self-accusation, there is interest. Free yourself, not for the other, for your state. Forgiveness here is not romantic oblivion. It is flow engineering. It closes gaps and restores pressure to the river. Start by recognizing the silent demands you pass on to the world. I did too much and wasn't recognized. They betrayed me. I was wronged. Perhaps all of this is true, but as long as you define yourself by that invoice, you live by demanding with the wrong currency. Irony, coldness, general distrust, cruel self-exigence, low prices to not lose, promises you yourself don't trust you can keep. This is the hidden tax paid by those who hold grievances as trophies. Forgiveness does not deny injustice. It closes the contract so that your identity stops being that of the wounded creditor. If you want to govern, you cannot merely be the collector of the past. Close the old book to open the books of the kingdom. Simple and firm practice. For 7 nights, write a short list of those who still occupy your heart as debtors. Include your own name if necessary. And next to each name leave a phrase of clearance. I release your debt in me and recover my energy. I free your signature from my vault. I remove your name from my emotional payroll. Do not use flourishes. Use precision. Then place your hand on your chest, lengthen your exhalation, and imagine the red stamp descending, paid in full. If the mind comes with details and retorts, respond with the sentence and return to the seal. It is not a court discussion, it is accounting closure. Do this especially at the boundary of sleep, when the day's files are stored in depth. Upon waking, confirm with a small gesture that proves the clearance. Stop stalking them, stop repeating the story. Return the borrowed object, delete the archived conversation, block the path of relapse. Clearance becomes real when behavior stops funding the debt. There are, however, more subtle debts, vows you made without noticing. Better poor and honest than rich, and you completed it with any caricature. Money changes people. Those who have much stole it. In my family, no one prospers. Phrases like these are contracts. You signed them with your tongue and your body began to execute them. Break them with the same sobriety with which you terminate a poorly performed service. Say inwardly with a notary's voice, I revoke this vow, I recognize that clean wealth expands good, and I decide to prosper with honor. Repeat once, end firmly, breathe. Then, prove to your body that the new contract is serious. Practice measured generosity without guilt. Study a financial topic for 15 minutes. Adjust a price to what is fair. Refuse a crooked proposal. Contract revoked. New clauses. To forgive is not to offer your forehead for new blows. Boundaries still apply. Forgiveness is removing the internal hook that keeps the offender tethered to you. A boundary is not offering a new nail. You forgive and redesign the relationship. Less access, a different format, a clear price, a defined deadline, or no contact when necessary. The adult world understands. The childish world will accuse you of coldness. Let them accuse. The peace that returns is proof that you did right. And what about forgiving yourself? Without this, no other clearance stands. You charge yourself for bad decisions, for omissions, for having sold your peace cheaply, for having accepted crumbs, for having slept when you should have acted, for having spoken when you should have been silent. Useful guilt becomes adjustment. Useless guilt becomes identity. Convert the former into action and discard the latter. Say, I forgive myself and restore now. And restore concretely. Apologize without drama, return value. Fulfill today what you postponed. Close what you will not carry forward. Study what was missing. Seek technical help. The body learns that your forgiveness is not a license to repeat. It is strength to correct. Forgiveness also cleanses the channel of gratitude. As long as you keep people and scenes hostage in your mental dungeon, your daily energy is spent guarding prisoners. Guarding consumes vision, and without vision, there is no wealth. By releasing, you reopen the field to repair what serves and build what is missing. Historically, the best ideas come to those whose hands are free of chains. Release the chains and notice how your breathing lengthens, your posture straightens, your gaze widens. The body confirms what the spirit has decreed. If clearance seems impossible with someone in particular, use the technique of symbolic distance. You don't need to start with the bloodiest case. Train with something smaller and progress. Small releases build muscle for the big ones, and remember, clearance does not depend on the other's request for forgiveness. If it comes, great. If not, your state is not held hostage. You are the master of your vault. You stamp without external authorization. In dealing with money, observe how, after you clear within, negotiations outside change in tone. Those who once pushed you recede. Those who once gave you cruel deadlines become flexible. Those who once ignored you, remember you. It is not superstitious magic. It is the field without noise. You enter conversations without the hunger for revenge, and your voice free carries weight. Freedom is worth compound interest. It helps you charge a fair price, say no early, ask for what is due with serenity, terminate toxic agreements without anger. Abundance prefers to serve those who are not at war with the past. In bed, seal the day with the ritual of internal restitution. Review a scene where someone owed you, and for 3 breaths, imagine that everything that was due to you returns, multiplied through another channel, not from the person but from life. Feel your chest open, give thanks in advance, and sleep. In the morning, take a step that honors this restitution. Improve your product, call someone who adds value, send a proposal, close a leak, study a skill. Life restitutes through doors opened by your hand. And your hand, light from having released chains, turns doorknobs you didn't even see before. Finally, engrave in your chest, clearance is prosperity in action. There is no frequency of wealth where the soul functions as an eternal debt registry. Become the treasurer who closes archives and moves on. Where there was a hole, there will be pressure. Where there was an echo of accusations, there will be fertile silence. And in the fertile silence, you will hear again the only voice that matters. It already is. When this "it already is" finds a vault without ghost creditors, the deposit falls, and you, without theatrical astonishment, will merely confirm with the timbre of those who know. I knew. Because you cleared, you made space, and life obedient occupied it. Fix purpose above vanity. Vanity wants applause. Purpose wants fruit. Vanity measures value by noise. Purpose measures by the silent impact that remains when hands have stopped working. As long as you let your desire to be seen govern your choices, you will sell cheaply what is noble and buy expensively what is useless. The state of clean wealth is not born from spectacle, it is born from service. Service here is not subservience, it is direction. It is choosing deliberately a real problem to solve, a real good to multiply, a real pain to alleviate, and then ordering your time, your study, your price, and your posture around that. Money, when it arrives, is a witness to the service. When it is the target, it becomes a cruel master. Purpose is not a romantic destiny hidden behind 7 mountains. It is a practical intersection between gifts, character, and demand. Gifts, what you do naturally and can train to excellence. Character, the ethical standard you refuse to negotiate. Demand, where life truly asks for what you know how to deliver. Any mission that ignores one of these legs will limp. Gifts without character produce expensive cleverness. Character without gifts produces unproductive moralism. Gifts and character without demand produce art for oneself and resentment from the world. Purpose adjusts all 3 and creates a channel through which abundance circulates with dignity. How to quiet vanity while choosing. By silencing the internal chronicler who lives noting likes, comparisons, and stages. It pushes you to say yes to invitations that only feed the ego, to promise too much to seem grand, to charge too little for fear of not being liked. Replace the chronicler with the accounting of purpose. Does this clearly improve someone's life? Does this align with my standard? Does this form part of my body of work? Does this sustain my state? If 4 yeses align, proceed. If 1 is missing, adjust. If 2 are missing, refuse. The yardstick of purpose is less exciting, but it is more solid, and wealth prefers solid ground to fireworks. Purpose refines language. Vain speech sells the future, creates anxiety, and collects promises. Purposeful speech establishes terms, teaches, asks, negotiates with clarity, and concludes with respect. This is the problem I solve. These are the steps. Here is the investment. This is the deadline. This is the guarantee. These are the limits. One who is meant to be reached feels seen. One who is not moves on. You don't need to convince the whole world. You need to summon your own. Summoning doesn't depend on a megaphone. It depends on frequency. Frequency is tone plus consistency. Maintain the tone, deliver with consistency, and your clients become allies who bring you others. There is no stronger marketing than this. There is a fierce peace in serving. Fierce because it protects you from distractions. Peace because it returns you home. What tires you is not working, it is working against meaning. When you align, the body cooperates. Sleep seals, breathing deepens, the mind clears, courage appears, and from purpose is born the courage to say no to easy money with a high cost to the soul. It will seem expensive one day. It will be cheap in a decade. The cheapness of vanity charges interest in shame and fatigue. The expensive of purpose pays dividends in reputation, the right doors, and longevity. In dealing with price, purpose protects against prostitution and arrogance. It protects against prostitution because it prevents you from selling for scraps what took years of refinement. It protects against arrogance because it reminds you that money is proof of utility, not a medal of superiority. Calculate your price with precision, charge with serenity, deliver with honor, and review without vanity. If someone asks for a discount disrespectfully, explain the value. If they insist on dishonoring, release them. Your service is an altar. An altar is not a flea market. And remember, one who buys only price abandons you at the first cent less. One who buys purpose remains and grows with you. Purpose also calibrates generosity. Vanity's generosity seeks the spotlight and becomes drainage. Purpose's generosity seeks transformation and becomes investment. Give where your hand multiplies. Teach those who want to learn. Open doors that your shoulders can sustain. Bless without guilt and without drama. And if you need to say no to requests that deviate you, say it with the calm of one who knows that helping without criteria is often feeding disorder. Purpose gives so that good remains after you leave the room. Avoid academic self-enchantment, studying infinitely without serving concretely. Purpose demands action. Study, yes, with method, but transform each block of study into visible improvement in what you deliver. The client does not buy hours of reading. They buy reduction of pain, increase of clarity, saving of time, elevation of standard. Translate your erudition into a simple manual, a clear tutorial, a reliable process, a robust product. Simplicity is a sign of mastery. Complexity is almost always a cover for insecurity. Bring purpose to the body. You recognize it when, upon executing, your rhythm finds cadence. It is not rushing, it is tempo. You leave tired and whole, not drained and guilty. If, upon finishing, you always feel empty, investigate. Are you solving the wrong problem? Delivering above scope out of fear? Lacking boundaries? Selling to the wrong client? Repeated fatigue is a teacher. Listen to it and align. Small adjustments in niche, format, ideal client, user journey save years. In bed, seal the day by asking, what did I serve today? And what can I improve tomorrow to serve better? Do not whip yourself. Set a simple adjustment and sleep with the minimal scene of someone receiving your value and paying you with sober gratitude. Wake up and confirm with a gesture. Review a paragraph, refine a process, fix a bug, record a short video that solves a specific pain. Call a silent client and ask, what was missing? Purpose is not afraid of this question. Vanity flees from it. Beware of the anticipated stage. Showing sprouting roots to the wrong audiences invites trampling. Speak of process only with trusted allies and mentors. With the rest, show fruit. Fruit legitimizes the tree without advertising. And when you show it cleanly, not as self-exaltation, but as a report of completed work. The work speaks better than you. If you get lost, and when everyone gets lost for a stretch, return to the triangle. Gifts, character, demand. Re-evaluate where you misaligned. Perhaps you stretched your gift too far to please a market that doesn't deserve you. Perhaps you relaxed your character out of haste. Perhaps you are ignoring real demand out of love for an idealized image of what you would like the world to want. Adjust with humility. Return to serving. The universe rebuilds the road for those who keep their compass. Finally, engrave in your chest. Wealth is a byproduct of sustained utility over time, done with beauty and respect. Purpose makes you useful. Discipline makes you sustained. Aesthetics make you desirable. Honor makes you worthy. Join the four and you have a river with banks, volume, and brilliance. Vanity, which was noisy, will fall silent before the fruit. And when the deposit falls, receive it as confirmation, not as salvation. Smile inwardly. Give thanks. Reinvest in your tool. Improve what you can. Rest what you need. And keep serving. The king does not live to be seen. He is seen because he lives to serve. And that is why his table never empties. Build margin before scaling. Freedom is not born from gross revenue. It is born from the space between what comes in and what goes out. Without margin, any increase becomes wind blowing through a house without windows. With margin, even a little gains the weight of a kingdom, because you can say no to a crooked deal. I'll wait to a hasty proposal. I'll invest where it multiplies. Margin is financial silence, and it is in silence that your intuition becomes audible. The anxious person measures success by the noise of inflows. The air measures by the breath to choose. Pay yourself first as one who honors the altar, not as a reward for what's left over, but as a principle of governance. What comes first defines the rest. When your reserve receives the first portion, the body understands that it does not live by improvisation, it lives by plan. Do not argue with mathematics. Choose a percentage that fits today, small if necessary, and make it non-negotiable. 10%? 5? 2? Start. The ritual matters more than the initial number. The ritual creates a groove. The groove guides the river. Then expand as the field grows. Give names to money so that it obeys you. Unnamed money becomes chaos. Named money becomes a troop. 3 categories suffice to establish solid dominion. First base, covering the costs of your current kingdom. Housing, food, essential bills, work tools. Second, seed, everything that builds tomorrow. Emergency fund, investments. Study that increases your value, craft improvements. Third, generosity, the portion that goes out to bless with order. Planned help, tithes, offerings, if it is your faith, guilt-free gestures. The simple division transforms your mind from survivor to steward. The steward is not confused. He knows where each piece resides. Reserves are dignity, not paranoia. 3 to 6 months of base in a separate account give you the deep sound that sustains the melody of the day. With that note, you negotiate without trembling, learn without urgency, refuse without guilt. If it seems far away, do not mock yourself. Stack weeks. Each small deposit is a brick that the future returns to you in peace. And when the reserve is alive, begin to teach the seed to multiply. Study, tools, better products, cleaner processes. Investing is not roulette. It is increasing your capacity to generate value with less friction. Cut leaks with care and firmness. A leak is anything that does not align with your state. Forgotten subscriptions, fees due to disorganization, relief purchases, meetings that cost hours and return crumbs, favors that corrupt your standard. Do not hunt witches. Conduct an heirs audit. 1 afternoon a month. Open statements, mark what multiplies, cancel what drains, renegotiate what is heavy, adjust what is loose. Close the faucets and you will feel, in your body, the discreet miracle of margin. Breathing that lengthens, jaw that relaxes, gaze that widens. The spirit thanks the order. Intelligence appears. Beware of the deserving trap. Many destroy their margin because, at the first discomfort, they reward themselves with what they cannot afford, as if spending were a moral cure. True merit is fulfilling purpose, not anesthetizing frustration. Celebrate, yes, but celebrate with sobriety and a calendar. The indulgence that takes your breath away is not care, it is sabotage with perfume. Learn pleasures that do not demand penance afterwards. A simple dinner with those who expand you, a book that sharpens you, a walk that returns you home, music that realigns you. Abundance loves clean joy. When income fluctuates, margin is rhythm, not a fixed number. In abundant months, increase seed and reserve. In lean months, maintain the ritual with a smaller percentage, but do not abandon it. The body trusts one who does not break the pact. And in the worst pinches, use the reserve with respect and a replenishment plan. It exists to keep you in state, not to become an untouched trophy. Withdraw with an account. How much, why, how you will replenish, what lesson you apply to not repeat. Account is maturity. Maturity attracts the trust of the universe and people. Simple system to start tomorrow. Define realistic percentages for base, seed, and generosity. For example, 75-25 or 70-20-10, depending on your phase. Open separate accounts or sub-accounts. Automate transfers on the day of income. Check once a week. Automation is a prayer the bank understands. It prevents "I forgot," protects from "I'll do it later," removes emotional negotiation from what is principle. When the deposit falls, obedience happens without your dramatization. And every quarter, review percentages with coolness and serene ambition. Can you increase seed? Can you trim base? Can you strengthen generosity without harming the structure? Planned generosity seals the circuit. Giving does not impoverish you when it is born of margin. It impoverishes you when it is born of guilt. Guilt gives to buy peace for an hour. Honor gives to multiply peace for years. Decide where your hand is useful and commit a fixed portion. Do not evangelize your donation. Carry it out. The universe recognizes one who does not make a spectacle of what should be secret, and inwardly you will feel the subtle mathematics happening. The heart expands. Attachment is educated. Flow circulates. At night, seal the margin with a simple image. The spreadsheet closing in the black. The paid stamped. The statement aligned with the 3 categories. Feel peaceful possession, not euphoria. Sleep with this gravity of one who guards a granary. In the morning, confirm with a gesture. Cancel a leak. Schedule the transfer. Set aside the small portion. Study for half an hour. Or forego an expense that brought anxiety. Heaven cooperates with one who cooperates with their own decree. Finally, engrave in your chest. Margin is freedom in numbers. It is the right to choose the best time, the best client, the best no, the best yes. It is the king's breath between one decision and another. Without it, you live reacting. With it, you respond. Reacting is for the orphan. Responding is for the heir. Build margin, guard it as one protects the temple's fire, and you will see that more ceases to be an anxious request and becomes a natural consequence, because the universe trusts one who guards and multiplies for one who knows before asking for rivers to dig riverbeds. Cultivate fierce patience, not the passive patience of the resigned, but the patience of the farmer who knows the time of seeds and refuses the violence of haste. Wealth has a cadence that does not obey fingers tapping on a table. You do not hasten dawn by shouting at the night. You light a lamp and work on what fits until dawn arrives by law. As long as your heart demands immediate calm, you will remain a slave to the calendar. When you install fierce patience, your peace ceases to have a price and your action gains density. Haste is a confession of disbelief. Fierce patience is faith in motion. It does not tell you to wait idly. It tells you to wait by building. Understand the anatomy of harvest. There are things that are decided in an instant, and there are things that settle with time. Decision is seed. Settling is climate. If every day you sow a clean decision, a call made, a study completed, a leak closed, a boundary stated, a price defended, an honored rest, you create microclimates of abundance. What seems small today is, in fact, the specific weight that was missing to attract agreements of another order. Impatience robs you of compounding. It demands everything now and makes you kill sprouts to prove that something is happening. Fools pull up the plant to see the root grow. Kings water and trust the work of the earth. Fierce patience is behavior, not mood. It manifests in protocols that do not break under pressure. When the answer is delayed, you do not dissolve into explanations. Do not pursue the other with needy messages. Do not lower the price out of fear. You breathe, re-establish the state, reaffirm your terms with a calm voice, continue your work, and open other fronts that also deserve light. Life understands this music. What is yours returns, and what is not reveals itself without stealing your peace. The impatient one buys a cheap yes and pays a high no. The fiercely patient one awaits an expensive yes and pays with serenity. Train patience in your body so it doesn't become hostage to your daily will. The impatient body has clear signs: clenched jaw, restless fingers, narrowed eyes hunting for notifications, short breath begging for oxygen. Disarm it with 3 simple keys. Exhale longer than inhale for 2 minutes. Intentionally yield your shoulders. Expand your gaze to the horizon. Then, install a stone phrase. I proceed at the tempo of what already is. And choose the next small, objective gesture. Fierce patience does not delay. It organizes the now. The difference between anxiety and patience is rhythm. Anxiety messes up the tempo. Patience marks it. Bring this cadence to money. Many lose years because they use the wrong side of time. They want instant gain and accept long-term losses. Interest due to disorganization, relief purchases, agreements that cost reputation. Fierce patience reverses this. It accepts short-term discomforts, cutting, waiting, learning, building portfolio, to reap continuous freedom. It knows how to say not yet to the desire that puts you in debt, and now to the habit that frees you. When you negotiate, it prevents you from crawling for just to close today. Close tomorrow, but close it right. Your name is not a clearance tag. It is a standard seal. The market senses when someone is willing to pay the price of time, study, test, iteration, and trusts them with higher-level work. The instant gratification seeker becomes an expediter of others' urgencies. The fiercely patient one becomes a reference. In your craft, fierce patience is insisting on the essential until your signature is consolidated. Instead of launching 6 mediocre products, you refine 2 until they look like yours from a distance. Instead of promising what you cannot sustain, you promise less and deliver better. Instead of falling for the fetish of new for new's sake, you practice the art of better with what I already know how to do. Excellence is accumulated patience. The world hungry for novelty forgets. The serious world hungry for quality remembers. And it pays those who never tire of refining. In a world of displayed metrics, fierce patience protects your vision from vanity spikes. Metrics vary like the tide. Method does not. There will be days of many clicks and few fruits, and days of few clicks and dense fruits. Patience does not leave you hostage to charts. It anchors you to indicators that matter. Repurchases, recommendations, messages of "this solved it," healthy margins, sealed sleep, a growing team, cleaner processes. The rest is foam. Foam excites. The river moves mills. In relationships, fierce patience is knowing how to wait for others' maturity without turning the other into a permanent delay. You offer clear terms, clean boundaries, and sensible deadlines. If the person cannot or will not, you release them with respect. Patience is not punishment. It is respect for each person's time. The difference between patience and complicit tolerance is purpose. Where there is purpose is the trunk rotten. Cut it down and plant again. In bed, fierce patience shows its strength. It is what keeps you from turning the night into a courtroom of deadlines. You do not fall asleep pressing seeds, you fall asleep sealing the season. Choose a minimal scene. Approved, paid, contract closed, delivery received with gratitude, install peaceful possession and sleep. If thought comes with when, respond with a small smile. In the right time of good, I receive, and today I rest. It's not escapism. It's engineering. Sleep works better when anxiety doesn't tie its hands. In the morning, do not interrogate the calendar. Confirm with a simple action. An objective message, a written page, a process adjustment, a sharpening lesson, and no that preserves. Fierce patience is fidelity to the routine of the miracle. Fierce patience also disciplines learning. Instead of devouring courses like one collecting amulets, you study in short cycles with immediate application. A block of study, an experiment, a review, a record of what worked, repetition. The brain loves applied repetition. It hates excess without practice. In 30 days, one mastered microtopic is worth more than 10 topics skimmed over. The market smells mastery. It is not impressed by your bookshelf. It trusts your hand. Beware of the temptation of a shortcut disguised as a unique opportunity. Fierce patience does not romanticize suffering. It distrusts shortcuts that demand your honor as a toll. If the shortcut asks you to lie, inflate numbers, feign delivery, ignore obvious risks, crush people, sell your piece, it's not a shortcut. It's a trap. The fiercely patient prefer to arrive whole than to arrive first. Arriving first is the vanity of a race without a prize. Arriving whole is an inheritance. An exercise to store this virtue in the body. 3 harvest islands per day. In the morning, decide on a brick that will be laid no matter what, small and concrete. At midday, check without drama if the brick is in place. If not, place it. At night, record 3 lines of what has advanced and the next stone for the following day. These are 3 2-minute breaths. In weeks, your identity changes. You cease to be the anxious one who promises and become the builder who concludes. Fierce patience recognizes itself in this: less intention, more finality. As for unforeseen events, third-party delays, bureaucratic hurdles, changes in scenario, fierce patience responds with reconfiguration, not lamentation. What part depends on me now? What skill did I lack? What redundancy can I create? What alternative door exists? It transforms delays into process upgrades, better checklists, clearer clauses, deadline buffers, reserves that cushion, documentation that avoids rework. The impatient one complains and repeats the pain. The fiercely patient one documents and evolves. Fierce patience purifies gain. Quick gains exist, but without roots, they are lost to the wind. With roots, even what comes fast finds soil and remains. The root is your routine. Those who pay you hear your cadence in your timbre. Large contracts prefer hands that do not tremble, and a hand that does not tremble belongs to one who has accepted the price of time, repetition, adjustment, review, silence, consistency. You become trustworthy. Wealth loves trustworthy people. If you find yourself tired of waiting, check if you are truly waiting or procrastinating. Waiting with fierce patience is acting on what fits and sealing what doesn't. Procrastinating is rolling life forward and calling it the right time. The body knows the difference. After mature waiting, you sleep well. After procrastination, you feel guilty. Correct it. Where are you using time to hide fear? Where are you using faith to hide laziness? Where are you calling process indecision? Fierce patience gives you the courage to answer without makeup, and having answered, to return to building. When the fruit finally arrives, and it will arrive in the tempo of your fidelity, do not enter into adolescent euphoria. Euphoria is the secret sister of impatience. It devours what patience has planted. Receive with sobriety, honor those who cooperated, strengthen reserves, improve tools, celebrate in a way that makes the next day even stronger. Fierce patience is also the patience of success. It does not abandon the method just because it worked now. Many people fall after climbing because they abandon the step that sustained them. Not you. You continue with a king's rhythm. In the spiritual intimacy, fierce patience is agreement with the order of I am. Not I will be when it works out. I am now and I act from that being. External time brings form at the right time because the internal state does not waver with the seasons. There will be winter, you work the roots. There will be spring, you do not get drunk on flowers. There will be summer, you harvest with discipline. There will be autumn, you store and prune. Fierce patience knows the seasons and does not try to impose summer on January. It dances with the law. Keep this sentence as a hammer that marks the rhythm of your day. I advance in the time of good, firm, simple, daily. Repeat it when haste throbs, when now or never tries to buy you, when comparison boils, when vanity pulls you to the stage. Return to the rhythm. The rhythm builds cathedrals, and one day, sitting in peace, you will see what you have been erecting stone by stone, seed by seed, night after night of sealed sleep. You will smile silently and say inwardly, I knew, because you knew how to wait by working, believing by acting, resting with decision. And the universe, obedient, brought you, not by whim, but by justice, what impatience never sustains. Wealth with roots, honor with longevity, fruit that feeds homes. Choose simplicity as your secret weapon, not the impoverished simplicity of one who reduces out of lack, but the sovereign simplicity of one who cuts the superfluous to concentrate power. Abundance does not flourish on cluttered ground. Excess confuses, dilutes, tires, makes gestures heavy and the mind noisy. Simplicity, on the contrary, sharpens your state like a blade. It restores your clarity of priority, speed of execution, and inner silence to hear subtle direction. Many ask for more, while dragging chains of everything at once. I teach you the law. What is essential grows when the accessory is pruned. What is true strengthens when exhibitionism falls silent. Life honors those who know how to say enough to ornaments and yes to the core. Start with the house of your mind. How many open projects live ownerless? How many tabs hanging in your internal browser suck up memory? How many commitments accepted out of vanity occupy your agenda like heavy decorations? Simplicity is an inventory without drama. Sit, breathe, and make 3 lists. Keep, delegate, close. Keep is what directly aligns with your state and purpose. Delegate is what needs to exist, but doesn't need your hand. Close is what survives only out of guilt, habit, or fear. Does closing hurt? It hurts like pulling out a splinter. Afterwards, the skin breathes. A king is not measured by the ability to accumulate tasks, but by the courage to reduce until every gesture carries weight. Reduction is not giving up. It is a strategy of density. At work, simplifying means choosing a main path and making everything else support it. Choose your 2 anchor products, your 2 offerings that truly move the needle, and organize your kingdom around them. Everything else should exist to nourish these pillars. Content, study, relationships, pricing, operations. What doesn't feed the main path distracts. But what if I miss opportunities? You lose crumbs and gain a banquet. The market trusts those with a clear signature. The general who disperses troops to all borders loses the war. The one who concentrates force at the right point breaks the line and decides the campaign. You are not a street vendor. You are a curator of transformation. Simplicity is also language. Speak briefly, end firmly, instruct without frills. The client doesn't need your romance. They need your precision. This is the problem I solve. These are the steps. This is the investment. This is the deadline. This is the guarantee. These are the limits. Remove jargon that hides insecurity. Cut adjectives that perfume emptiness. Replace inflated promises with measurable commitments. The simple is verifiable, therefore it carries weight. And when you err, correct with phrases that don't demand an audience. I saw it, I adjust now. Here's the new version. Price X, deadline Y. Simplicity educates others to treat you with respect. In money, simplifying is creating clear tracks. 3 named accounts, 3 automatic percentages, a 15-minute weekly review, 1 audit afternoon per month. You don't need 12 apps, you need 3 habits. The rest is a fetish for control that camouflages anxiety. Anxiety likes colorful dashboards, freedom likes silent ritual. But what about investments? Learn enough not to be a hostage, choose the vehicle you understand, contribute with cadence, review periodically, diversify with sobriety. A financial product that requires a daily obstacle course not to devour you does not align with sovereign simplicity. The simple is what you can explain to yourself without sweating. In routine, simplicity is a calendar with margins. You don't mark every minute. You create blocks that breathe. 4 blocks suffice. Build, create core value, maintain operations, learn, sharpen the blade, relate, the right people. Within each block, a real priority. If the day is full of meetings that yield no fruit, it's not life's fault. It's your open gate. Simplicity protects the gate. Meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, always with an agenda and time. No agenda, no meeting. Messages answered at 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Outside of that, focus. Content produced in batches once a week. You design the flow and the body gives thanks. Breathing deepens, the mind becomes clear. The hand decides quickly. Chaos is not proof of importance. It is proof of disorder. Simplicity is an information diet. It is not ignorance. It is hygiene. Select a few sources that inform you without inflaming you. News has a duty to orient you, not to hijack you. If, after reading, you feel more anxious and less competent, food has been swapped for poison. The same applies to profiles, videos, groups. What makes you cynical impoverishes you. What makes you responsible enriches you. The cynical confuses intelligence with sarcasm. The simple recognizes what matters and acts. Close the faucet of noise. Open the window to the essential. Simplicity protects your faith from being sold for clicks. In the body, simplicity is a ritual that sustains the state. Sealed sleep, water, 4-6 breathing, constant movement, food that clarifies you. You don't need the latest biohacker craze if you don't sleep before your body asks. Don't drink water. Don't walk 15 minutes without a screen. The simple is what you can maintain. The law loves continuity. The muscle responds to what is repeated, not to what impresses for a week. And when you fail, simplicity returns you to the axis without drama. Restart today, now, with the viable minimum. But I messed up yesterday. Yesterday no longer exists. Simplicity lives in the present. Simplicity cures the vanity of complexity. There's a secret pleasure in appearing indispensable because everything passes through you. This pleasure comes at a high cost. It burns your sleep, destroys your margin, turns you into a bottleneck in your own kingdom. Simplicity builds processes where you are the master of the method, not the slave of execution. Document in 1 page how to do what is repeated. Create checklists. Record a short video to train those who help you. Define a definition of done. Delegating is not abandoning. It is teaching and measuring. Simplicity measures with 2 or 3 indicators that matter and leaves the rest to the ego. Simplicity is an aesthetic that communicates respect, a clean document, an uncluttered presentation, consistent visual identity, an organized environment. It is not luxury. It is the absence of noise. The client reads before reading, they see. Simplicity says, I can trust. Flashiness tries to hide the lack of structure. If you have to shout, your design is weak. Reduce elements, increase white space, choose a legible typeface, repeat the same hierarchy. The brain loves patterns. chaos tires. Spiritually, simplicity is agreement with I am without pyrotechnics. You don't need 100 secret formulas for the law to work. You need fidelity to a few seals. State first, coherent gesture, review at night, gratitude beforehand, boundaries when necessary, order as a foundation, work as an altar, body as a vault, alliances as a wall, clearance as cleansing, purpose as north, margin as breath, patience as tempo. Do you see? They are few, but dense. The simple is not shallow, it is deep and repeatable. The shallow needs to appear like much to compensate for a lack of roots. Learn to say no to the embellishment that steals the bread. Many offers will come with shiny ribbons, partnerships that demand your brand without respecting your method, projects that require marathons to deliver little, events that give you a stage and take away your focus. Simplicity asks, does this multiply my core? If not, give thanks and release it. The maturity that rejects almost makes space for exact. The heavens are not cruel. They are efficient. They send more to those who don't scatter. A 7-day practice to consolidate simplicity. On day 1, close a project that is in a coma. Communicate, archive, learn, and close. Day 2, define 2 anchor offerings and rewrite your page's chunks proposals to reflect this. Day 3, create your 4 agenda blocks and protect them with a silent alarm. Day 4, document a repetitive process on 1 page and delegate a step. Day 5, clean up subscriptions and apps. Keep what you use every week, delete the rest. Day 6, tidy your workspace as if expecting an inspection of honor. Day 7, design a single sheet, essential indicators, percentages for the 3 categories, calendar of rituals, sleep, study, review. Place this sheet where your eyes land when you start the day. The spirit loves symbols that condense decisions. In dealing with people, simplicity is writing down agreements and fulfilling them. No vague promises. I deliver X by Y for Z with these conditions. If the other person wants to turn a conversation into a soap opera, refer back to the contract. If they want to turn respect into drama, end it. Simple people don't play games. They define. And when life demands flexibility, because it will, the simple person adjusts clauses without melting their state. We can postpone until such a date. I can reduce the scope for such a value. I can recommend someone. Simple is not harsh, it is clear. Simplicity is also intelligent generosity. Instead of trying to save the world with speeches, choose 2 places where your hand makes a difference and give with method. Teach those who want to learn, not those who want dependency. The simple does not feed disorder with pity. It feeds order with love. Your little, well-directed, creates more transformation than your much, scattered like confetti. Maintain simplicity even in celebration. Celebrate without destroying the following week. Clean joy confirms the method. Euphoria unravels it. Mark small victories with rituals that strengthen you. A nice meal, a walk, a letter of gratitude, a purchase that improves your tool. Avoid buying noise when you gain silence. The prize of simplicity is broad peace, not a hangover. In bed, seal as always with the minimal scene and add 1 detail. Imagine your desk the next day with only 3 visible, clear, executable items. See your body executing with cadence, without rush, without barking screens. Feel the lightness that arises when life fits on 1 page. Sleep in that atmosphere. In the morning, confirm with a gesture. Eliminate a task that doesn't align with the core, or delegate it, or turn it into a 5-minute check and close it. 3 days like this, and your identity begins to change. You stop confusing complexity with greatness and start recognizing greatness in what, being simple, endures. Finally, engrave in your chest, simplicity is a king's luxury. An owner does not need to prove it with embellishments. They need to lead with clarity. The simple is what fits in your hands without breaking you. The simple is what you can repeat without losing yourself. The simple is what communicates value without apologizing. When you become a guardian of the simple, you will see that abundance visits you more frequently because it has found a tidy house, a set table, a free chair. It enters, sits, remains. And you, silently, will continue doing what the man who governs from within has always done. 1 thing at a time, the right way, every day. This is how a kingdom is built that does not fall with the wind. Simple, dense, silent, invincible. Choose radical integrity, alignment between what you think, what you say, and what you do as your base frequency. Most try to tune into prosperity with beautiful words while their actions contradict their speech. The law is not impressed by phrases. It recognizes coherence. Integrity is not moralism. It is spiritual engineering. When your mind decides A, your mouth declares A, and your body executes A, the field yields to A. When you decide A, declare B, and do C, the field returns noise to you. Noise turns into delay, disgust, confusion of signals, the wrong people entering and the right ones moving away. Clean wealth hates noise. It loves clear, stable, repeated signals. Become that signal. Start with the small because it is there that the universe measures you. Do you promise to reply today and then disappear? The field learns that your word is worth little and returns to you people who also disappear. Do you say you will go to bed early and at bedtime sell your sleep for half an hour of screen time? The body, which listens to you more than any angel, concludes, what he says does not govern. What governs is compulsion. Do you say you will honor a price and at the first pressure yield for fear of displeasing? You teach life that your standard is external. None of this is sin in a childish sense. It is programming. And programming creates frequency. Frequency creates harvest. Establish a simple pact. Short promises kept. Reduce the size of the promise until it fits in your hand, but make its fulfillment sacred. Instead of, I will write the book, say, I will write 1 page. Instead of, I will organize my financial life, say, I will open the spreadsheet and classify the last 5 entries. Instead of, I will become another person, say, I will breathe 4-6 for 2 minutes before each difficult decision. Integration is born from these micro points that connect what you want to what you do without a gap. A gap is where self-accusation infiltrates, and self-accusation drains your wealth like an invisible leak. Align language with action with loving rigor. Forbid performative promises, those made to appear committed. Performative promises buy applause and sell integrity. If asked for a deadline and you don't know, say, I will confirm by tomorrow at 10 a.m. and confirm. If you cannot, say, I cannot. If you can, say, I can and deliver. If you err, and you will err, correct without drama. I missed the deadline, here is the new one, with X added at my expense. Integrity that corrects creates respect. Long justifications create pity. Pity does not hire again. In money, integrity is transparency of terms. Write down what is agreed. Scope, value, deadlines, guarantees, limits. Do not leave anything implied, expecting the other to guess your effort and reward you. One who lives on unsaid things prepares arguments. One who writes and signs prepares peace. And please, stop negotiating with yourself internally. I said X, but maybe I can do Y just this once. Just this once is the phrase that inaugurates deviation. Deviation costs dearly in internal reputation, and it is from this that the boldness to charge a price, say no, ask for what is due is born. Without internal reputation, your mouth falters. With internal reputation, your voice carries weight without needing to be raised. In the body, integrity is synchronizing physiology with discourse. If you declare, I govern, but work contracted, breathing short, jumping from screen to screen, your body contradicts your mouth. Correct it from the base, cadence before intensity, 2 blocks of clean focus, 15 minutes of organization, a review at night, sealed sleep with a minimal scene, repeated, are worth more than marathons and hangovers. Constancy creates the neural pathway of I deliver. The brain begins to release energy for what matters because it stopped doubting you. Doubt consumes battery. Integrity charges. Integrate your affections as well. An integral heart does not promise presence it cannot give, does not offer comfort it cannot sustain, does not enter into alliances out of guilt. It loves with form. I can listen to you tomorrow at 6 p.m. I can help with X, not with Y. I'm rooting for you, but I won't participate in this method. Loves without form become rivers without banks. They overflow, flood, blame the rain. Integral loves become irrigation. They arrive where they should at the right time, with the measure that nourishes without destroying. Abundance is sensitive to how you care for people. It does not trust kingdoms to those who buy affection by selling their own truth. Cleanse yourself of inconsistent phrases that escape you. I'm broke when you're managing. I'm dead when you just need to rest. I'm a mess when you're in an adjustment corridor. These hyperboles become homemade prophecies. Replace them with sentences that neither lie nor sabotage you. I am rebalancing. I need a break to return whole. I am adjusting my flow. It's not toxic positivity. It's semantic hygiene. Words are tracks for attention. Attention on the right track is a locomotive. On the wrong track, it's an elegant derailment. Integrate above all the sacred and the practical. What you seal at night needs to translate into agenda, price, limits, study, delivery. And what you do during the day needs to return at night as incense. Review, gratitude, adjustment, rest. Do not become the mystic who talks to stars and deceives clients, nor the pragmatic who delivers on time and destroys their own body. The law does not ask you for extremes, it asks for a circle. The circle begins inside, moves outside, and returns inside, completing the cycle. Each well-closed cycle increases your silent authority. Silent authority signs invisible contracts with life. The right doors open before you knock. The right people find you without hunting. The right ideas visit you at coffee time. When the temptation to break integrity presses, and it will press on days of fear, remember the cost it generates. Today's relief will cost your courage tomorrow. The small lie steals the big timbre. The easy shortcut costs the long road. Concession out of need becomes jurisprudence. Once you sell yourself cheap, the market spreads the price. Think like a king. I negotiate everything except my center. One who negotiates the center loses the kingdom to gain applause. A 7-day exercise to seal integrity. Choose 3 micro-promises per day and fulfill all 3, whatever the cost. 1 for the body. Lie down X minutes earlier, walk 15, drink water upon waking. 1 for your craft. Deliver a polished paragraph, review a process, respond to a client with precision. 1 for finances. Classify 5 transactions. Schedule the transfer to seed. Cancel a useless subscription. Record at the end of the day. Fulfilled, 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 or failed at X, corrected thus. By the 7th day, you will notice that your chest expands when you promise, because your body has come to trust you again. A trusting chest creates a voice that carries weight. Integrate your rhythm with your limits as well. Do not declare goals that require violating your sleep, your standard, your word to your loved ones. Goals that betray you are not goals. They are vanity disguised as ambition. Integral ambition stretches you without tearing you. It asks, what can I increase without breaking the pillars? Increase in layers as one building a floor on solid foundations. The building of haste grows crooked, that of integrity grows slowly, and stands firm when the wind changes. At the negotiation table, integrity gives you the right to ask calmly. One who consistently delivers asks with serenity. State the price and be silent. State the deadline and be silent. Listen to the other without losing your own music. If they come with the game of aggressive urgency, you have the freedom to respond, I do not work under these terms. Integrity protects against financial panic that makes one sell their soul for installments. The soul, when sold cheaply, is difficult to buy back. Keep it with you and you will see that the right yes pays better than a collection of nervous yeses. In bed, integrity reveals itself in the last gesture. Review the day and look for where your speech and your hand met. Celebrate, and where they diverged, adjust. Rewrite inwardly the conversation that went awry, the delivery that was almost, the boundary that was lacking. See yourself doing it the right way and sleep under that image. You will wake up with the right phrase already on your lips and your fingers ready for the missing gesture. Sleep is an accomplice to one who closes accounts with truth. If you stumble badly, and there will be days, do not use the fall to abandon the road. Integrity is not perfection. It is a quick return to the axis. Say, I made a mistake. Repair what is repairable. Learn what was missing. Change the process that allowed the error and move on. The universe does not demand impeccability. It demands fidelity. Fidelity to the axis restores your peace and, with it, the ability to create wealth without punishing yourself. Finally, engrave this fiery sentence. Integrity is a king's frequency. It is what gives substance to it already is, what gives ballast to gratitude, what makes reverence concrete, what transforms work into an altar, what makes the body obey, what attracts the right alliances, what clears invisible debts, what sustains purpose, what creates margin, what authorizes patience, and what simplifies without impoverishing. Everything I have taught you until now collapses without it. With it, the rest organizes itself around you like planets in orbit. Assume it today, not as a burden but as a privilege. Speak little, promise briefly, fulfill everything. Sleep sealed. And when the form arrives, because it will arrive, you will not marvel as one who saw a trick. You will smile with the calm of those who know. It was just life, just as always, responding to a clean signal. Play the long game, the game of decades. The orphan wants to win the weak. The heir builds for 30 years. Wealth that endures is not born of explosions, but of layers. One who thinks in days sells peace for pennies and calls it cleverness. One who thinks in decades accepts the rhythm of the law, plants trees that do not give shade in the first summer, organizes the house to withstand winter and drought, and harvests without euphoria, because they know that the fruit is merely the form of what already existed within. I do not ask you to postpone life. I ask you to align every gesture of today with a horizon that does not bend to the market's mood or the anxiety of headlines. The firm horizon is your wall against the temptation of the shortcut. The game of decades begins with identity. Who are you becoming? Not what results do you want to have, but what kind of man or woman do you want to live as when the world no longer demands proof from you? The long term is an identity in motion. If you choose to be a house of order, every choice today needs to align with that house. What you allow in, what goes out, with whom you ally, what you study, how you sleep, what you promise, what you refuse. The result will be a consequence, not a capricious miracle. Oh, but what if I die tomorrow? Then you will have died in motion, and that is dignity. The fear of finitude is a lazy person's excuse to live in a short circle. Decide with sobriety your long-term pillars. Not 50. 4 suffice: character, competence, capital, and community. Character is what you do not sell, the invisible ruler that protects your fruits from rotting from within. Competence is what you refine until your hand speaks for itself. Technique, synthesis, communication, numbers, negotiation. Capital is the breath, reserves, productive assets, habits that multiply value. Community is the table, clients who trust, partners who add, people who grow with you. Every quarter ask, what did I do that increased a point in each pillar? The game of decades is this: a faithful rotation around columns that do not fall. Learn to build assets, not just tasks. An asset is anything that works for you when you are not present. An enduring product that solves a specific problem. A documented process that delivers a standard without depending on your mood. A content library that continues to teach. A list of clients who trust and return. A brand that, when seen, already carries fulfilled promises. A task dies when completed. An asset is born when delivered. Organize your week to always leave something in the world that continues operating while you sleep. The day of one who plays short is spent putting out fires. The day of one who plays long has space reserved for erecting pillars. Think in redundancies. Real-life tests, structures with unforeseen events. People get sick, platforms change rules, contracts evaporate, trends turn to dust. One who plays for decades builds buffers, reserves that withstand shocks, more than one inflow channel, relationships that don't depend on a single mediator, interlocking skills, documentation that allows someone to take over in a week what would overwhelm you alone. Redundancy is not pessimism, it is respect for reality. Destiny does not reward the imprudent, it protects those who protected the seed. Cultivate reputation as if it were gold, because it is. Reputation is what time says about you when you are not in the room. The short term is impressed by performance, the long term trusts reputation. For reputation, there is no shortcut. Fulfill what is promised, correct when you fail, respond with precision, weigh your words, choose to be fair when no one sees, treat with respect those who pay you and those who cannot. One error does not define you. A sequence of corrections strengthens you. And when you need to make a difficult move, increase prices, change scope, end a service, your reputation will buy the patience of your people. One who trifles with their word buys distrust on credit and pays interest in silence and closed doors. Invest in habits that carry compound interest. The world loves to talk about money interest. I speak to you of the spirit's interest. Sealed sleep, consistent daily reading, study with prototyping, writing that synthesizes, exercises that return you to your body, nightly review that aligns, silence that clears the mind, generosity with method, simple planning with faithful execution. 1 month is little, 3 months begin to change your skin, 1 year changes your face, 5 years transform your genealogy. One who seeks shortcuts ages in circles. One who chooses habits ages in ascending spirals. Treat risk as an animal to be tamed, not as a demon to be avoided. The game of decades is not cowardice. It is intelligent courage. Good risk is what, if it fails, does not destroy you. If it succeeds, it elevates you. Bad risk is what, if it fails, sinks you in debts of soul and money. If it succeeds, it teaches you vices that later exact a price. Learn to use bet sizes, small tests, minimal batches, criterion-based pilots, contracts with exit clauses, deadlines with buffers, not depending on a single platform. The courageous one who endures is not the one who always accelerates. It is the one who knows when to accelerate and when to brake without shame. Shame is for the emotional adolescent. The king adjusts gears without asking permission. Create works that age well. Ask what you do. Will this have value 5 years from now? If the answer is maybe, give it soul. If no, link it to something larger that remains. If yes, double down. Content that teaches fundamentals, products that solve constant pains, methods that adapt to contexts, communities that cultivate belonging through what is essential. All these resist trends. You can ride waves, but build your dock on rock. One who lives on foam wakes up wet and cold. Choose markets where your personal improvement increases your market value. There are jobs that consume you and return expense. There are jobs that consume you and return multiplied. If learning, serving, organizing, communicating better make you, the following year, rarer and more valuable, you are in the right game. If, on the contrary, each year makes you cheaper because you are replaced by any anxious hand, change tables. The long term does not forgive those who imprison themselves in arenas that punish maturity. Take care of the narrative you tell yourself. One who plays short narrates daily victories and lives on dopamine. One who plays long narrates the formation of a character and lives on meaning. Dopamine tires, meaning sustains. Record your progress. Learn from your stumbles. Write without flattery to yourself what you are building. This silent chronicle is your anchor on windy days and your compass when the sun glares. And from time to time, share chapters of this narrative with your allies and clients, not as propaganda, but as an account. This is how we grow and deliver better. Respect likes this frankness. Establish decade milestones and quarterly milestones. The decade gives you direction, the quarter gives you traction. For the decade, choose a few state affirmations. I live with margin and patience. I have enduring products that sustain my home and generosity. I build a community that grows with standard. I am a reference in X and deliver with beauty and respect. For the quarter, translate. Launch version 2 of the anchor product. Open a new inflow channel with method. Refine delivery process and measure satisfaction. Increase seed by 2%. Strengthen sleep by 30 minutes. Small stones that, when added up, draw the long road. In dealing with people, plant relationships that survive contracts. The contract is the form. Trust is the content. Deliver more than promised in density. Maintain respect even when you disagree. Close cycles with honor. Indicate generously when you cannot attend. Ask for feedback and learn with humility. 5 years of consistency with 100 people are worth more than 5,000 superficial contacts for a week. And remember, tomorrow's world is built by people who today are still without a stage. Without arrogance, treat the small ones well. Many of them will open impossible doors for you when they become key players. In the body, the game of decades is structural maintenance. You cannot hold heavy wealth with fragile knees, shortened lungs, and a mind addicted to noise. Strengthen the vessel. Sleep before midnight as many nights as possible. Food that keeps you lucid. Walking that detoxifies the mind. Training that prevents pain. Breathing that returns you to your axis. Do not negotiate this. It is here that many winners fall. They confuse youth with invincibility, burn the candle at both ends, become jailers of their own empire, prefer to grow a little slower and stand firm when it's time to sustain. Choose inheritance rituals. What will your house remember about you? Shouts about deadlines or serenity that ended sentences firmly, absence dressed as haste or presence that knew how to end the workday respectfully, planned generosity or guilt-ridden alms, laughter without mockery or sarcasm that petrifies. The game of decades includes what you deposit in the hearts of your own. The wealth that matters is the one that does not steal you from what you love. What good is filling vaults and emptying the table? Play a game that your children, biological or by deed, can thank you for. When the noise of comparison tempts you, remember, Long curves crush fireworks. There are those who today seem far ahead in numbers, and in a decade will be footnotes in history. There are those who today seem small, but carry roots that will break through sidewalks. Do not use others' rhythm as your measure. Use it at most as confirmation that there is room for more than one. Envy is myopia. The long term is vision. In bed, seal the game of decades with a minimal scene that projects permanence. A bountiful and serene table, an old client recommending they have been delivering like this for years. A product someone uses and says, "This changed the way I..." An account that closes with ease and sustains your generosity. A body that lies down in the peace of one who lived in tempo. Place your hand on your chest, breathe longer than short, and repeat inwardly a sentence that defies the calendar. I build to last. Sleep. Tomorrow, confirm with a simple gesture that aligns with the decade. Write the page, refine the process, call those who stay, cancel what dilutes you, contribute to seed, teach something that endures. When the temptation of the shortcut comes, and it will come with promises of now or never, respond with the calm of those who know the law. What is mine by identity does not need cleverness, it needs constancy. And return to silent work, to honored boundaries, to simplicity that concentrates power, to integrity that gives weight to the voice, to patience that sets the tempo, to margin that breathes, to alliances that protect, to the body that sustains, to review that corrects, to gratitude that seals. The decade is made of these bricks repeated without drama. One day when the wind changes, and it does change, your house will stand. You will look silently and say inwardly, I knew. Because you played the game few play, that of permanence. And permanence, my child, is the secret language of your inheritance. Now, silence the world's clamor and take your place. Close the temple doors, turn off the market lights, and sit on the throne that has always been yours. Everything you have heard until now was preparation of the field. Each principle taught you to speak the language of abundance. Order, boundaries, work as an altar, body as a vault, right alliances, clearance, purpose, margin, fierce patience, simplicity, integrity, decades, gratitude, numbers, constancy. You don't need more phrases, you need decision. The law is simple. The state precedes the form, and the form, obedient, comes. If you try to force with your hands what you have not sealed in your chest, you will tire. If you seal in your chest and move your hands in time with the seal, you will harvest. Tonight, before lying down, you will stop begging for signs and begin to command as an heir. No internal tribunals, no audiences with fear, no rituals to buy approval. Your prayer will not be a plea, it will be a verdict. See yourself inwardly, with the dignity of one who already possesses. The table that closes in the black, the approved message, the paid stamp, the grateful call that confirms, the whole body, the house with light, the clean craft. Feel the phrase descend and land firmly. Thank you, it is done, I manage with honor. And sleep. Sleep is the official who takes your decree backstage and organizes the actors for the next day. You will wake up without euphoria. You will wake up with simple instructions, and you will fulfill them. A king who shouts is insecure. A king who decides speaks softly and moves the world. If someone asks you tomorrow, what changed? You will not give a speech. You will prove it with a gesture, an email sent in the right tone, a no that protects peace, a price that honors your standard, a transfer to seed before spending, a process review, a signature closing what drains, 15 minutes of focus on what multiplies you, water, breath, posture. Your hands will do what your night sealed. This is the secret that haste cannot endure. Reality bows to the rhythm of one who does not waver. Wavering is a confession of orphanhood. Stability is an heir's signature. When the old world comes to negotiate your center, with urgency, with unique opportunity, with peak, you will not enter the marketplace. You will respond with clarity and silence. Those who are yours will return. Those who are not will move away. Your selectivity is not arrogance, it is spiritual hygiene. Do you want to serve better? Guard your state. Do you want to receive more? Keep your house in order. Do you want to last? Play for decades and repeat with honor. This is how the right doors learn your address. Constancy without noise, gratitude without hysteria, numbers without guilt, work with beauty, people treated with respect, boundaries that preserve the temple, rest that seals. Your life will become predictable inwardly and surprising outwardly. predictable in obedience to the method, surprising in the ways through which good reaches you. Do not beg for exemptions. Assume responsibility as one who wears tailored armor. Life is not an inquisitor. It is just. It returns in the currency of your standard. If you fall, and you will fall, rise without drama. Repair what is repairable, learn what was missing, adjust the process, and return to the axis. Fidelity, not impeccability, is what signs invisible contracts with the divine. Fidelity of one who promises little and fulfills everything, of one who speaks softly and delivers greatly, of one who gives thanks first and works later, of one who closes with honor and restarts with sobriety. It is this climate that wealth recognizes as home. From today onwards, your mouth will not ask, it will decree. Your body will not implore, it will confirm. Your work will not beg, it will summon. Your money will not govern you, it will obey the tracks. Your relationships will not dilute you, they will add or leave. Your sleep will not be an escape, it will be a workshop. And when fear visits, and it visits palaces, you will receive it in the atrium and dismiss it at the door. Long exhalation, yielding shoulders, the firm sentence, I already possess. I act from what already is. Fear respects one who finishes a sentence firmly. Rise then and seal this pact. I abandon the beggary of signs and command in silence and certainty that my reality obey the state I have assumed. I treat my body as a vault, my work as an altar, my money as a named troop, my boundaries as a wall, my word as law, my sleep as a cabinet. I play for decades, I give thanks beforehand, I know my numbers, I repeat with honor, it is done, and because it is done, I act. And because I act, life responds to me with justice, at the speed of good, in the beauty of what is clean, in the gravity of those who govern from within. Go, end the day, lie down as an owner, sleep in the tone of what you chose to be, and tomorrow, when you open your eyes, do not look for magic. Look for your next simple step. Take it, then the next, then the next. The world, tired of your old wavering, will learn your new rhythm. And without trumpets, you will begin to notice the doors that matter stop creaking, the people who matter stop hesitating, the numbers that matter stop frightening you. Do not be surprised. Just confirm with the gentle smile of those who know. Reality, at last, has recognized the king. Now it obeys. Now it